Greetings, I'm Paul Hand and welcome to the 2015 NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. This is the International Tennis Federation's year-end singles championship, where 20 of the world's top wheelchair tennis players compete over 5 days at the Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre, Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park, London. The venue that hosted the 2012 Paralympic tennis event. The prestigious tournament sees 3 divisions, 8 men, 8 women, 4 quad singles players scrapping it out and climaxing in tomorrow's finals, the ultimate in wheelchair tennis. Let's take a look at our order of play in this season-ending spectacular. First up then, defending champion and bidding for his 4th consecutive title, Shingo Kunieda. He's up against the 3rd seed, Nicolas Peifer of France. That is a repeat of last year's final, as is our second match, the women's singles semi-final. The first up, Jiske Griffioen of Netherlands up against Aniek van Houdet. First and second seeds getting it on, going toe-to-toe there. Then we've got Joachim, Gerard of Belgium, the 4th seed, up against Stephane Houdet of France, a man of experience, followed by Sabine Ellerbrock of Germany against Marjolein Buis of France. So a terrific day's play lined up. The players are ready now, so let's hear from our MC, Michael Kern, to bring out the players.
Our first men's semi-final here at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. Please welcome onto court from Japan, Shingo Kunieda. And his opponent for this match from France, Nicolas Peifer.
So the top seed against the 3rd seed here. What an entertaining match this one should be. I'm joined by the quad father, the multiple Grand Slam winner and gold medalist. In 2014, he kept very esteemed company in the Royal Box at Wimbledon on the Saturday with David Beckham. Peter Norfolk, OBE, alongside me. Welcome.
Morning, Paul. Welcome, everyone. It's an exciting day coming up. Really looking forward to some of these matches, especially this one to kick off with Shingo Kunieda and Nicolas Peifer. It's going to be quite a hard-fought match, I think.
Yeah, Shingo Kunieda, well, what a record he has, bidding for his 4th consecutive Tennis Masters title, the undisputed world #1. He had 27 wins and no losses coming into this tournament until he met Joachim Gerard on the Tuesday, and that was his first loss for a long, long time. He stands 29 wins, 1 loss over this year. A phenomenal effort. He's the Masters champion of last year and also champion in 2012 and 13 as well. So a really strong player. Let's take a look at his opponent today, Nicolas Peifer. He's 25 years old, from Versailles in France. He had an illustrious junior career, becoming world #1 in 2007, a position he held for 2 years. He's currently ranked 3rd in the world. 2015 record, well, he's had 56 wins this year, only 15 losses, and he was last year's runner-up to his very opponent today. So, Pete, for me, it's going to be a really enticing match.
Well, I think Pfeiffer's got actually... he's on the upward trend, and I think Shingo got a bit of a wake-up call the other day against Joachim Gerard. Gerard did play really well, and I think Shingo was just a little bit off it. So I think it's sort of woken him up, and as the days progress, he basically gets better. So I think Nicolas Pfeiffer's got... I think he's got the right frame of mind. He knows that he can do it. Shingo's not unbeatable, even though he's had this pretty amazing streak of wins, 27 odd wins, but it all depends on who comes out with the guns firing first, I think.
It's all about the start, isn't it? And of course, they're head-to-head over the years, these two. They met 23 times, and, well, Kunieda's had a real stranglehold over that as well. 22 wins to only 1 loss. And
yeah,
that
but
was back in, when was that? 2014, I think it was 2013.
Yeah, but I think the players now know that Shingo, he's not unbeatable. I mean, he's extremely hard to beat, but he's not unbeatable. And I think, this is the end of the year. They've got nothing to lose.
And it's a surface that he finds quite fast, doesn't he, Pete? We were talking about that last night off air, weren't we? He's not totally au fait with the speed of this. It's a very fast venue, this. It's played on a lot throughout the year, and as a consequence, it's sort of smoothened down. And
well, the ball doesn't bounce up, and I think Shingo likes the ball coming up a bit higher. So when they they're all hitting it off the first bounce, quick. Although we're allowed 2 bounces, when you start watching these players, they are hitting it off the first bounce, and they're hitting it early. And the ball is not bouncing up; it's skidding through. So it's the timing's got to be perfect, really.
It's an amazing venue, this as well. The only venue that was purpose-built for the Paralympics. It's a world-class site located in a beautiful situation.
And of course, this is fully funded and supported by our very own Tennis Foundation, which is our governing body, part of the LTA, and one of my favourite people, so Jeff Newton, our executive director. He's done a fab job with everyone else and all the staff getting this ready. It's brilliant coming in and looking at all the stadiums. My first time back for 3 years nearly. Brings back memories, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's a whole sort of collaboration, isn't it? The ITF, the Tennis Foundation, the LTA, all involved in putting on this terrific event, of course. But this venue as well, it's available for bookings all year round and open to the public since June 2014. They've had over 190,000 visitors. But turning our attention to this man, Kunieda, defending champion, 31 years old. He's career high, obviously, at #1. He has been since 2006. And the undefeated Masters 2014 champion. He's had a good run this year, obviously. US Open singles champion. Roland Garros as well. And I can tell you that come 2016, we'll be having singles at the All England Club, Wimbledon. The final of the 4 slams, the 4 pillars of world tennis. So that's great that they're going to be playing singles, these guys, at the All England.
I think they're going to find that a tough week, though. They're coming off the clay from the French Open, then they're going to come on to grass. There's no warm-up grass tournament for us. And they're going to go into Wimbledon and they're going to play singles and dubs.
So, turning our attention to Shingo's opponent, Nicolas Peifer. Well, his best showing in 2015 was the Australian Open runner-up and Wimbledon doubles champion with Gustavo Fernandez, who indeed Shingo beat in his opening match. Shingo took Gustavo out in straight sets, 6-3, 6-3. But this man playing well, we know that. After reaching his first NEC Masters final last year, Peifer had a fine 2015, winning 6 titles, including his first Super Series title at the South African Open. After beating Houdet there in South Africa, he temporarily moved ahead of Houdet, reaching his career high of 2nd in the world in August. He's back down to 3rd in the world now. But it's going to be interesting. Tough match for this man. But having said that, he's done well to get to the semis.
3 minutes.
There's our umpire for the day, presiding over this one anyway. He's going to be busy, Claudio Di Maro of San Marino. And these two opponents have faced each other twice this year. Kunieda's taken both victories. They met in the BNP Paribas Open de France main draw semi-final. That was 6-1, 6-love. Bit of a drubbing there for Peifer. But also the Sydney International Wheelchair Tennis Open quarterfinals. That was in 3 sets, a lot closer.
I think you can look at Shingo when he comes into tournaments. He likes to peak for the big tournaments, and I think all good players do. They basically plan their year, and they go, okay, this is the one I'd like to finish on. So this is our year-end Masters, singles Masters. It's one of the most prestigious tournaments on the wheelchair tour, and I think these guys,
2 minutes.
they're planning for this. It's probably one of the hardest ones because it's at the end of the season, and they've only got 3-4 weeks, and then you're going to start the Australian tour.
Yeah, it's not long layoff, is it? So a couple of weeks sort of downtime, really. They'll be training hard.
If you're lucky, I mean, you know, the wheelchair tour now is you know, $2 million in prize money. There's a tournament probably every week of the year, and in each continent now as well. So it's a pretty hectic schedule these guys have. So it's a bit like the Murray and Nadal and all of that. They've got to pick their tournaments pretty carefully.
And talking of Andy Murray, of course, he pitched up here, didn't he, earlier in the week with his trophy with the team, the Davis Cup team, of course, fresh from Belgium. They descended on the Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre to celebrate their...
Remind me, what did they do?
Win.
We won Davis Cup for the first time in about a zillion years, I think I tweeted that.
Incredible. Just makes you proud, doesn't it? And, of course, the 4th seed, Gerard, well, he was inspired, being a Belgian himself. He was out there on site, and, in fact, he did a sort of... a demonstration match prior to the Davis Cup kicking off. He said he was very inspired by the live able-bodied matches on view, of course. But proud moment for British tennis.
At the best of 3 tiebreak set. Nicolas Peifer to the left side of the chair, won the toss and tried to serve.
So there we have it then. Peifer, the Frenchman, will be getting us underway. From the near end of your picture. And I, for one, am looking forward to these athletes showcasing the best wheelchair tennis they can as we air this event live for the first time.
Time.
The Wheelchair Masters was hosted initially 1994, and the quad division was added in 2004. It spent 16 years, this tournament, throughout the Netherlands. Then it went to Belgium for a couple of years, from 2011 to 2012. Then Southern California, 2013. And since then, it's been at this venue.
I think you can say, Paul, that that's down to the fantastic work of the Tennis Foundation. I might be saying that a lot, but they are our foremost charity on getting disability tennis, community tennis, and schools tennis. I mean, schools. I was yesterday in the schools activity zone with all the kids. There was hundreds of them. It was great fun doing how hard can you hit a serve and all that. It's fantastic, and they've been there all week.
So it's teed up to be a super match then. The pretenders have come and gone, and the contenders remain.
Nicolas Peifer to the serve.
Peifer's going to get us underway in the first of our men's semi-finals.
Play. Love. Out. 30 love.
Well, we know Kunieda likes to take that return early, particularly on this fast surface. It's all about first strike tennis out here. It's about serve and return. Trying to get on the front quickly in the rally.
30, 15.
I watched Shingo a couple of days ago and yesterday. It looks like this morning he's got his game face on. Semis, different ball game today.
14, 15.
You can see that off his serve, that's sliding through really quite quickly.
Yeah, we said at the top of the programme, it's a venue that's very played on, hence it sort of ends up quite a polished surface. Ball skids through.
Well, especially when he's taking it early, he's taking that inside the baseline.
Game, perfect.
Comfortable opening game to 15 then for Peifer.
First game.
He'll be delighted with that, particularly because of the you know, having the cameras here, so to speak. A lot of pressure for these guys just to settle down. It's all about the start in this kind of match, particularly for the Frenchman, with that sort of obvious head-to-head deficit against the top seed.
Yeah, he's always, you know, irrespective, they think that Shingo's the top dog. But as I said before, he's not unbeatable. No one is, as we know. But it's nervous. It's a semi-final is always hard, isn't it? You know, semis. I always think the first round and semis are the two hardest matches to win. Once you got to the final, it's not
Shingo
done.
Kunieda to serve.
But you're all bedded in, aren't you?
Yeah,
You
you're
know,
ready.
You've got the rhythm of the tournament. So Shingo Kunieda trailing. Love one then. Opening set of this first semi-finals.
Out. 15 left. Out. 30 left.
Wheelchair tennis is celebrating its 40th birthday on Sunday here at this venue. Big moment for Mark Bullock, the tennis manager, ITF. So many staff working tirelessly behind the scenes just to bring this event. Good save.
Game Kunieda.
So Kunieda holds on, then levels up, and every server
game
peak of quality will have 10 or 15 set plays sort of behind their serve.
Yep, he knows he's serving out wide to Peifer's backhand. He's coming back down the middle and he's going back cross court to the forehand side, the open court. Simple tennis at the moment, but you know, they're just starting, they're just bedding in. Pretty nervous, to be honest. Look how early he took that.
15 left.
Well, a backhand from the top draw there from Peifer, cross court. Absolutely gorgeously struck. Really intent on that early forehand return from Kunieda. He wants the upper hand quickly out here as well.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Look where he hit that ball. He was nearly on the service line.
Out.
And again, persisting with that tactic. Well, he's got plenty of room to manoeuvre here, Nicolas Peifer. On his own serve, he held to 15 in his opening service game fairly comfortably. Just a little blip in concentration there. Oh, beautiful pass. Forehand down the line, got it done. Peifer leads 2-1 opening set.
2-1.
That's going to settle him down. That's what he needs. Lovely shot down, forehand down the line. Shingo's obviously trying to put pressure on him. He's coming in early. He's taking the, or wants to take the ball early. Wants to take Pfeiffer's time away. But at the moment, he looks pretty settled. I'll just go back to something you said about the ITF Tour is celebrating its 40 years. I'm afraid I must have started about 30 odd years ago. So it was
With that old Pete?
Brad Parks started it in 1976, and it's just grown and grown and grown. And basically, he went down his local park and just sort of said, "Well, I can play wheelchair tennis," and it was like, "Are you sure?" And now look at it. We've got prize money of $2 million. We've got hundreds of tournaments. There's a tournament in every continent, and you know, we are one of the most integrated professional sports wheelchair-enabled body there is.
Yeah, in 1992, as you were saying, there was that when the tour, the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Tour, came on board, it ran 21 tournaments in 13 countries. 1994, then suddenly, you know, they launched the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters, and now, as you say, 140 tournaments over 40 countries. It's amazing, isn't it?
That's fantastic. Let's get more kids playing.
There's been a real palpable sense of anticipation and curiosity as well amongst many about, you know, wheelchair tennis, and this is just great to be a part of it here, bringing you our 4 semi-finals today, and of course finals tomorrow. Don't want to miss that. We're on air live from 1 o'clock local time here in London. But you know,
15
for me, Pete, there's been such a warm embrace here. You know, anybody that tries to play wheelchair tennis, you know, give it a go, because it's a really lovely sense of community, and there's a warmth and an empathy and an encouragement to engage with it as well. So, you know, if anybody is keen to get cracking, just go to the lta.org.uk website and take a look at disability tennis.
That's Tennis Foundation's website. But also, come down here.
30, 15.
There's wheelchair tennis development down here at Eaton Manor. And on that, come and watch. There's plenty of space.
Yeah, we've had all sorts of dignitaries coming down as well, haven't we, over the last few days? They've been busy playing the sort of matches since Wednesday. John Bercow, Speaker in the House of Commons since 2009. He was down yesterday with his family watching. Lorraine Kelly, we know she's an ambassador, the TV presenter, of course. She loves her tennis. Glaswegian originally.
Out. Game Kunieda.
Kunieda holds, levels up at 2-all.
games
Still nothing between them. Early doors here, and crowds will be thickening as the day goes on, no doubt about it. It was busy yesterday, and we do have a lot of tennis on today, wall to wall through 4 matches: men's singles, women's singles, men's singles, women's singles, all the way to probably around 7 or 8 o'clock tonight, I'd imagine. Had a lot of long matches this tournament so far as well, a lot of 3-setters.
Out. 15 love.
I think that's indicative of the season. It's the last big tournament, and actually the players go, you know, they're going up and down.
30 love.
Well, again, Kunieda unable to get a toe hold in a return game on the Frenchman's serve. Brilliant return from the forehand side of Kunieda there. Really got a hold of that one. Right out the middle of the racket. Pete, we were talking off air last night, weren't we, over dinner in our restaurant, when they were trying to throw us out because we were there for so long having a ball. And we'll go elaborate on that later. But Kunieda kind of struggling a little bit with this fast court.
Yeah, I don't think he likes it coming. Yeah, it's coming off. He likes to take it early, and it's coming off a bit too quick. He prefers it a bit higher. What I was going to say also, just for those who don't know wheelchair tennis, we are able to have the second bounce.
Look at that, one of the players doing the warm-up behind them, getting the elastics out and going through the motions, very professional. It reminds me of another big tennis venue, Bisham Abbey, not that far from here, over in Maidenhead.
Joachim Gerard and his coach. He's getting ready for his warm-up.
He was so just to beat Shingo, wasn't he?
Yeah, and just to elaborate quickly on the wheelchair tennis, you are allowed the second bounce. So the first bounce must be in the confines of the court, the singles or doubles, and then the second bounce actually can be anywhere. Now, on this type of service and with these players, you want to take it on the first bounce because then you're giving your opponent less time. You only use the second bounce if you're defending or if you push right back.
Time.
But you can see here it's coming through actually pretty quickly, and then, well, unless the courts aren't that big, you know. I've been looking, I've been down, sat on the courts, and compared to what some of the venues we're playing at, they're not. The players are used to slightly wider and slightly deeper backdrops, and I do wonder during the week if that's had a little bit of an effect.
Because he does his court position when he defends, Shingo particularly, is very deep, isn't it? He likes to use all of the run back, that's for sure. Here he is though, just trailing again, 2-3, opening set.
Love 15.
Nice play by Peifer, and you can see that Shingo needs a bit more run back, and the ball's coming off. It's not giving him time.
Each day of the tournament also features opportunities for schools and community groups to take part in the variety of tennis activities and meeting several of the players. 40 pupils from the Japanese school in London have been guests on the first 3 days of the round-robin competition. They've met several of the stars and had fun in the activity zone.
Love 30.
Yeah, I was in that yesterday, Paul.
Were you?
You need earmuffs.
It's a din, is it? People like these having fun, that's what it's all about.
You know, it's introducing them to tennis. They can play, you know, how hard to hit the serve, and it's register miles per hour and get in the holes, get in the hoops. You know, they can play mini tennis, soft tennis. It was fantastic. It's a special built structure for this venue.
15, 30.
Again, that's the Tennis Foundation. They're putting an awful lot of time and energy into showing kids that tennis is fun.
It really is.
It's great exercise. It's a great sport to be in. Of course, we're going to say that because we love it.
Oh, despite the super agile defence of Shingo, Nicolas Peifer just rattled that backhand away. Wonderful shot. And suddenly, he's generated 2 break points.
That's taken the ball early again, taking on the first bounce. Pfeiffer's not giving Shingo Kunieda the time that he likes.
Well, a miss hit, testament to the pressure that he was under. Peifer breaks and is 4-2 ahead. After just a matter of minutes out here. Pressure back onto the top seed then, who's been wrestling with himself throughout this week by his own lofty standards. So now he's up against it. Can he backlash immediately and get the break back?
Love 15.
Wonderful early return from Kunieda. Still continuing with the early attack on return of serve. Gets a lot of momentum with the chair moving into this.
Out.
Good length on the second serve from
15
Peifer
all.
there, though.
Out.
When you watch Shingo
15,
Kunieda,
30.
there is so much industry off of the ball with the chair. And it's a bit like riding a bike and playing tennis at the same time, isn't it? It's just so admirable the way these guys get the chair around so quickly.
Shingo's work rate is amazing. But you know what? He's about a yard behind at the moment. He's not quite taking advantage. He's trying to take it really early, and Pfeiffer's just passing him. He's playing smart tennis. And Shingo's got a definite plan of action, but it's not working. Look at that.
40,
Miss backhand
30.
drive.
He's so super agile in defence normally, isn't he? But his defence is where he's struggling as well. And then, of course, what he's doing is trying to sort of, you know, get on the attack early and missing as a consequence, almost over-pressing.
Game, Peifer.
Pfeiffer lands quite a few first serves and holds on for 5-2.
Peifer leads by 5 game to 2.
It's a good hold. I mean, it's great breaking, Shingo, but it's not a break unless you hold your serve. And he's done really well for there.
And I think as well, Pfeiffer must be very, very encouraged from what Joachim Gerard did earlier in the week, beating Kunieda, which is frankly almost miraculous, having had no other losses this year. There's a slight sort of chink of vulnerability in this man this week, and everybody knows it, and they're coming after him.
Well, I think that's the point. You know, he's the top of the pile. It's all right getting to the top. It's damn hard staying there. And, you know, Shingo, as I said before, he's got to pick and choose what he wants to win. And obviously he wants to win this. You know, being year-end #1 means a lot to all of us. But it's a hard season. It really is now. And I think sometimes, you know, well, it all depends on how easy or hard your previous matches were. And Shingo had a pretty hard one at the beginning as well against Joachim Gerard. And it looks like he's going to have a tough match here.
Well, it's really living up to its billing, isn't it, this one? Because, of course, as we said at the top of the programme, it's a repeat of last year's final. So Kunieda really up against it here, trailing 2-5 opening set to the third seed and last year's runner-up, Nicolas Peifer. He's got his work cut out. There's some Japanese flags. Super thrashes it away dismissively down the line off the forehand side. Wonderful contact.
Love.
Again, wonderful timing with the off backhand there from Kunieda.
Thirty, 15.
Well, both men starting to really fire on all cylinders. It's really come alight now, this one. Kunieda, of course, it's a must-hold service game if he wants to extend this opening set.
At 40-15.
Fantastic rally. Longest rally of the match so far. So Kunieda, 2 points, 40-15. He needs this. Stay in the first set.
Out. Kunieda.
Kunieda holds to 15. It's been a familiar feature of this match. A lot
Lead
of
by 5 games to
service
3.
holds to 15. So now the moment of truth for the third seed and runner-up of last year. He's fronted up well. He stood his ground. He's earned himself a 5-2, which is now a 5-3 lead. Can he put the lid on this opening set?
Wait, please. Love 15.
Telling return from Kunieda. Took it really early again, persisting with that early strike on return games.
And the players know then that Kunieda's not going to just stop and let him take it. He's going to take the points to him.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, as well? Does Peifer here just take a little off that first serve to get it in so that Kunieda's kind of backed up?
I don't think he can.
Love 30.
Brilliance from the top seed.
And there's your answer. Got a nice serve in, but Shingo Kunieda put the pressure on him. Great return.
Came around the outside of that ball, didn't he?
Outside.
Wonderful angle.
And these players are quick in their chairs. They are really fast.
Fabulous.
Love 40.
3 top draw returns from Kunieda. Put him in a very commanding position here on this return game. It's a real statement of intent, this, from the Japanese number 1.
Out. Game Kunieda.
Kunieda breaks back immediately then and reduces the deficit to 4-5.
You both change, please.
Opening set. The man that's won total of
Leads by 5 games to 4.
39 Grand Slam titles since 2006. 20 in singles, 19 in doubles. Remarkable. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. He's clawing this one back. Now, is that going to make Peifer just that little bit edgy, having been unable to serve out the set? A nod of acknowledgement towards his coach in the crowd. What's with the ice, Pete? Do we always see this with?
Well, I think he just does it to cool himself down. I mean, you know, that's the best place. Put ice on your wrists or your neck. Well, that's what I was always told.
No, absolutely.
I don't think. I mean, it's not
particularly warm, is it?
No, it's not warm. It's a little humid in there, but it's a great area. It's a great centre. This, so I think it's just
Time.
trying to keep himself focused more than anything.
He finished 2014 as the ITF Wheelchair Tennis World Champion for the 6th time after winning his 3rd consecutive NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters in London last year. And here he is, still with work to do though, trailing 5-4 opening set.
Love 15.
So the ball was so short, he had to take a guess there, one way or the other. Peifer in complete command of that point. Well, they both traded breaks of serve. What's going to happen next?
Out.
Well, he didn't seem under that
15
much pressure there, Peter. Missing that backhand, the Frenchman.
No, but I think Shingo knows that he can. The pressure is on Peifer. You know, he's 5-4 up, and you know now we're getting to a little bit of a nervous bit. It's first set.
Brilliance from the world number one.
Well, you can see it skid through as well, so it gives Peifer less time. You watch the ball, once it bounces, tish, and that's what catches him out. And, here we go, 30-15.
He's freewheeling now, Kunieda. Very free-flowing with his shots.
Out.
It's remarkable, isn't it? The tennis scoring system suggests here that Peifer's in command, but of course psychologically Kunieda very much with the momentum, and now here he is with 2 points for 5-all.
Well, they're your two big words in tennis, momentum and flow, isn't it?
Game Kunieda.
Kunieda holds, and we're locked in at 5-all.
5 games all.
I think when I've watched Shingo Kunieda quite a lot in my time as well, sitting at the side of the court when waiting for my matches or whatever. As his noise level rises, that's as his concentration and his game face comes in, and he starts playing more, and he's focused much more. And you can see that it's come from what, 5-2, 5-3 down.
Yeah, 3 games in a row.
Love 15.
Yeah, there's that sort of belligerent competitiveness, isn't there, about the world number one, that he's used to this situation. He's seen that time and again, as has Peifer, of course, but not against Kunieda. That's the thing. This is a huge moment for both.
Well, you only have to look at their stats, don't you? Let's face it. So, you know, he's got to try and break that 22-1.
Love
Kunieda,
30.
very dictatorial in the way he's playing now. He's returning these serves very effectively, whereas in the opening part of the set he really wasn't. He's turning this around nicely. It's all going to script now.
Oh. 15-30.
A glance at the umpire there, because Kunieda wasn't sure that the serve was in. It was very, very close, but umpire has to go with the call from the lines judge. He didn't want to overrule that.
Out.
That's what he needed.
15-40.
Peifer needed that.
2 break points for Kunieda. You really can almost feel him turning the screw here on his opponent.
Game Kunieda.
And you have to say the third seed, his game is slowly
by 6-5.
unraveling in front of our eyes, and it's a real shame, because he did have such a grip over this first set, having served at 5-3, been 5-2 up, couldn't manage it then, and there's 4 games in a row now for the top seed, who really is feeling a lot better about things, I'm sure.
Oh, that was Pfeiffer's first double fault as well. Gave the game away. Sinful, really, but there we are. We've all done it.
Must be very difficult, Pete. We keep talking about the fact that the head-to-head is 22-1 in this man's favour. And of course, that's a lot of pressure on the Frenchman, you know, mentally in itself, isn't it? And at the moment, the reliability factor in the Frenchman's game just isn't there. He's lacking composure that he had at the start of the match.
Well, he's either got to come in and go, OK, look, I've got nothing to lose here. Semi-final, I'm playing the best player in the world. You know, I'm not expected to win. Or the flip side, he's got to go, OK, I know I could put pressure on him. I know I've beaten him. I know I'm playing well. Let's do it. And the problem is, you know, the first half of this set, he was on top of Shingo. But as everyone knows, you got to put Shingo away, and that's actually the hardest thing to do. He's a fantastic competitor.
Wow, he's got it all going on, hasn't he? You should do that, Pete.
La 15.
That's a look that would suit you.
I think Halloween's gone.
It's funny, Pete. I've only worked with you on a handful of occasions, but it feels like you're sort of the brother that I never had, and it's because I think we've both been through the fire together of competitive tennis. Me, an able-bodied in quarterfinals of Wimbledon, and national champion several times in doubles, and you, of course, with your heralded record. So we just seem to see eye to eye a lot of things, don't we?
Well, that's the best bit of sitting here and watching tennis. Actually, do you know, we love watching tennis. It's a lot easier to watch it now than play, I've got to say. Especially on this surface. But
15.
Great backhand cross-court by Kunieda. Fantastic. I've been walking around here, Paul, and of course this is now the Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre, and they've got wheelchair development here and everything. But of course I remember it 3 years ago, and the centre court is now the hockey pitch, and I went and had a look at that this morning. Memories, there we go.
Tear in the eye moment for you, Peter.
30.
And we missed that great shot. Backhand. Peifer was rolling backwards and hit that topspin reverse backhand down the line.
Slight issue with the chair, perhaps, but he's got the upper hand in this game. Is he planning on an ambush on the serve of Kunieda now to take us to a tie-break, possibly?
Well, if he has got a problem with his chair, he can get a technical timeout. Is he gonna? We got a repair guy here, and from EPC Wheelchairs, which is fantastic. They do all the repairs, make sure the tyres are all pumped up, make sure all the chairs are rolling really fast. Give them a check over.
Brilliance from the backhand of Peifer. And again, on this fast surface, Pete, it seems that hitting down the line is very, very effective to the short part of the court because the ball's just skidding off really quickly. So brilliant play there from the Frenchman, who seems to be free swinging now. He doesn't have the pressure on him. It's often the way trying to fight back, isn't it? You just go for it more.
Two points to a shootout, tie-break shootout. You either love them or hate them.
Out.
Well, it's difficult
30,
because these
40.
players are both being very aggressive with their tactics, but of course sometimes it comes back to haunt them, as it did there. Peifer hit the return well, but just spilling along the baseline. He has another breakpoint opportunity, though, to take us into a breaker. Kunieda desperate to land a first serve at this stage. Brilliant rally from both. What compelling viewing that point made.
Down the line again. Look at that backhand reverse down the line. Fantastic. And it's the skid off that's just, it's not just the pace, it's skidded off. And Pfeiffer's got it on his, on the frame and not on the strings.
Advantage.
Brilliant
Peifer.
angle return from the Frenchman there to generate his third break point of this game.
Return and serve, straight out the sidelines. Hardest one to get. Near enough a winner every time.
So, can he execute under pressure here, Peifer? Been so close, generated so much opportunity.
Buis.
Again, Kunieda having the last laugh in that rally.
Yeah, but Peifer put the ball back in court. Mid-court ball, you'd expect Shingo Kunieda to hit a winner back off that, especially at this point of the match. I think Peifer was up. He had no choice. He should have gone for it.
Advantage. Kunieda.
So he's certainly not had his own way all match, that's for sure. He's been really up against it, having trailed 2-5 in this opening set here in the first of the men's semi-finals. But here he is now, Kunieda, world number 1, serving with a set point.
Game and first set, Kunieda.
Well, a roar from Kunieda at the end of that set.
7-5.
He's elated, as are his fans in the stands. A sigh of relief, having been right up against it. He takes the opening set 7-5.
Yeah, I think you'll see Kunieda relax a little bit now. I mean, obviously not too much, but he's got his first set. Mind you, I don't know, he keeps icing things up, so he's obviously suffering a little bit from the wears and tears of the circuit. He's obviously feeling a few aches and pains, but we've got fantastic physio here as well, and facilities are amazing, and great staff. And I've probably already said it, but you know, the Tennis Foundation do an amazing job here. The Britain's leading tennis charity, and they helped me all through my career and all that. And everyone has a passion for tennis, and if you come down here, we've got a wheelchair program down here as well, a couple of times a week.
Yeah, and the Tennis Foundation, their goal is to inspire and engage disabled people to be involved in tennis, whatever their ability or background, provide opportunities for all and the competitive pathways for the most talented. So they really have a big hand of help out there. They're like a sort of safety net, aren't they? And it's just such a great game, Pete, isn't it, tennis, to get involved with. It's something that's given us some wonderful, cherished moments over the years, you and I particularly.
For all of you who haven't played tennis, first of all, you don't actually have to be in a wheelchair. You can be standing up, able-bodied, you can be an amputee, whatever. Anyone can play wheelchair tennis. Anyone can play tennis. Just go and play. It's amazing. You know, it's lovely just in the sun, hitting the ball, play with yourself, play against the wall, play with another player, play with your wife, whatever. It's brilliant.
Second set.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
And unfortunately, once it's in your blood, it's in your blood.
Nicolas
Yeah,
prefer to
that's right.
serve.
So, Nicolas Peifer to get us underway. Second set, but he's trailing a set.
Lovely backhand by Peifer there. Took it high, shoulder high, reverse backhand down the line. Down the line's obviously the name of the game today.
Now he'll be desperate to recreate what he did in the opening set and lead 5-2. Got off to a really sparkling start in that set, did Peifer. Thunderous put away from Kunieda, who's desperate to stamp his authority out here early in this second set.
Well, that's going to tell you something, that, isn't it? That's timing. He didn't take any prisoners on that one.
15-13.
Apologies if you've had any dropout on your pictures. We're experiencing very strong 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts around here at Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre. So apologies if you have had any momentary blackouts.
Aren't we on the letter D for storms? Is it Desmond?
15-14.
Something like that. Yeah. Some serious winds out there. Just coming in today, it was blowing all over the place, wasn't it? 2 break points already then for the top seed. Continues to assert himself here.
Out. Game Kunieda.
Gets the immediate break. And he'll be delighted with that.
Second set.
He was a shadow of his former self in the opening set at the start, but now he really has the momentum. And Nicolas Peifer, you feel that he is up against it. The mountain's gradient has suddenly got a lot steeper. What do you think, Pete, that Peifer has to do to turn this around? He looks like a man who's slightly despondent, a little bit dejected. Is there anything tactically he needs to do?
Well, he had the right tactics in the first, 5 games of the first set. Keep doing it, keep taking it the first bounce, down the lines, keep putting the pressure on Shingo. And that's what he did. He took Shingo's time away. But, the errors have crept in. A double fault to finish the previous set.
Out.
Yeah, you see the errors have come in. His belief's gone. That's what it looks like. He looks like, oh God, same thing's going to happen again. Here we go. Shingo's come out. It's not going to be 23-1. What can I do now? Again, we've all done that, but he's got to break that habit. He's got to break the losing habit. He's got the game.
30 love.
I coach tennis players, as you know, as an adult pro down at Southampton, and I see people coming to what we call tennis welcomes. They're really nervous. It's like taking an exam, but tennis is one of those games where you've got to be encouraged to have fun and make mistakes. That's what it's all about. And even at this level, you can see a lot of that going on.
Well, I know I've already said it, but it is the end of the season, and I think sometimes it's very hard to dig down when you're losing, and it's like the tiredness starts coming up, and it's like, a big sigh. I'm not sure I can do this one now. But, this is a semi-final. This is huge. This is big prize money. The pot here is one of the biggest, $60,000. And that's massive. But it's actually not just all about that. It's about your world ranking, and it's about finishing the year better than last year. And
Oh, nice idea. Couldn't quite find the volley.
You see, these guys with the new chairs, they're faster, they're stronger, they're fitter. There is actually a lot more serve and volley now. They're coming in more, they are volleying better. Because that's, again, you're taking your time away from the other guy, your opponent. And there's lots of innovation going on as well.
And the chairs are about half as light, aren't they, as standard chairs? That's right. Isn't it made of titanium?
Yeah, titanium, carbon fibre. Twice the price.
And again, the down the line backhand return from Kunieda, right out the middle of the racket. He's playing havoc now with the service games of Peifer.
That looks simple. Look at this serve. Kunieda's backhand, middle of the court, return, backhand return down the line. Oh, he hit it straight back at him. What? Why he hasn't put it away? And now he's let Shingo back in.
Well, he's the master of neutralising points, Kunieda. And that was brilliant. But Peifer will be furious that he didn't put that short forehander over it.
Well, I think you got it right, actually. Shingo just completely neutralised what he was doing, what Peifer was trying to do, and turned the point completely around.
15-13.
Now, that'll buoy his spirits. An encouraging ace out wide on the juice court. Just what he needs. He needs to back that up now and get his scoreboard reeling.
Out. 30 all.
So easy on a fast court to overpress.
Yeah, he overpressed. He was also inside the baseline, so he hit it long. But he's still in charge. Shingo Kunieda is still in charge. I think he's still got the flow.
$30-40.
Yeah, you can see in Shingo's face. He knows that now's the time. You get a feeling during a match that you know when to press, when to try and break your opponent down, to forge ahead, and that's what he's doing. He really wants to take this game and go 3-love up. That's fantastic defense. Two bounces. Oh, it's got in. It's got it. Wow.
Best rally of the match.
Fantastic. Love it. Shingo, he just makes it look so easy. Defending. Look at all full court play.
3-2
Kunieda then 3-love to the good now with a real vice-like grip over this match when probably, what, half an hour or so, he was right up against it, trailing 2-5. But what a miraculous turnaround from the world #1, who it seems is really in a very commanding position now against a man who this year hit #2 in the world. You know, this is a fellow who's won 6 titles in 2015. You know, and strange, isn't it?
Well, he's a big, strong lad. Yeah. And his tennis has improved over the last couple of years. And he's a good player, but I think sometimes he's just got to calm down a bit. You know, he's quite volatile, and that loses him points. And at the end of the day, it's the points that you rack them up, and that gives you the games, and the games give you the sets. Simple game tennis, really.
It really is. But of course, what this man's done so well, Pete, and I think we have to harp on about it, is he's played the biggest points really very well.
That's why he's the best player in the world. You know,
great points.
Yeah, fantastic to watch. You know full well, even if he's loved 5 down, that's actually not the end of the set.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because we were speaking last night about Jordan Wiley, bless her, and you know she's done so well, and in that one match that she lost 7 match points, really upset. You know, this man is one of those great front runners, isn't he? And he really does have that deep-seated belief, and I guess it's thinking about, you know, all of your strengths in those moments of crisis. You know, what is it that I do well as a competitor, and putting that all against the negative sides and the weaknesses of your opponent? That's what you've got to think about, right, Pete, in those big moments?
Yeah, it's trained to win, and it's, you know, there's no golden wand.
But I think, you know, unless you've been in these big situations, which these two have, it's very easy to be overwhelmed by the moment, isn't it? But these two have to keep heading towards the sun in their minds and keep repeating, you know, I'm good enough to do this because this and this are my strengths. You have a good serve and a good backhand return, and just keep dwelling on the positives under pressure. Easy to say, difficult to do. It needs training.
Hit back behind the player again. That's a trait that they're all good at. As you turn the chair, you watch, he's just hit this back behind Peifer, and you know that's the hardest shot, to get back behind you. Keep the chair moving, keep it spinning, keep it turning. 3 more game points to go 4-love. When go 4-love, you've almost got to say he's cracked it for this set.
Brilliance from Kunieda. And he's now tormenting his opponent with just some brilliant tennis. He's really getting it together. And, well, what a outstanding lead that he now has. And just to remind those of you just joining us, this is the first of the men's singles semi-finals here from the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. Nicolas Peifer, the third seed, trailing love 4 and a set now. The opening set took 55 minutes, 7 games to 5. And the last 4 games have whizzed away in just 10 minutes. Kunieda really in the driving seat of this one now.
Love 30.
Just when you're looking for attitude and application, now I'm not doubting the temperament and the mental qualities of this man, but he's almost over-pressing, isn't he? Without a doubt, he wants the win. Brilliance, though. So you've got the sort of unravelling of the Frenchman's game simultaneously combined with Kunieda playing some brilliant ball. 3 more break points for a 5-love lead here.
That was a great return, but he's done it again. He's taken the time away. First bounce. You know, he's so far into the past the baseline, coming up to the service line when he's hitting those returns that Pfeiffer's got no chance to do anything with his return. And that's what Shingo's very good at, making sure he keeps applying the pressure. He's...
It was such a great turnaround from a perilous position at 2-5 in the opening set, but now it seems all plain sailing for the top seed in what has turned out to be a good match from the off, but now suddenly a lopsided affair.
Well, I think we were all trenched in for a 3-setter here, and it's been turned round, as you say. Shingo Kunieda's now 7-5, 5-love, and cruising. So, you know, has the pressure come off Peifer now? Can he just release and relax and go start hitting out?
Kunieda, the man that came into this tournament unbeaten in 76 matches, had a loss earlier this week, but now is really looking good. He's going to come out and serve for the match and a place in this year's final.
I think he'll forgive that one loss. I don't think he'll mind if he can get into the final, and as soon as this match is finished, he can go and have a rub down, a shower, and have a good old sleep and rest for tomorrow. You know, busy day tomorrow.
Out. 15-love.
Timely ace from Kunieda. Just 2 points away then for a berth in this year's final.
$30-15.
Brilliant from Peifer. Is it too little too late? A very spirited shot, that one, though. Is this the start of the comeback?
Well, that's how he does play. I mean, he's nothing to lose, has he, there? But that actually is his forehand, the power and the pace and the placement. Fantastic. You know, he's just got to play like that all the time. Just relax. And I was going to say, you know, come down and watch. Loads of tickets available. But I might have to just check that, but... You know, come and watch wheelchair tennis live, because you see the power and the pace. It's fantastic. So if you've got some time over the weekend, find out and come down and see us.
Match point then for Kunieda, top seed.
Game, set and match, Kunieda.
Kunieda through
to
them.
love, 7-5, 6 love.
7-5, 6 love. Just over an hour it took him. He was 2-5 down in the opening set, but he responded as champions do. Didn't concede another game that set, hardly. And look at that, he's through in straight sets for a place in this year's final. He will await the winner of our third match today against Joachim Gerard, a man that he lost to earlier in the week, and Stephane Houdet. They'll be up third. But, just taking some deserved adulation then, the victor and the vanquished out here.
Well, I think
wonderful arena.
I think you can see that, you know, it's a semi-final. It means a lot, and that's the trouble. You know, there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of, and that affects the elbow.
So Kunieda safely through then, just over an hour. He's delighted with that, and again, another win. He takes his head-to-head 23 wins to just 1 loss against his opponent today, Nicolas Peifer, who played his part, but it's certainly the top seed comes through safely for the final. Don't go anywhere. We'll be bringing you our second semi-final of today of 4 matches on offer. It's a women's semi-final. The first up is the top seed and the second seed, Jiske Griffioen, against Aniek. That'll be approximately 5 minutes from now, so don't go anywhere.
Well, ladies and young boys and girls, still more action to come on court here at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. Next up is our women's semi-final. Jiske Griffioen taking on Aniek Koot. That coming up your way very, very shortly. Remember, if you do fancy a bite to eat or drink, you can get that in the marquee just outside. And that's also where you'll find our activity zone. But as the players leave the court, ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation to Nicolas Peifer and Shingo Kunieda. Jim on court now, coming your on-court officials and your chair umpire for this next semi-final. Your chair umpire for this match is Sue Baker. And your ball crew for this match are from Leytonstone.
Okay, welcome back to our second match of the day, our first of the women's semi-finals action. Second match between Jiske Griffioen and Aniek van Houdet. Our players are ready, so without further ado, let's hear from our MC, Michael Kern, to bring out the players.
Time now for our first women's semi-final here at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. Please welcome onto court Jiske Griffioen from the Netherlands. And her opponent for this match, also from the Netherlands. Please welcome Aniek van Koot.
Aniek van Houdet with the headphones on then, the lefty and defending champion. This is a repeat of last year's final as well as the first match that we just brought you between Kunieda and Peifer. So we're really in for a treat. And I can tell you that I'm delighted to be joined by a current player ranked off her career high of 10th in the world. She has 13 women's singles titles and 41 women's doubles. It's Lou Hunt from Wiltshire. Welcome along, Louise.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here.
Should be a cracking match, this one, shouldn't it? Really looking forward to this. Of course, we've got the current world number one, Jiske Griffioen, and Aniek van Houdet, the lefty and defending champion, the 1 and 2 in the world. Remarkable. There's Aniek. She's won 31 matches this year in 2015, only lost 10. She's the defending Masters champion, came from a set down to win both her semi against Brit Jourdain Wiley last year and in the final as well, set down against this opponent today, Jiske Griffioen. It's a really tough ask for her. But she's the 2013 Australian Open champion, is Aniek, and the US Open champion as well. 2015 runner-up as well. Turning our attention to her opponent then, the world number one, 30 years old, 5 years her senior. Win-loss ratio this year, 28 wins, only 5 losses. She won the 2012 NEC Masters as well as the 2013, and she was runner-up last year. So she's always at the business end of these events, the world number one, as you'd expect. And she's had the best season of her career so far. Won the first 2 majors of the year consecutively, reaching world number one for the first time in June, and picked up 4 singles titles throughout the year. Australian Open, French Open champion, Wimbledon doubles, so women's doubles in the French Open as well, and US Open. What a year she's had. But she's up against it today against her compatriot, the lefty. Second seed off of her career high ranking of 2. She was the 2015 French Open runner-up, was Aniek, and won the Golden Grand Slam in women's doubles with her opponent today. They did that together back in 2012. All these stats, Louise, what do you make of it?
I know, it's amazing really. They've both had an incredible year, and I think even this week's been really interesting how it's panned out. And it's strange having the repeat of the final in the semis, so it's always a bit of an interesting mix. So it'll be good to see what happens. And again, doubles partners facing each other is always an interesting one as well, I think.
It's a tough dynamic, that, Louise, isn't it? Really, really tricky, because they're probably very, very good mates, I'm sure. You know, doubles partners, they've been through it together. And here they are, either sides of the net. But it's about putting the friendship aside, and business awaits with the stern game face on, both of them.
I think it's one of those things where, you know, we all have to face it throughout the year. You always end up playing with each other, against each other. You kind of get used to it, but it can be a strange thing to put aside. I know when I play my doubles partner, I know her inside out. I know what makes her tick. I know her strengths, her weaknesses. You almost know them better than anybody else, which can quite often be a benefit, but sometimes can make you maybe overthink it slightly.
And what's it all about in the warm-up then? Is it about moving the chair around as much as you can, quite aggressively, just to sort of blow the cobwebs out and just get loose?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things. People aim to get different things out of a warm-up. I mean, for most of us, I know especially for me, like you say, getting yourself warm, getting your eye in, get a feel for the court surrounding, how many people are watching. So yeah, I think people try and get out of it what they each individually like. But for me in particular, it's just about getting warm, get my eye in, make sure I feel ready. There's all that banter normally among the men going, oh, I won the warm-up, but...
Yes, doesn't count for anything, does it? It's all about getting the scoreboard reeling. And of course, that's something that Shingo Kunieda was really wrestling with Louise in his opening match. That was a real strange, struggling start from him. But credit has to be given to Nicolas Peifer, who came out with a sparkling start in that one. Still, that match has been put to bed. We're turning our attentions to this second semi-final of 4 today that we're bringing you between the top and the second seeds. As I said at the top of the programme, this is a repeat of the 2014 final last year. That's who we're watching, just confirmation on the graphic at the bottom of the screen. Following this, we'll be bringing you Joachim Gerard of Belgium up against Stephane Houdet in our second men's semi-final. Then the second of the women's semis between Sabine Ellerbrock of Germany. Delightful character she is. We were eating alongside her at the restaurant last night, myself and Peter. And Marjolein Buis, also of the Netherlands. Our umpire today, Sue Baker from Great Britain. A lady of vast experience.
I think she's been on the tour for as long as maybe nearly I have, actually.
Yeah,
I remember her from when I was a junior, which is, it's always nice to see familiar faces.
No, she's one of those people that's always at the venue, reassuringly. She was the first person I saw as I came into the building yesterday.
A real part of the wheelchair tennis family, I think.
Yeah. And it really is a warm embrace as well. Lovely community, the wheelchair tennis community. I've been personally welcomed very nicely. Lovely crowd.
Yeah, it is an amazing thing to be a part of. I mean, quite often people say, oh, do you miss home and when you travel? And like, of course I do, but you almost have another family when you're on the tour. You spend so much time together, and that includes the referees, ball kids, all sorts. You just get to know everybody, and it's actually a really amazing thing because although it all gets put aside when you're on the court, it's nice when you're travelling to actually have some companionship and some company, really.
I think you've worded that so spot on. It's very competitive in the arena, isn't it? But then, of course, at the end of it, you shake hands, you get on with it, and as you say, you're one big family, and you're just all doing the best you can. People can see the bigger picture, which is so important. Of course, these players have been through some sort of personal tragedy, obviously, you know. But one thing about sport, and I say this as well, I think it's so important to give our children of today 1 or 2 sports to move into adulthood with, knowing how much sport has given us that ability just to get out and thrash the ball around on a tennis court at any level. You know, it's just so refreshing, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think one of the things for a lot of disabled athletes, it's about the competitive side, it's about those other things. But like you said, quite often there's been a journey there or a story there. And the sport can sometimes be a sense of relief or overcoming a barrier. And that's certainly something that a lot of us are doing when we're competing. But once you're on the court, it's all about winning.
It is. But it's, to me as well, it's a game of expression, isn't it? It's almost like an artist with a blank canvas. It's sort of the way that you can feel good and just let the paintbrush go and just enjoy yourself out on court. That's metaphorically speaking, of course. But no, it really is a terrific game to get embroiled with. It really is fun. Something that certainly I endorse to my kids. So just undergoing the last few minutes of the warm-up then. It's a bit like last-minute exam revision, isn't it? A few serves. But these two familiar foes, they've met, what is it, 30... This is their 33rd meeting between these two. And Jiske Griffioen leads 20-12 in the head-to-head showings. So it's their very familiar foes, these two. And incidentally, in their last match, it was Aniek van Hout that won in the Open de la Baie de Somme in France on a hard indoor court in 2015 in an ITF 1 event, 6-4, 6-3. But Jiske won the 4 appearances against this opponent prior to that. So just building up then to our first of the women's semi-final. It's going to be interesting to see mentally how they start. Of course, Louise, it's all about that start, isn't it? Getting the scoreboard reeling from the off.
Yeah, certainly an advantage when you can get off to a good start. But I always think wheelchair tennis is quite interesting because you see over and over again, you see that quick lead. And then these comebacks happen all the time. And it's quite a unique thing, I think, in our sport. I don't know if that's a more mental thing, but you seem to see it happen over and over again.
Yeah, I wonder why that is. Is it that we're not quite as experienced as front running, or is it trickier because you're trying to manoeuvre the chair around? It's fascinating to me that the momentum shifts, and it makes for great viewing.
No, it absolutely does, and I think this is the thing. Like, I mean, I've seen matches where someone's been 5-love down and still come back and won that set or won the match from that score, and I think that's one reason why I personally love tennis, is because it really isn't over until the last ball is hit. You know, there's always something to play for, like never give up, and I think that's something we see over and over again. But again, it's all about momentum swings. The amount of time someone starts off great and then you see a real switch, and it makes for interesting viewing, though, doesn't it?
Very much, very much. So the world's current top 3 in the women's singles rankings are all previous champions of this event, the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. That's what we're watching. Big prize money up for grabs in this year-end finale.
Jiske Griffioen to serve first set.
So top seed and last year's runner-up to get us underway. Jiske Griffioen from the Netherlands in the first of this women's semi-finals.
Seats quickly, please.
Just a few late arrivals taking to their seats.
Wait, please. Out. 15 love.
Louise, are there any particular patterns of play that we've got to look out for from the top seed here?
Yeah, I mean, you'll particularly see her try and go back behind the player or target one corner, then hip to space. Quite a common tactic amongst most of the players.
Oh! 15 all.
Tense start
30.
from both, frankly. Just yet to sort of find their stride.
30 all.
So this tournament, then hosted by the Tennis Foundation, features the world's best male and female wheelchair and quad players and Paralympic medal hopes for Rio 2016. That's what it's all about. Battling it out for Rio next year.
(40-30).
That was a really good example there of Jiske going back behind the player and then having that space to hit into.
So much power behind that Van Hout forehand lefty return there. She got a lot of momentum with the chair, and that one, didn't she? Took it nice and early as well.
Advantage, Miss Griffioen.
Game point then. The Griffioen.
Deuce.
It's a great return from Aniek there. I think that was right on the sweet spot, as they say.
Yeah, flew to its mark pretty quickly, that one. Hit very assertively. Back to Jiske we go then. Battling for supremacy in the opening game.
Out. Advantage, Miss Griffioen.
It's been a scrappy game, the start here, uncharacteristically. Probably testament to the fact that we've got televised coverage, a bit nervous maybe. But these players will be familiar with that.
First game.
Well, and I think, you know, it's the end of the year. There's a lot of different pressures on this event. Being the last, I know certainly I had a tournament last week, and you have that real thing in your head of, I want to end the year on a high. You know, you have that kind of feeling. But also the event that's put on here, they've made it, it's so brilliant. The setup's great. The interest is there. Like you say, there's a TV coverage. So there's a lot of external pressures, which we do have in wheelchair tennis, but not as regularly as perhaps a able-bodied game.
Aniek van Houdet serving, trailing love 1.
Love 15.
So all 4 British players, of course, Gordon Reid, Jordan Wiley, Lucy Schuker, Andy Lapthorne, went into the final round of round-robin matches with a chance of televised knockout semi-final stages. Reid's percentage of games won, he lost out by 0.1%. What a rough day for home fans, and particularly Gordon there. And of course,
Love 30.
poor Jordan with 7 match points went down. But
It's been such a close week for all these players. I just think the results have made it actually really interesting, and it's amazing to see how close that everybody is now. But obviously, such a disappointment when you're losing out by the smallest amount. You know, Jordan actually won the same amount of matches in the pool ones as some of the girls in the semi-finals, and it's just that tough thing of count back. She just got unlucky, unfortunately.
yeah, lost out by 3 games. It's cruel, isn't it? So the round-robin
So
format,
tough.
quite forgiving in a way, but also can come back to haunt you, can't it?
I mean, I don't remember there being another Masters like this when it's been that tight of count back, so...
$15, 40.
There's Jordan on the other court, having practice. A match, beg your pardon, what am I saying? Yeah, she's playing against Kamiji of Japan. For the
Her
women's
doubles partner as well. They're all playing their doubles partners today.
5th and 6th spot they're playing off for
Griffioen
there.
leads by 2 games to love.
There she is again. Shoulder taped up today. I can tell you that Jordan is 6-4 up and 6-5 up in the second set as
15.
well. So things looking good for the Brit over there on court 1.
Out.
Well, things really going the way of the top seed here. Griffioen in complete control at the moment. Van Houdet yet to get her scoreboard reeling.
And Jiske looking very relaxed now, I think. After that first game, she seems to have really settled.
Out.
She's ripping that slice like she normally does, so that's a good sign to know if Jiske's feeling relaxed, because she can really nail that slice. It's definitely her favourite shot.
Out. Game, Miss Griffioen.
Well, another powerful
Griffioen
lefty
leads by
forehand
3
returns,
games to love.
spills long, and it's Jiske Griffioen who goes 3 love to the good with a really strong start. And it's interesting the stranglehold that the Dutch have had over wheelchair tennis. So many legends like Robin Amelaan and Esther Vergeer over the years. And yeah, I was talking last night to the coach of Sabine Ellerbrock in the restaurant, and he was saying, a Dutchman whose name escapes me, but he was saying how there's just such a sense of community. It's such a small country, and that, you know, if you get injuries and problems, the social security is so good at getting a wheelchair to you for rehab and stuff. And of course, they're the first European nation to take on the sport. And this event was hosted for 16 years over there as well.
Yeah, it was. And I just think with the Netherlands, you know, they've had an amazing setup for years. And I think, like you say, the history of the sport being there is a huge bonus for them. And again, like you say, they have an amazing system in place. So if you get injured or you're born with a disability, immediately the encouragement and support is there to get you into a sport. But I will say that I do really feel like we are certainly on a level par with them now, with an amazing system, and we've caught up, I feel.
Courtesy of Tennis Foundation. Here's Aniek van Hout trailing love 3.
Out. 15 love.
Of course, all players desperate to avoid the dreaded bagel, the 6-love set. Aniek will be so keen to get a game on the board and get going, so to speak.
Love.
You're in the company of Paul Hand and Louise Hunt, taking you through this first women's semi-final from the Wheelchair Tennis Masters. Great to have you along. Do stay with us for the day. We've got 4 semi-final matches that we're bringing you throughout. And coverage tomorrow begins at 1 p.m. local time for the finals. You can catch action from the quads event as well tomorrow.
40-15.
Off forehand return, very effective there, catching the inside of the tennis ball. Despite the spirited dig from Aniek, yet to put a lid on the game.
I think a little bit slow off the mark on that shot there. She looked a bit still at the back, and that's the important thing with tennis. You've got to keep your chair moving, otherwise you can take a ball late like that and either make a mistake or give your opponent the opportunity to take the ball early.
Game.
Well, straining every sinew, Griffioen, but to no avail in the end. Aniek van Hout, to her delight with a fist pump, is on the scoreboard, up and running. She's trailing 1-3 opening set, but all to play for.
I think we saw a little smile there as well, which was quite nice.
Players, please.
A lot of pressure on her, isn't there, having won this event last year here in this happy hunting ground as well. So, you know, it's good to see her settle, and hopefully this match will bubble up and live up to its billing.
15 love. Love.
Nice timing for a big serve.
Oh, wonderful forehand winner from
13-15.
Aniek van Hout there, off of the heavy oncoming backhand slice. Well, sadly, the
30-all.
counter shot from Griffioen there was just too low, wasn't it? Needs to get that shot to neutralise a lot higher to get back into the point. Left an easy picking from the lefty's forehand. 30-all then. Slight glimmer of opportunity for the left-hander, Aniek. Brilliant response.
Can't argue with that too much, can you?
So
Just shows the importance of the serve. If you can set up the point with your serve, the space is there, and the returner hasn't got time to recover and get back to the other side. So, amazing setup.
brilliant forehand from Van Hout to seal the point there. But nicely blended attack off the forehand side, and a little smile for her coach in the crowd, you'd imagine. Big moment, this.
Advantage,
it's a real
Miss Van Hout.
pivotal point in the match, isn't it? Either Griffioen sort of extends her lead to 4-1, or Van Hout is going to, you know, sustain momentum, get back to 2-3, and it becomes a really tight set.
Game, Miss Van Hout.
And there's the difference there. So serve straight onto the comfort zone of your opponent. That's the return that you can expect to get back.
Miss
So
Griffioen leads by
just saw a couple of
3
examples there
games
where
to 2.
how important that setup is for the point. Aniek certainly seems a lot more relaxed now, and she seems to be settling to her patterns a lot. You saw a lot there of her being a lot more patient, targeting one corner, waiting for the right ball, and I think, was it 100% record there on choosing the right one? I think she won the point every time once she'd pinned Jiske in one corner and then hit to the space.
Very well-spirited return game. She breaks back immediately then. We're back on serve, trailing 2-3, the lady in your picture now, in the opening set of this first of our women's semi-finals. It's been an interesting start, particularly from this lady, defending champion. Had a bit of a slow start, but now she's really getting back into it, finding the range on her forehand. And it's, as you said, an interesting contrast in styles with the heavy knife-like slice from this player, Jiske Griffioen, and the big bullying forehand from the lefty of Aniek.
Time.
So, of course, they're so familiar with each other's patterns of play, being doubles partners, good buddies along the tour throughout the years. Last time they played back here was in the final, obviously, and Aniek lost the opening set 3-6, but then turned around the next 2 sets. So it was, they often have very tight tussles.
That was an amazing tournament, really, too, because she actually lost to Jiske in the round matches in 2 sets, and then she came back to beat her in the 3 in the final. So just shows it's always all to play for.
So trailing 2-3, Van Hout, second seed. Now, looking at that, you'd imagine that Jiske would be desperate to get to the backhand of Van Hout, right? To, you know, keeping the ball down low and away from that fearsome forehand, or not so?
Yeah, I mean, I think so a lot of the time, but, you know,
15-all.
it sometimes can just purely depend on the day. Maybe something that she's trying to work on today, or a tactic she's trying to execute, because although you can say that, maybe she's trying to hit that more aggressive shot to the weaker side.
Sometimes I guess you have to go to the forehand to expose the weaker backhand.
Yeah, exactly. So a bit of trial and error, I think. See what's working on the day, see how Aniek handles it.
And that's a really good response to the double fault, isn't it? Player will often shadow swing the perfect serve thereafter to sort of rectify that image in their mind.
30
Seems to have got a little bit tight again, hasn't it? Eased off for a bit, and now a bit like it was at the start of the match.
Yeah, you're right. You do see a lot of momentum swings in wheelchair tennis in particular. It's fascinating. Testament to the fact that it's probably very, very difficult to play,
13-14.
challenging, you know, moving the chair at the same time.
I think it's one of those things, though, you know, we're so used to it, so it becomes sort of second nature. I think it's just making sure you're doing the right movement. So the same with footwork. Are you moving your feet correctly?
Well, there was a backlash. Having lost her own serve, she reasserts her authority here and breaks back
Griffioen leads by
immediately
4
the top
games
seed.
to 2.
Jiske Griffioen with a thunderous forehand finish here to get the immediate break back. She leads 4-2 opening set now. There's a big community outreach program from the Tennis Foundation. 1,500 school children attend the Masters over the 3 days, watching and playing tennis.
I think that's some of them there right now, is it?
I think so.
I think that's something that's really amazing about our country and this event in particular is the Tennis Foundation. They really make it so much more than just the tournament stuff. So they do all these things around it, like what they've done with the local school children. There's so many people involved, which makes it just such a bigger and more interactive event. And of course, the best way to raise the profile for our sport. So.
Well, I personally find it terrific to watch. Really entertaining. Look at that backhand return. Such skill level, the way she knifes that one down the line. Oh,
14,
accuracy.
15.
Brilliant.
Straight back in the hitting zone there, so it was just perfect for her.
Another thunderous forehand from Aniek van Houdet, just to keep Jiske Griffioen in check. Match bubbling up again nicely, going through a good passage of play right now. Point for 5-2 lead for the top seed.
Game is Griffioen.
She's delighted with that service hold. A fist pump from Jiske Griffioen, and she does extend her lead to 3 games here. She's 5-2 to the good opening set.
Yeah, I started to wonder what was going to happen there. Got a little bit close in the middle, but she sort of got her momentum back that she had at the start. So be interesting to see what happens in this next game, if she can hold straight away. Or, like I said, there's always everything to play for. You just never know what's going to happen in this game.
And as we spoke at the top of the programme, it's such a tough dynamic, but one of which these players in particular are very, very au fait with, having to sort of play their friend and doubles partner. As you say, this is their 33rd time they're locked horns, but always makes for compelling viewing. Best 2 players in the women's wheelchair tennis game right now, going toe-to-toe. And at the moment, as according to the script, the top seed 5-2 to the good, just a game away from the first set here.
Big pressure on Aniek here to hold her service game. Something she struggled with in the past, but this year we've really seen her serve come on. She used to get very nervous, so Be good to see what happens now.
It was the telling length of the return from Jiske Griffioen that got Aniek under a lot of pressure there.
Wait, please. Wait, please, wait. Scoring. First serve.
Nice serve and sting.
15 all.
That's a real favoured play, isn't it? I saw that a lot from Gordon Reid yesterday when I was watching that lefty serve that Gordon would employ, dragging the opponent out of the advantage court and then hitting to the space nicely. Right-hander doesn't have that option, but they can do so on the juice court.
Aniek's
13,
certainly
15.
serving well so far. Still looking pretty relaxed, I think, actually. She almost looks more relaxed now than she did a couple of games back, really, when it was closer.
$15.
Well, momentum can shift in a heartbeat in this great game. A moment of luck, a dead net cord moment of inspiration, or a slight lack of concentration, and it can all swing around. But Van Houdet doing a great job here, just holding on and trying to reduce the deficit. It's a must-win game for her.
Out. Game.
Forehand return just spilling long, and there's a nice wry smile on the face
by
of
5 games to 3.
Aniek Van Houdet. A hand aloft apologetically to her opponent.
Yeah, it was a close call, actually. I think it did look like it was going to be back of the line, didn't it? But last minute, you never know till there's a call.
That's what we need next, Lou, don't we? The Hawkeye Challenge system. Wouldn't that liven things up?
I would love that on a personal level, but that would be incredible. You know, maybe that is the next step for wheelchair tennis.
And we've seen how it's turned the regular game. It's just fantastic addition. Really entertaining for the crowd as well to get involved when proceedings go upstairs.
Love 15.
It's interesting when you talk about Hawkeye because the closest we get is playing on clay, so you can get them to check the mark, which I always think is absolutely brilliant. You always wish you could do that on every court. But
Yeah, of course.
it is nice to get those calls clarified.
Yeah. And you have to pay credit, whilst we're on this topic, to the Lions team. They do such a great job, don't they, the Lions judges? It's a thankless task, but they work really, really hard, and they've got to focus for long periods of time.
Love 30.
They are brilliant, and also the ball boys and ball girls. I mean, what a brilliant job they're doing this week. They've been absolutely fantastic.
All drafted in from local schools and trained up. Jordan Wiley had
15.
words of advice
30.
for them as well earlier in the week. She does a great job.
Again, that's why it's just so nice. You know, it's been such an interactive event. They've got to meet some of the players. It just feels like a real kind of almost community event. Everyone's got to know each other. So I hope they've enjoyed it and felt a part of something amazing, hopefully.
Yeah, very much so. It's very apparent, that feel.
$15-40.
Wonderful mix of big bullying forehands and backhand slices from Aniek Van Houdet, and trying desperately to turn this set around in her favour. A couple of break points now.
Great
What is
push from Aniek there, though. Just not
13,
quite enough,
14.
was it? But 10 out of 10 for effort.
That was the one that did the damage, the drop volley from the top draw.
one of Jiske's definite weapons. When you play them in doubles, you know, she comes to the net, you know you might be in trouble. Just so much control on those shots. She's just so calm.
Game. Miss Van
Well, she has a
Hooten.
court presence, but not so in that game. Aniek van Hout
Griffioen
breaks
leads
back
by 5
immediately,
games to
and we're back
4.
on terms, trailing 4-5. Opening set, all to play
Ball
for here.
change, please.
See who can hold their nerve better in this game.
She's got a lovely, happy demeanour on court as well, hasn't she, Aniek? Very, always smiling, having fun, and that's what this sport's all about, isn't it? You've got to enjoy your job. You know, this is what you do day in, day out, the training and the competing. And it was interesting, the Bryan brothers were interviewed not long ago, and they were suggesting that it's all about having fun in the sport. You've got to love the travelling, you've got to love the tour, you've got to love the people, and that keeps you in the game because you just want to re-engage with the community. And of course, nothing worse than those hard, crushing losses, but you've got to bounce back, and that's what makes you a stronger person as well as a player, because life is all about dealing with setbacks. We all know that, but this is where tennis is so synonymous with life.
I think the thing is, you spend an awful lot of time training. You know, the travelling's tough, and it's tough for anybody, you know, but for us, we have to deal with a lot of things like chairs being broken, chairs being lost, things like that. The travelling side of things can be really tough on your body, equipment, on everything. So it's really important you enjoy this part, because that almost is what makes it all worthwhile, you might say.
It's the icing on the cake, isn't it?
It certainly is. But it's really nice to see Aniek enjoying her game.
So trailing 4-5 opening set. Van Hout, far end.
Out. 15 long.
She's doing such a great job staying in touch with Griffioen here. Keeping the momentum reeling. That's what it's all about.
Out. 15 all.
So it's fairly apparent that it's just like able-bodied tennis, where players are just trying to be deadly accurate, hitting towards the lines or the spaces in the court, and it's all about length of shot as well, to keep your opponent pinned back, particularly on this fast surface.
$30-15.
Found the pass.
That must have clung to the line, that one. I'd like to see a Hawkeye on that.
Yeah, I know, I was thinking the same, Lou. Beautifully steered down the line, lands plumb on.
Net, first service.
That puts her 2 points from 5 all. Great use of the court there from the top seed.
30 all.
She wants this set badly.
She's just so comfortable, just inside the court. Just see, that's the zone that she absolutely loves. Like I say, when I see her go there and I play her, I'd be lying if I said I didn't panic a little bit.
She carries a sense of calm, doesn't she? She's got a big court presence, top seed.
Yeah, she really has.
40-30.
A wonderful response to a challenging situation. So, point for 5 all here for the second seed, Van Hout.
Deuce. Advantage, Miss Van Koot.
Well, she's many people's tip for the title, rightly. The defending champion, this player in picture. And here she is on the cusp of levelling up, having trailed 2-5. Didn't do enough with the forehand and got burnt.
Just needed that tiny bit more. It wasn't much in it, was it?
It's just a little bit short, wasn't it? Right through the belly of the court.
Out.
It's immaculate defence from Griffioen there. Really did well on the stretch on that wide backhand to control the racket head on end range. And this generates set point.
Net for service.
Calmly taken.
Yeah, Jiske trying to put a little bit of pressure on there coming into the net. She knew she was in trouble, but...
It was a bit of a bluff.
Yeah, but Aniek just managed to stay calm on it. She doesn't look affected by it at all. Didn't take her eye off the ball.
Advantage, Miss Van Koot.
So, very big game in the overall context of this set and match as a consequence. And now it's a point for 5-all again for Van Houdet here. Brilliant. Got the short response she wanted. A nice emphatic put away off the forehand side. Both players fighting tooth and nail for supremacy in this opening set.
Jiske seems to be loving that spot today, doesn't she? That inside-out forehand. And Aniek just doesn't seem to be covering it that well. And there's that forehand that she was looking for the last couple of returns from that side.
Yeah, she's mixed it up really well off the forehand in particular, hasn't she? And then coupled that with the really effective slice. Second set point then for the top seed.
Deuce.
No one's going to give it away lightly, are they?
You can almost see the pivot, the fulcrum underneath this game, can't you, visually in your mind's eye? It's so important. And these games so cruel if you lose them, but so good if you can get them going your way.
Net. First service.
Great back behind. So, third point for 5-all for Van Houdet.
Out. Deuce.
Well, she knew as soon as she made contact that one was spilling well over the baseline. You could hear a little shriek of disapproval. Back to deuce we go.
Advantage, Miss Griffioen.
A couple of unforced errors then. And it's the third set point opportunity for Jiske Griffioen. Telling return then seals the game and the set.
First set, Miss Griffioen.
Wonderful first set from the top seed. seals it 6-4 in timely fashion, with a really strong surge at the end of that game, coupled with a couple of unforced errors off of Van Hoot. She'll be delighted, though. She's a set to the good.
Credit to Aniek in that game, though. I mean, she was holding her serve really well. She was still committing to it. Jiske just managed to turn around those returns, didn't she?
Something that's interesting for me, Louise, is these guys have played each other so much because they're, you know, top 2 players in the world right now and very familiar as compatriots and friends and doubles partners. Do they bring a completely different pattern of play to it that they haven't exposed or shown before, simply because they're so familiar with each other? So it's almost like you want to go with your strength plays, but at the same time it's all been seen before, so it's kind of like it makes for good tennis because they kind of know what's happening.
I think it's one of those things where, I mean, there's only so many things you can do on a tennis court, but it's one of those things in that it doesn't really matter in a way if your opponent knows what you're tactically trying to do, because if you execute it well enough, it doesn't matter if they're there or not. Like you've seen in this match quite a few times, they've been turning to go back behind because they know the ball's going there, but the ball is strong enough and good enough, deep enough, that it doesn't really matter. So I think if you're executing your plan strong, it doesn't really matter in a sense if they already know what you're going to do.
And that's the thing with tennis, isn't it? You get players going out day on day, cross-court forehands, cross-court backhands, just trying to hit. I mean, one of the big performance drills from the LTA, of course, for players is to try and get as many consecutive rising balls above their opponent's baseline as they can in a row, you know. And that's a really tough drill to do because, of course, that keeps you really on the back foot and as an opponent of that. And he Lapthorns out against Itai Erenlib in the quads event.
And I think when we're referring to the rising balls over the baseline, obviously it's amazing at able-bodied tennis, but with the wheelchair game, in terms of movement, putting you back, because obviously with those balls kicking up, it's in a very uncomfortable position. And if we're honest, in terms of the variety of disabilities, tactically that's quite a good shot to hit because it reduces your balance, can make it uncomfortable, which then means that you're stuck back at the court. It opens up the spaces. So in terms of rising balls over the baseline, I think we all have that drilled into us on a regular basis, but it works.
Is that Louis Kaya, wasn't it? Probably endorsing that one of the Canadians that came over a long time ago, and he really has turned British tennis around from the top, and hence a big stalwart in the side of the Davis Cup team. There was Jiske Griffioen, who has just had that still-eyed gaze as she was on the changeover, a look of a lady very, very focused. She wants this badly, you can tell. She's a set up, and she's going to come out and serve at the start of the second set.
Second set, Ms. Griffioen to serve.
She looks like a woman on a mission.
Love.
Great stretch on the volley.
She's certainly coming out with a bang in this second set, isn't she?
Love.
You can see her confidence has just gone through the roof now. That volley. Again, she's spot on. She loves those ones.
Yeah, she's intent on keeping the pressure on, that's for sure. Just a little jammed up in the body there. Couldn't release the racket tip as a consequence.
It's that ball that kicks right up. So you could just see then it was just a good example of how uncomfortable and difficult it is to hit a nice shot off of it. Try and push your opponent into the back fence.
$14-15.
Wonderful serve. First ace of the match, I think.
Yeah, I think it was actually.
Game is
Very
Griffioen.
comfortable
First
game there for
game,
Jiske.
second set.
Yeah, strong hold then to love in the opening service game of the second set. Jiske Griffioen just extending her lead with a really big statement of intent there. She looks very, very pumped and focused.
Trying to make sure, I think, that we don't have a repeat of the first set. I think maybe a little bit of complacency when she went 5-2 up, so I'm sure she doesn't want to let it get that close again.
What's it all about then? Is it about keeping the energy and keeping the chair moving, this kind of situation, to keep that momentum? Or is it just focus?
I think like with the majority, if not all sports, it's the combination of getting the physical aspects right and the mental side right too. But, you know, they always say if you've got the mental side sorted, the rest should hopefully come.
First service.
But certainly focus is a huge, huge part of it. Don't let your mind wander. Oh,
30
another
love.
ace.
Sharp serving all round.
Thirty, 15.
Brilliant angle off the backhand. Kind of came around the
14, 15.
outside of the ball and it veered away from Griffioen. He was desperate to chase it down. So 2 points to level up here.
$40-30.
That serve just drifted out a little bit too far onto Jiske's forehand there.
Deuce.
Just to talk you through the quality of fare on offer here, this is a repeat of the French Open Roland Garros final earlier this year. The best two players currently going head-to-head. It's a little bit of a Maria Sharapova moment there, isn't it? Turning your back on your opponent, stepping off stage.
Advantage, Miss Griffioen.
She's just given it far too comfortable for Jiske on that deuce side at the moment. I think that's been 3 winners, is it, off the return on the deuce side?
Yeah. Immediate break point then for Griffioen.
Deuce.
Back behind was the best option. Well struck from Van Hout in response. It's a tightly contested opening service game of Van Hout here. We saw this kind of lengthy game towards the back end of that opening set where she was trailing 4-5, couldn't convert.
Advantage, Miss Van Koot.
3 game point opportunities back then. This is another big moment here because having lost that first set on that big game, really, this is again pivotal.
Out game, Miss Van Koot.
And who holds on
One
then?
game all, second set.
Levels up.
Bit of of a frame there, I think. She wasn't happy about that.
She's famous. Funny, a little bit of frustration vented from Van Hout as well.
Out. 15 all.
Wonderful looping wide forehand.
15-30.
It's a great angle. If you can break the tram line in the singles game, it's a tough, tough ball for your opponent to get.
Another thunderous return from the forehand of Aniek.
15-40.
Really got the chair momentum as well behind, telling length.
And you can see there, Jiske knew where it was going. She was already moving there, but the shot was just so good. It didn't really matter.
2 break points. Oh, what a wonderful back behind response there from Jiske Griffioen. Oh, she's got out of jail there with a wonderfully accurate slice backhand.
I think Aniek might have thought that was going out. It was definitely very close. Bang on the line.
She's several ways to pick a lock. Oh, that one just spilling wide. So another breakpoint opportunity for Van Hout to get ahead for the first time in this match.
Deuce.
Aniek returning solidly up until that point. Maybe a bit of pressure. Getting the best of her.
I guess she knows she needs to bring her best. It's as simple as that. Nothing less will do against an opponent of such credibility.
Advantage, Ms. Van Koot.
So a smile and a bit of gibbering to herself. Big opportunity again just to get her nose in front for the first time in the match. Needs to make this count.
Deuce.
And again denied by a telling first serve from Griffioen, but you felt that that was a makeable one.
I think so. Again, I think it's just a bit of nerves creeping in. You know, the points from that side, they almost feel that a little bit more harder to win.
Out. Advantage, Ms. Van Koot.
That's one thing that you notice with Shingo Kunieda, that sort of cometh the hour, cometh the man. You know, on the big points, he was there much more often than not, and it was really quite apparent how he has the will and just summon his best at that time.
Game, Miss Van Koot.
Just when you thought Griffioen was back into the point, hoisting up that defensive lob, she got what she wanted, but missed the
Miss Van Koot leads by 2 games to
short
1.
backhand.
Second set.
So, Aniek van Hout ahead for the first time out here. She'll be delighted with that. And needs to now try and extend her lead. Changing the balls team.
We can see on the practice court there, the other women's semi-final players, they're warming up, getting ready to go. So again, it'll be another amazing match, I think.
Sabine Ellerbrock of Germany against Marjolein Buis of the Netherlands. There she is.
Marjolein, who just before we came in here, brought me a nice big bag of chocolates, bless her.
Oh, how nice is that?
Yeah,
You're gonna
she
share them with me.
Well, I wondered. I thought I might bring them in later for you. You know.
Kidding. We haven't eaten yet, have we?
I know. I'll bring them in later. We'll make it worthwhile.
Had a meal with Peter last night,
Time.
and we were in this restaurant. We got in there about 6 and didn't leave till about 9. And I think they wanted our table really badly, but we just would not stop gibbering.
And they say
all
it's women
night.
who talk.
Oh,
I don't
honestly,
know.
you should have seen us.
Peter, he's certainly got some good conversation.
Oh,
so
hasn't he just, yeah, lovely fellow.
don't tell him I said that.
You won't shut him up. So Jiske Griffioen facing a different look now. This player, Aniek van Hout, 2-1 up, second set, but trailing a set.
Fifteen off.
I think momentum swings have just about switched now.
Fifteen all.
Might have spoke too soon though, based on that return. That's pretty special.
Commentator's curse, Lou, you know the rules.
I know.
Wonderful point from both, but a particularly good finish from the
13,
might
15.
of the lefty. Good length from both here as well, keeping each other pinned back on beyond the baseline.
Aniek certainly taking charge in this
14,
game.
15. Game, Miss Van Koot.
Well, you could see the idea of the drop shot from Griffioen, but to no
Miss Van
avail.
Koot leads by 3 games to 1.
Van Hout extends her lead and is desperate to do what she did this time last year and turn this one around, having conceded the opening set.
Love 15. Fifteen all.
Third ace of the match.
Out.
Oh, didn't miss by much.
30,
A
50.
bit unfortunate there because she was doing a really good job at keeping her back and back. You could even see with the camera angle how far back she had to go just for us to see her, which is ideal in wheelchair tennis, but just unfortunately missed that, the most important ball.
All.
Pre-match sort of preparation with your coach is so vital at this stage, to sort of have a clear mind and just trust the tactic, and as you said, Louise, just execute.
Net, first service.
Big passage of play this right now in the belly of the set here. Very important for both.
Out. 40, 30.
And another forehand just spills a foot or so beyond the baseline, giving Griffioen a chance now to get back into this set here.
It seems like Aniek's forehand's been all or nothing really this match, hasn't it? It's either been almost like an outright winner, or we've just seen those slight frames that have gone that just bit too long.
And there's
Hey, there's Griffioen.
brilliant forehand in all of its glory to seal the game.
3
from
games to 2 seconds.
Griffioen. She trails now 2-3. Stays in touch with Aniek van Hout in the second set. In what looks like it might be a very, very close encounter. This match bubbling up nicely. Taking some sustenance on board, then it's a banana for Griffioen. And just Aniek going for the hydration only. A chance to relax and ponder the tactics and execution. Both women probably know in their minds that it's about them bringing an 8 out of 10 performance to even sort of contest this, really. Delightful to see some fan cam there. They've seen themselves, spotted themselves, the local children.
I'm loving their every road to Rio cheer sticks.
Yes.
There we
Inflatable
go.
clappers.
They're brilliant. They make a mighty noise when they're all
Yeah.
together too, which is brilliant. It's so nice to see young people enjoying our sport, you know, and hopefully they can share that with their friends and just help us spread the word and really engage in disability sport more across the board.
15 love.
Built the point wonderfully, Jiske Griffioen there, just getting Aniek right off the
15
court,
all.
wide of the trams here, and really deep as well. Beautiful passengers of play. There are over 11 million people with a limiting long-term illness. Oh, the knife backhand down the line, wonderfully taken.
Battle of those
15,
two corners
30.
there. Yeah, Jiske loving that spot today.
Sometimes it looks like that ball toss is a little bit too much behind her. Am I right in thinking that, Louise?
Yeah, it certainly does seem to be drifting,
30
just
all.
drifting overhead almost slightly to the left as well.
In able-bodied tennis, you'd want the ball toss in front, obviously, because you drive up from the legs. But in wheelchair tennis, you wouldn't want it behind you, would you? Or
I think
is that exactly what you do?
I think it's one of those things, depending on the serve that you'd like to hit. So if you're going for a topspin serve, obviously you want to be able to generate that kick from behind, but certainly not too far behind. Because you can still, although we haven't got the legs to put through,
30,
to kind
40.
of generate power through, we've still got the body, which you aim to almost throw your body towards the target. So because we haven't got the power from the legs, you've got to use your body as much as possible.
Getting down, well, up through the path of where you want to go, hence being
Exactly.
slightly in front, I'd have thought, but there we are.
So then if it's too far behind, it's almost not
Out.
possible.
You're working against yourself, aren't you?
Deuce.
Well, it's been on the evidence of what we've seen of late. Jiske Griffioen's done a great job in getting Aniek right off the court, you know, off and out of our camera's position. But can she build on all of that good work? Telling return there. Frustration from Aniek.
Advantage, Miss Griffioen.
And it's a break back point for Griffioen, the top seed here. She's a set to the good, and she's trying to get back into this second set.
Game. Miss
Thunderous
Griffioen.
finish from Griffioen. She gets the break with such authority. And she's back in this set,
Three
levels
games
up at 3-all.
She certainly seems to be opening the court a lot more than Aniek today. I find that Aniek's sort of playing almost a long game. She's hitting a lot more winners down the line. Whereas Jiske is certainly crossing the trams a lot, getting her out wide. And really kind of targeting Aniek's movement.
Out. Love 15. Net. The service. Love 30. Love 40.
Well, despite the spirited break back on the Van Hout serve from Griffioen, she's had a bit of a lapse here, coupled with Van Hout playing well. 3 break points for the second seed to get back in the ascendancy.
Game. Miss Van Hout.
By her high standards, that was a poor game for Griffioen.
Miss Van
Cheap
Hout
points
leads by
there,
4 games
given
to
away.
3.
Van Hout breaks then. 4-3 in the ascendancy in the second set, but trailing a set. Delightful news, Louise, of course, that the All England club in the Wimbledon Grand Slam are going to be taking wheelchair singles as well. That's cracking news as well as doubles, isn't it?
Oh, it's so exciting.
Really
I mean,
good.
it was announced this year, and it's just such good progress again for our sport. You know, the other Grand Slams have got it now, so it's just amazing that our country are following in path. And I played Wimbledon for the first time this year. It was my first Grand Slam, and it was just such an amazing event. They were absolutely brilliant. I just can't fault them. So it's so exciting that we can showcase singles as well as our doubles there now. So it should
And of
be
course,
good.
well, the reason as well, I was speaking to Pete a couple of years ago, the reason they didn't have singles, of course, was because they thought the chairs wouldn't be able to get the traction on the grass. But they've obviously done a U-turn on that decision, which is really brilliant.
Absolutely, and it's one of those things where, you know, it's a bit of a bit of trial and error, you might say. We had the doubles event there for a few years, and it was good to do that because we could actually see, yes, this is possible. Yes, we can compete to a high level on this surface. So it's just really nice now that we've moved forward, and now we can showcase all talent in singles and doubles. So
Davis Cup, what a result that was. Andy Murray and his merry men carrying home the trophy. They brought it into the Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre earlier
what a
this
trophy
week.
that is.
I know, it's quite
I
quite
would
something,
love
isn't
that
it?
trophy. Don't know where I'd put it, but I definitely like it.
I think everybody's thinking the same. Brilliant. Judy Murray was down as well earlier in the week, helping out. Such avid supporters of wheelchair tennis. And of course, Gordon Reed was saying that he knows Andy quite well. He was watching his matches at the US Open. Wonderful.
Again, it's the amazing thing, like I was saying, in terms of almost that community thing. We've got so many support from sort of different pockets of different sports, tennis. It's just so nice to have that profile now. But Judy is certainly amazing. She's always taken a keen interest. She came out to watch our World Team Cup, which is the equivalent of the Davis Cup, but for us, when we were in Holland last year. So very grateful for support at that level, really.
Oh, she's lovely. She's a real warmth, isn't she, Judy? Lovely person. I've known her for years.
What a slice that was. Jiske didn't even push. I think she knew she was in trouble there.
It bit through the court as it bounced, slid.
Yeah, this surface I think really suits, well, both their slices actually, just in terms of speed.
30 all.
Perfectly demonstrated there by Jiske's win across court.
(40-30).
Again, the body serve is just so effective with wheelchair tennis because unlike the A-body game who can just sidestep out of the way, you know, our movement has to be quite fluid. And that serve is just so effective.
Must be so tough to contort your body around the chair.
Especially with all the strapping that you have.
Deuce.
Same return again.
That's a very, very close run games over the last 3 or so. So little between these two.
Out. Advantage, Miss Van Hout.
Van Hout then with an opportunity for a 5-3 lead here.
Deuce.
Not seen that much of this from Aniek this match, but the pressure's certainly kicked in there. Such a tight point in the match.
Oh, brilliantly engineered, hitting to all the spaces on the court. The off forehand was the one that did the damage here.
It's impressive how many of those Aniek got back, really. She held in there well.
Deuce.
I'm amazed, Luke, by the agility of these athletes in the chair. It really is something to behold. Straining every sinew to make that extra ball. Covering the court wonderfully.
Net. First service.
All those agility sessions and gym sessions certainly pay off.
Whatever you do, you can't replicate this sense of occasion on a practice court.
What's the return there, hey? I think as well, I'm talking about the movement and the agility of the athletes. You know, a little bit of credit goes towards the chairs that we're in. You know, they come with quite the price tag, but they're certainly very highly engineered to make sure that we can move to that level and that speed. Everyone's unique. You can even tell between these two players the difference in setups depending on their disabilities. It's, you know, set up to suit them. So neither of those chairs would be any good for each other. But some amazing, amazing chairs are coming out now, which are just helping athletes compete to a higher and higher level.
Super light.
Out.
Just couldn't quite get the control on that forehand. Aniek, momentum back with the top seed again. She's just had an immediate break of the Van Hout serve. You never know when they're going to come, do you? But that one was right out the top drawer. She's delighted, smiling from ear to ear.
I love to see a reaction like that.
Oh, she caught too much of the inside of the ball, did Griffioen there, and a little squeal of frustration. She knew as soon as she struck the ball that was spilling into the doubles trans.
Just got stuck trapped, didn't she? And it was just getting closer and closer to her body. Just couldn't get out.
Handcuffed. Good save. Telling length off the backhand down the line from Griffioen there. Levels up. Scoreboard parity. Nothing between them in this set. Delightful forehand return again. It comes in flurries, doesn't it, that forehand? And that was a real stinger.
Jiske's service game just seems to be such a mixed bag. You know, 1 minute it's an incredible serve, struggling to get the return, or it's right on Aniek's hitting zone and it's a winner straight past her. Just don't know what's going to come each time.
Both really wrestling for this title.
Advantage, Miss Van Koot.
This is the big one. Aside from the big 4 pillars of Grand Slam tennis, this is the one that they all want to win. At the business end of this event, women's semi-final.
Deuce.
The pain and frustration that the athletes go through. It's crushing at times, isn't it?
It certainly is.
I tell people tennis is often like your sort of moody partner, if you will, you know. Sometimes you love them, sometimes you hate them.
So accurate. Can't live with it, can't live without it.
Out. Advantage, Miss Van Koot.
It's such a frustrating thing. It's one of those games too where it's all on you. You know, the frustration is all within yourself. And it's just the worst thing when you know you've had that ball in the perfect place and you miss those easy shots. Because the easiest ones are the hardest ones to hit sometimes, which I still can't work out why.
Deuce.
But that's what's great, isn't it? Each of these players, all of these players here, including yourself, of course, Louise, you know, learn to shoulder responsibility. That's what the game and life's all about.
Out. Advantage, Miss Griffioen.
Well, I'm wondering whether it's just slight indication of nerves with the sort of ball toss that's often going awry with Jiske's serve. Still shows game point here.
Deuce.
I just don't know which way this game's going to go.
No, it's like we had this, didn't we, in the opening set as well at this stage, and it was just so pivotal right then as it is now. A little too greedy with the angle there, Aniek. And it's Jiske Griffioen with the upper hand again, a point away from a 5-4 lead.
Will she hold it this time? She's certainly going for big serves.
Return, shooting right through the baseline of the server. And round we go again to Deuce.
Seems like nobody wants it.
Looks like that, doesn't it? But you know for sure they're trying their hearts out. It often looks that way, doesn't it?
Out.
Oh, another brilliant rally.
That point almost seemed like a practice drill. Aniek moving Jiske amazingly from side to side, but you know she was just unbreakable.
Well, apologies for any interruption in your pictures. I'm sure it's something to do with the weather. We've got very, very strong winds outside here. The Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre. Up to 40 miles an hour. Do bear with us, though. Test of character this game.
Aniek taking a different approach, I think, now tactically. She just seems to be really trying to target Jiske's movement, just sending her from side to side, which looks like it's starting to work.
Deuce.
It's a great serve from Jiske there, set up the point from the start. Aniek looks like she knows she maybe shouldn't have missed that one.
Yeah, the pain and anguish of disbelief in missing that regular forehand there. That certainly goes down as an unforced error in her book.
Advantage, Miss Van Koot.
Same for Jiske. Again, it's just those easy ones, those comfortable ones, sometimes a little bit too much time to think about it.
So break point for 5-4 for Van Houdet. Oh, just as it bobbled on the net.
What timing for that to happen. Not that there's ever a good time, but I bet she's secretly a little bit relieved that maybe happened.
Oh, absolutely. And she holds her hand up as a gesture of apology, but you know she'd do it again if she could.
We secretly all would, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Out. Advantage.
You can really see the difference now. They seem to be trading a lot down the middle rather than opening up the court more, so I think that's a bit of a reflection on their nerves.
Wow, that concludes an 11-minute game, and Griffioen delighted to win it. One of those really momentous, pivotal games in the context of the overall match. She's ahead in this set.
leads by 5 games to 4.
Could be a real turning point, I think, here. And you know, Jiske, she's out for a battle any day. She had an incredible match against Jordan Wiley on, I think it was Thursday, winning the third set in the tiebreak, 16-14.
That's right.
It was
Yeah,
quite
it
an epic one. I was sat in traffic in London at the time, and I was actually really pleased about it because I got to watch it. So yeah, it was an amazing match, and it was one of those ones where whoever won deserved it, whoever didn't, you know, you just couldn't help but feel almost terrible for them, really.
Yes, and we were talking to José Wiley yesterday, myself and Peter Norfolk, and she was just devastated at the loss of those 7 match points. Understandably, you know, it's a really tough moment. But, and I think that's one of the reasons why we love this sport so much, is that you have to almost go through that crushing pain at times. But then actually, you know, when you win, it's just so joyous. So it's like a dark day, and then, of course, it makes the wins that you do get so much more enjoyable. But she'll learn from it. We all had that situation.
For both players, they're both going to come out stronger the other side. It's a situation they can both relate to. And, you know, humans are quite evidence-based people, so she knows she can fight, and next time, let's hope she can convert it. But it was an amazing fight from both of them, and I honestly was watching it, and I had no idea where it's going to go.
So for Van Houdet, the lefty at the bottom of your picture here, the second seed really up against it now. It's a must-hold service game if she wants to stay in this tournament. Vying for a place in this year's final. This NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. In the company of Paul Hand and Louise Hunt. Great to have you along. Great rally from both. Long, tenaciously fought rally, that one. Van Houdet just coming out the better in the end.
Seem to be playing the long game a bit more now, though, almost waiting for each other to make a mistake rather than committing to those big shots that they did at the start.
30-50.
She really does wear her heart on her sleeve, that's apparent. brilliant. Just got an injection of pace on that forehand. Couple that with deadly accuracy. And the point was Van Hout's.
There's those shots that we were seeing earlier in the match.
As you said, Louise, all along, it's all about precision. 2 points for 5 all.
40-30.
A little bit rushed there between first and second serve. Didn't seem like she took any time between the two, did it?
Very hurried, uncharacteristically.
Yeah, she seems to have been doing well at taking her time between serves and making sure she's ready, but then she certainly looked very rushed.
Out.
You just saw that she lost the wrist stability on that backhand there and sort of went a little floppy. And she's frustrated with that because, again, that just goes down as an unforced error by her lofty standards, the world number 2.
Jiske just still not changing any expression. She gives away nothing.
Yeah, complete contrast in that regard, isn't it? Very nonplussed.
They really couldn't be any different in that respect. And knowing them both on a personal level, it's similar as well. You know, they just you see a bit of their personality on the court, which is nice though.
Yeah, I
nice.
like that. A window into how they are. And of course, you can't change that on the court. You just go with what you are. You can temper it and rein it in a little, but I'm so familiar with not seeing much from our pro players of today. It's quite refreshing to see Aniek. Good court position from Aniek van Hout. A squeal of delight.
What a hustle from all those balls. She was in the back fence for half of that and she managed to pull it back. So all credit where it's due. That was amazing to regain control on that point.
A terrific turnaround.
Advantage, Miss Griffioen.
Buckles again on a regular backhand to her frustration. She really is showing us all of her emotionality out here on court. And of course for Jiske Griffioen, you would imagine she would be just gaining from this, watching her opponent suffer visually in front of her. It's just what she wants to see. So match point.
Deuce.
Great timing for that serve. Yeah, that is the thing with being an emotional player on court. I mean, maybe it does give too much away to your opponents sometimes, but maybe it can make them overthink too, you know.
Really clever manipulation of the point towards the backhand of the second seed by Griffioen there. And that brings up a second match point opportunity. Canny tactical play. Didn't want to give Van Hout the luxury of a free swinging forehand. She saves another. 2 match points have come and gone now. Beg your pardon, 3 match points.
Advantage, Miss Griffioen.
Now you can see what she thinks of that. but that's given Griffioen her 4th match point opportunity.
Moments like that, I wish I understood Dutch, you know. I would quite like to know what she's saying. Maybe we shouldn't hear what she's saying, I don't know.
Perhaps we could do without that. Oh, bullies another forehand down the line.
Another smile.
She's having a ball out here.
Deuce.
Living on the edge.
They're certainly giving the crowd a good watch, aren't they?
She's clinging onto the edge of the crevice by her fingertips right now. It's Van Hout, you imagine.
Out. Advantage, Miss Van Koot.
I think Jiske's feeling a little bit frustrated now after those. Where were we at now? 3 match
Four.
points? Oh, 4
Four,
match points
yeah.
now. Gosh, I'm getting lost. There's so many.
Out. Game, Miss Van Koot.
Van Hout holds on to her delight and levels up at 5
Ball
all.
change, please.
The saving grace for Jiske Griffioen is that she'll be serving at 5 all
5
with
games
new
all.
balls.
And with a
of
new
course-
hairdo, by the looks of things.
Yes. And of course the new balls with less nap on them will be whizzing through the air that little bit quicker. And on this fast surface, that's quite a telling factor.
Could you take a seat, please? This is not a change of end.
So how's she going to react, the top seed here, with new balls in hand, serving at 5 all second set, having squandered 4 match points. Van Hout still afloat in this first women's semi-final.
15 love.
Body jammer on the serve. Van Hout vents her frustration with frame on the playing surface. Just taking her time out.
Out.
A few wayward shots in that,
40 love.
in those last few points.
Game, Miss Griffioen.
What a turnaround that game was in comparison. Jiske in control the whole way
Griffioen
through.
leads by 6 games to 5.
She reacted really, really well to having squandered 4 match points and showed us just an insight into her character and mental strength, which is very commendable. In the background of the picture there, sorry, behind Jiske Griffioen, we saw Stephane Houdet on the side. He's up next against Joachim Gerard of Belgium. But we've been, there's been a little reaction package that we've put together between these two. Look at the frustrations of tennis. They want it so badly. You can understand that. There's prize money on offer. Completely contrasting body language at the moment between these two. Fascinating to watch.
Yeah, it's
So
amazing. It's really-
animated, isn't she?
Yeah,
Time.
like I say, it's really interesting. You really see their characters come through, and you know, and I think it's interesting too. You know, as a doubles pairing, you can probably see here how they can really benefit each other because they are quite a contrast. So together, they can be a bit of a powerhouse, you might say, as a pair.
Seats quickly, please.
You know, it's quite an emotional event in terms of, like I was saying, it's the end of the year, and you know, for all of us, all these players here being back at Lee Valley, you know, the Paralympics were here, so I think we all have a bit of an emotional connection to this, well, to the whole park, really, I suppose. I know I certainly still get goosebumps when I drive in.
Love 50.
Pearls of
What a
wisdom
return.
from Louise Hunt there. I'm Paul Hand alongside, enjoying your company. Do stay with us. We've got 2 more semi-finals to bring you. The second men's semi final and the second women's thereafter.
Love 30.
So she needs to compose herself now. Big moment this for Aniek van Hout, the second seed serving, trailing love 30. An untimely double fault. She sprays a ball well wide of the court in frustration. 3 more match points for the really mentally strong top seed, last year's runner-up. So that's 5 match points saved now.
15-40.
She's trying to give her a dose of what happened to Jordan Wiley in the earlier match where Griffioen saved 7 match points.
Out. 30-40.
Still, expression doesn't change though. You'd never know that she had match points, would you?
No, she
Huge
doesn't give
pressure
much
on
away.
Aniek right now.
6 match points on a second serve.
Good.
Oh,
Third
shame.
match.
What a
Miss
sad
Griffioen,
way
2
to
sets to love.
fold at the
6-4,
back end of what's been a
7-5.
terrific match. 6-4, 7-5. The top seed, Jiske Griffioen, is through to this year's final. Lovely reaction from both. Good friends and doubles partners. But it's the top seed that came out on top. Delight on her face. She's just showing us a window into her personality at last. She's had the game face on throughout, but that really is nice. A match played in great spirit, Louise.
It's just, I mean, it's such a shame in terms of the way it ended, but you know, they both fought through amazingly well, and it was such brilliant watching, wasn't it, in the end? But what a great semi-final.
And quite extraordinary then that it took Jiske Griffioen 6 match points to come through there. 6-4, 7-5, she's through to this year's final. That'll be tomorrow. It'll be starting at 1 p.m. local time. We will be bringing you our second men's semi-final up next between Joachim Gerard of Belgium and Stephane Houdet, the 4th and 2nd seed respectively, going toe-to-toe. Don't go anywhere. From myself, Paul Hand and Louise Hunt, do join us after the break in about 5 minutes' time.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you enjoyed the video of the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters, please show your appreciation for both of our players, Jiske Griffioen and Koot. Just a reminder, if you fancy a class week or a refreshment, that's all available at the White Mark features outside you. Also, today, get involved, try and support yourself, and come on, tennis out. So, get involved, loads of activities there, activities there. Just remember as well, get involved on social media, why not follow us on Twitter at NEC Masters, tweet your pictures. And of course, put the chances to get autographs throughout the day as well. Don't pick up your programme, make sure you do that. And also get an autograph from us on the main section. Also get the activities there.
Okay, so for our third match upcoming then, Joachim Gerard of Belgium against Stephane Houdet of France, the 4th and 2nd seed respectively. The players are now ready, so let's hear from our MC, Michael Kern, to bring out the players.
Second men's semi-final here at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. Please welcome onto court from Belgium, Joachim Gerard.
The man from Limelet, Belgium, the right-hander, and he's up against Stephane Houdet today of France, 44-year-old Houdet, a man of vast experience. So 27 years old is Joachim, but here comes Houdet, the Frenchman.
And his opponent for this match from France, Stephane Houdet.
Second-ranked player in the world, Stephane Houdet, a man of vast experience, 44 years old. Win-loss ratio this year, 36-12. He came 7th here last year in the Masters, but he won this event in 2011. He was also the runner-up at the US Open earlier this year. He's had a good season. He won 3 singles titles this season, did Houdet, including the British Open and the USTA Championship Super Series crowns. He also finished runner-up to Shingo Kunieda in all 3 Grand Slam finals this year. And he was a Paralympic gold medalist in 2008. And the Parisian that he is, he's a qualified vet actually as well, and father of 4. He was always a promising junior tennis player as a boy, and he was persuaded to take up wheelchair tennis after meeting Dutch football legend Johan Cruyff at a Pro-Am golf tournament where the two were paired together. He's a former world #1 ranked disability golfer, but he's also won all 4 Grand Slam doubles titles with Kunieda. So that's a golden slam in doubles. He's also a winner of the World Team Cup as well, turning our attention to his opponent today, Joachim Gerard. Well, he is the man who upset Shingo Kunieda earlier this week. It was the 2nd match of the main draw, and Gerard won 2-6, 6-2, 7-5. So a fantastic scalp for him when Kunieda had won so many consecutive matches back-to-back. I think it was something like 76, remarkably. But a fantastic win. This man seeded 4th, and he's been as high as 3rd in the world. So Stephane Houdet with the funky chair, something that he's designed himself, and it's personalized so that he can use his upper body more, but he's just getting himself up together and going to take to his chair. And of course the chairs are so individualized and specific to the body makeup of the player, and Houdet just getting himself up together. I'm joined with Peter Norfolk, OBE, the legends alongside me. He's come and kindly got me some refreshments. So good afternoon, Pete. Welcome to our 2nd men's semi-final. Looking forward to this one.
Hi, Paul. Yeah, great. Just really looking forward to this match. Stephane Houdet and Joachim Gerard. This is going to be quite an exciting match. Fast, powerful, strong. And of course, it's a semi. There's a lot of meaning to this.
Yeah, he's taken his time rightly. The 44-year-old, he's been around for what feels like an eternity. Normally plays in a glove, doesn't he?
He plays in a golfing glove because he was a big golfer, of course. And he's in this brand new fancy carbon fibre chair, which is, yeah, there's his golfing gloves. He goes through quite a lot, as you can see.
I bet he does, because it must be hard pushing the chair around.
Well, it gives him extra grip, gives him that first, because there's nothing worse than missing that first push. But he's also in this amazing contraption that's pushing the boundaries of tennis at the moment. it's really... so as I said a while earlier, you see, you don't actually have to be a wheelchair user to play wheelchair tennis. It's any disability. So Stephane is a single leg amputee, and you know, off the court he walks around. Got to say, actually, unless you look very closely, you wouldn't know.
No, you wouldn't realise it's a prosthetic, frankly. He was walking around at breakfast. I thought, is that really Houdet? Yeah, but that's quite something. There's his opponent. Now, he is a mountain man, isn't he? Joachim Gerard, a big fella, very strong-looking man. Saw him at breakfast earlier today as well. Very imposing figure. And, of course, what confidence he'll have, having had a win over Kunieda. That'll really buoy him. So the 4th seed there, look, just... swinging, doing a few last-minute warm-ups, looking very pensive. Big moment for him. So, big difference in age. 27 years old, the man in the white shirt. Not making eye contact at the moment with Stephane Houdet, 44 years old. So a wealth of experience. They have played 26 times against each other over the years. And I can tell you that head-to-head stranglehold in favour of Stephane Houdet, the 2nd seed. 20 wins, opposed to 6 wins for Gerard. Umpire making her way up to the top of the ascent. There she is, climbing to the lofty heights of the top of the chair. Jane Clark from Great Britain presiding over this one. Just adjusting her mic position and getting familiar. There she is. Glasses are off. It's all computerized these days. None of the old paper-fashioned style that they had many years ago.
Or in our case, glasses on.
Yes, exactly. So, 2 semi-finals down, 2 to go. It's been some brilliant matches so far this week. We've been treated to a couple of crackers already so far today. Play started 11 o'clock local time. We've seen Kunieda have a win. He will await the winner of this one, as will Jiske Griffioen from the Netherlands. She's just had a win over Van Hout, her compatriot. Joachim Gerard, well, he was runner-up here in 2013 on his debut. And this last year he came in 5th here in this event. 47 wins this year, 19 losses. So he's been around a lot, Pete. He's played a lot of tournament exposure this year, this man. 2014 Roland Garros doubles champion. 2015 runner-up in the Australian Open and the French Open. And Wimbledon doubles as well.
He's slowly got stronger and stronger, and I think that's, you know, I think the stats sometimes are a little misleading. And although Houdet's got by far the biggest stat, you know, it's, what is it, 20 wins to 6. But I think if you look through that, you'll see that Gerard's started winning later on. You know, he's having a good season. He's feeling good. He beat Shingo at the beginning of the week. He's playing good tennis. Stephane's still struggling with this new chair of his. You know, it's a whole new ball game for Stephane. He's changing the potentially changing the face of tennis. You know, and he's pushing the boundaries of the equipment, and it's all legal. It's all within the rules.
So when we worked together on the 2014 Wimbledon doubles final, in which he was in with Jeremias, he had a seated position, didn't he? So that's interesting. So perhaps he can get a little bit more core involvement, one would imagine, from that position of his new sort of chair.
That's precisely what's happening. It's actually, it's a massive amount of core. I mean,
yeah.
And I think he's got to be careful of injuries and stuff. But the benefit it's giving him is a huge advantage in reach. So he's got probably, and you know, listening to the chat on the circuit as well, is that when they're pushing him wide, his reach now is enormous.
I don't know how he doesn't lose balance though.
Well,
frankly.
what he's doing is playing standing up tennis, sitting down. So, you know, the rules of the tennis is you've got to have your bottom on the seat. So his bottom is on the seat. You know, whatever your view is,
just in a different position.
Yeah, it's in a different position, but his bottom is on the seat. And
I think they'll probably end up changing that wording to your bottom not on the back of the seat, but actually sat on the seat. You know what I mean?
The actual word is you've got to keep at least one cheek on the seat. You mustn't lift your bottom off the seat.
Right.
And that's a debatable point when he's stretching and leaning right forward as to whether it is. But, you know, at the end of the day, he's being very brave. Physically, it's extremely demanding. You know, I like Stephane. He comes to the repair team, which I run at some of the other tournaments, and he's always there. He's always the first one with his spanners, and he's always fiddling. It's fantastic, to be honest, because I like doing that. It's like Formula One racing, you know. We just tune chairs, we put ceramic bearings in, all sorts. Brilliant.
Pimp your ride, right there, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, there you go. We can have light-up casters, but you can't have light-up casters on a tennis chair, actually, because it's distracting for your player.
Yes, of course. That's interesting. Yeah. Fast and furious. Fans reading the programme then, just catching up with who's who in the world of the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. This is our third semi-final. Joachim Gerard, the big, tall Belgian with a thunderous serve. He enjoys fast courts. He's got a big game. We've seen how dangerous he is. He scalped the world #1. It's a feat that so few people have done over the last couple of years. But it's going to be interesting, this one, because you feel if ever there's a time that the head-to-head favouring will change, then it will be about now. Houdet 20 wins to 6 in that regard, but Joachim Gerard won very much on the up, a fast riser, if you will, in the wheelchair tennis world, and he's a wonderful player to watch as well. Very explosive game.
Time.
And talking about fast in the chairs, I've just come down from the cafe where, of course, our very own HC The Dream, Anna Cockcroft, was up there. So everyone's all building up to Rio. Great to have a chat and see how things are going. Looking fit, determined.
I bet, absolutely. I've been handed a lovely sausage and bacon baguette from Peter here kindly, but it's making me salivate because I need to turn my mic off to get to it. So there we are. But we're just undergoing last-minute preparations for our third semi-final showing, the second of our men's singles semi-final offerings today from the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. I'm Paul Hand, alongside me Peter Norfolk. Delighted to be working with Peter again. It's just such a treat. We just seem to hit it off. Here we are. It's Stephane Houdet to get us underway, the second seed.
Out. 15 love.
And a long rally to start as well. That potentially is the way this match is going to go. What a fantastic shot.
15 all.
Behind him, backhand, back down, Houdet's line. Lovely placement. 15 all.
(15-30).
And just a quick recap there. Wheelchair tennis, you are allowed the second bounce if you wish, but you'll watch all these top players, and the women, men and the quads, everyone is taking on the first bounce to give your opponent less time.
30 all.
Wow, on the evidence of what we've just seen then, this is going to be a really exciting match. Wonderful start from both. Thunderous intensity to this one. Houdet with game point. Telling return down the line from Gerard, wonderfully early and just impeccably hit.
You know, I watched these two play in the final at the British Open, which is a super series at Nottingham in the summer. And it was a third set tie-break thriller. But Houdet actually won, and he took it by 2 points. That was all it was. 3-hour match, and it was 2 points.
Wow.
Massive match. I think Gerard wants some revenge. Look at that return again. Really early. That's really noticeable this weekend, isn't it? How
It's
early.
been a real feature of his match so
Return
far,
of
hasn't it?
serve. Very early. Inside the baseline. Good meter. So advantage to Gerard. Second serve. I got that wrong. Second serve now. Sorry.
Game, Gerard.
Well, a really, really standout feature of that opening return game from Gerard there, with venomous intent, taking those returns so early and getting the chair motoring through them as well. That's tough to time, isn't it, Pete, when you're sort of wheeling towards the ball fast?
Well, that's the way you want it, because you want to be moving forwards onto the ball. It gives you your timing, the power. So, but that's placement as well. So, and he's hit the ball deep. Houdet didn't have a chance. It's perfect placement. It's fantastic. And it looks so simple, doesn't it? It's not, but it does look it.
Love 15.
I think what you can see there, it's difficult to see, but when you're actually at courtside, you can see how fast that ball skids through. And when they miss shots like that, sometimes that's the problem. It's actually just because it's skidded through, because I was going to say it's not slippery, but it's well used.
A wondrous angle backhand from Gerard there, really cocked the wrist and got some immense racket head spill and racket head speed through that ball. Fantastic work. Very strong in the forearm to execute that. Yeah, didn't do enough with the short forehand.
He was in two minds, wasn't he? Should have just gone back behind him. And that's Houdet's reach. You can see him in his new chair. It's fab reach. He must have such strong abs, such a strong core.
But you'd imagine as well, Pete, that the pressure on his right knee must be overwhelming towards the end of a match.
Yeah, it's not the most comfortable chair to be in. Not that I would actually ever be able to get in it, but it's not comfortable now. change of ends and things, you'll often see him having to reposition himself. But he's pushing the boundaries. He's trying to find an edge. He's trying to find, he's trying to get closer to Shingo, Kunieda, and I think it's taken a long time for him to get used to this product.
So one of the break points saved then by Gerard. Houdet still with another opportunity here to break back immediately on serve. Oh, there was such intent behind that second shot after the return. Wonderful play by Houdet. The experienced Frenchman breaks back. And we level up at 1-1 in the opening set of this second men's semi-final here.
And just to finish that on his chair, it's like a racket. You go and change a racket, and then it takes you a while to find the right strings that suit the racket, the right string tension. What balance do you like? What weight do you like? So he's doing this through all his competition times as well, all the tournaments. So it is actually pretty difficult, pretty hard ask.
It did look as he's going wide to his backhand, Houdet, that he's going to topple out the chair there, but he managed to, as you say, work that core. Wonderful finish to the point from the Belgian.
Yeah, Houdet had that problem in the summer. He was coming out quite a bit, nose diving.
And you can see quite clearly how this man here in the picture can really trouble Kunieda, because with the win earlier in the week, he just rushed him off the court.
15-13.
He's got a big, powerful game, has Joachim Gerard. And well, despite Stephane Houdet winning the last 4 consecutive head-to-heads, you tend to, in your mind, I don't know, I tend to sort of, although it's early doors, favour Gerard simply because he's just such a bullier of the ball, and we know how effective that is on a fast court. There we see it again, the early return, rushing the Frenchman into all sorts of bother. 2 further break points again for a 3rd consecutive break of serve here.
That was a lovely shot by Houdet. He saw Gerard coming back across court, and he just hit it outside the sidelines. Too much of an angle for him. 30-40.
Gerard gets the immediate break again, so 3 consecutive breaks of each other's serve. That's a little unnerving, Peter, isn't it, at this stage, for both players, you'd imagine?
No, I'm not so sure. I don't think so. I think it's just... I think they're both just feeling each other out and going with the flow and getting used to the court. Again, it's a big match. It is a big match. Let's not get away from... This is the end-of-year Masters singles here. And it's... These guys want to be in the final. They really do. It's not just about ranking and prize money. And
Lucy Schuker over on the other court. She's up against Montagne.
That's going to be a tough match for her.
7th and 8th playoff, absolutely, yeah.
And that's it. We're looking at the men's semis here, but actually they're playing all the way back to the number 8 spot. And there's a lot of pride and determination out there for winning. It's important.
So Joachim Gerard looking very, very focused. And for me, Pete, one of the best ways of getting that focus is to keep those eyes still, lock down your visual focus. And Leighton Hewitt used to suggest that in the first few games of a match, he would always keep his eyes within the boundaries of the court. And then after he was sort of 3 games up or whatever, he'd start to look into the stands a little bit. And gradually his visual focus would become a little bit more expansive. But Gerard, 2-1 to the good.
15.
Each to their own, Paul. Mine was always one particular person in the sidelines. For every big match I had, I always had someone there, and they were always my go-to look at. So same thing, but yeah, it's a way of focusing. And when you're in big matches and big stadiums, if some of these are 10,000 seater stadiums, if you look around, it's actually quite scary. Well, we're going down the break route again. It's 15:30. But that's often the way. Sometimes in these big matches, it's easier to break than it is to hold your serve. I've still yet to work that one out.
15-14.
Is that a feature of the modern game, Pete, that people have just been working on the return more and as a consequence is more effective in return?
Yeah, possibly, but also when you're 1-2 down and you're returning, the pressure's not on you, the pressure's on to hold to create the break, because otherwise it's not a break. So there you go, 2-all.
Yep, Houdet breaks to 15. He does indeed, tie it up at 2-all. Still nothing between them then.
I always
Both
used
men
to
just probing at this stage. Really.
Yeah, I mean, I always just say also, when you get to the end of a match stage, it's much easier to break to win than it is to hold to win. It shouldn't be, because if you're serving, you're in charge.
Yeah, don't they say it's always harder to hit winners when you're ahead?
Yeah, sure is. Don't know why.
Out.
I have to thank you, Pete, as well, because you
15 love.
kindly paid for our meal last night, and it's my turn tonight to return the favour, so thank you for that. McDonald's all right?
I'm two-ton Ted now, as it is. No, it's not McDonald's. Salad.
30 love.
The wine doesn't count though, Paul.
None of that tonight for us, of course.
No, I'm in training. That's fantastic. I love it. I said in training, yeah, I'd love to come back and play, but not against these guys. It's brilliant. It's fantastic tennis.
Well, there's a saying, isn't there, that you've got to basically, improve your game 10% just to stay the same the following year. And these players testament to that. They, particularly Houdet, who's just sort of invigorated every year. What he comes back with an extra edge. He holds on, and it's the first hold of the match. Houdet 3-2 up, first set. Indeed, Stephane Houdet partnered Kunieda to win the Australian Open, Wimbledon and US Open titles last season, while pairing up with his opponent today to triumph at Roland Garros. He renewed his partnership with Gerard to win the Uniqlo Wheelchair Doubles Masters in November, and completed 2014 as the year-end #1 men's doubles player, did Houdet, for the 6th consecutive season. But it's Kunieda, that's the man that really stands between him and that world #1 summit.
And it is the men's top players now. They're all training, as hard and as effectively as anybody else does. So, Gerard, for example, he trains now at the Justin Henin Academy in Belgium, and we go through the same process. We eat the same food, we look after your body. It's same psychology, rackets. The game is the same. The only difference is we have the second bounce if you need it or if you want it, generally in defence. But as you're watching this, it's first bounce and it's early.
Love 15.
Justin Henin and Kim Clijsters. We saw Clijsters watching the Davis Cup, and this man was very much inspired by the Davis Cup back home for him. His team lost in the end, of course, and sterling resistance from Goffin and his merry men. But he came on court and did a demonstration match, which was really encouraging and inspirational for him.
unbelievably got it back. Oh, okay. Didn't think Gerard thought he was even going to get close to that ball. Well done, Houdet, even though it went
certainly
out.
has increased the reach, that's for sure. The chair.
And wasn't Andy Murray, and all these teammates down here this week with the cup?
Yes, he is.
I think all our guys had photos with them, and amazing. I saw all the tweets and stuff.
Brilliant finish again, taking time away from Houdet from some early court positioning from Gerard there.
Yeah, I think he'd probably liked a bit more width on the court there. They're not as big as some of the big courts we play on. Conscious he was going to hit his chair into the side. Not that it damaged it, but it's still in the peripheral vision.
Out. Game Gerard.
Well, in keeping with the pattern of this match, Gerard follows suit and holds on to serve, as did Houdet in his last service game. So we're tied in at 3-all with nothing between them in this second men's semi-final. All the action here unfolding from the Lee Valley Tennis Centre.
And a great centre it is too. It's fantastic facilities. It's really nice, and there's wheelchair programs here as well. Obviously we're going to tell you about those. And go to the Tennis Foundation's website if you want to know more on that. And it's the Lee Valley Tennis and Hockey Centre. And this was where we had the Olympics, the tennis. Unbelievable memories.
15-all.
Yeah, it was the only purpose-built venue as well for the Olympics, London 2012, wasn't it? Which is remarkable, and a wonderful facility. 4 indoor courts, was it 6 or 10 outside? Amazing. A vibrant-looking hockey pitch.
It is. It's good colours, actually. I do like the blue, I've got to say. I'm a fan of it. Oh, there's a bunny hop. What's going on there?
That's an amazing turnaround there from Stephane Houdet. At one stage, I thought he was going to go down and start doing press-ups midpoint. It's an incredible retrieve midpoint.
Yeah, unbelievable bunny hop or blip on the chair, and he still got it back, lobbed it, and turned defence totally into attack and won the point. Great play.
(40-15).
Oh, he's found it. He's found the line with that off backhand return to Houdet's frustration. He'll be delighted with that one, because that brings up another opportunity to get tighter in on this return game.
Buis.
Brilliant serve and sting from Houdet to keep Gerard at bay. And he holds on with a game point opportunity here. Well taken by Gerard. Built the point really well, sort of squeezing like a snake would around somebody's neck. He just didn't let Houdet up for air at all, kept the pressure on very well throughout.
He does love that. Houdet served out wide, but it wasn't wide enough. Gerard's moving in. First bounce, bang. There we go, thank you. Lovely shot. Oh, he's not got enough width on the court.
Yeah, terrific angle from Houdet, wasn't it? Just sent Gerard into the hoarding on the side of the court, as you were implying. Made him panic, I think, and just snatch at that last backhand.
Yeah, I think they're used to a bigger court, but obviously the confines here, they've got no choice.
These guys aren't hanging around, Pete. They're motoring through these points.
Advantage Gerard.
That was a double fault, but he almost rushed himself into double fault.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, he snatches the break. Houdet had game point opportunity in that game. Couldn't convert, and Gerard snatches it to go 4-3 in the lead in this opening set.
Of course, the other court's also on the other side, and I'm wondering if the noise there is having a little bit of an effect. I'm guessing that must be on the other court. It must be, is it Lapthor or is it Shuka? Yeah, it's probably Shuka and the young lady from South Africa, KG. That's going to be an interesting match. And of course, I'm not partisan, but come on, Luce.
Let's take a look at Houdet's little bunny hop earlier, where he almost popped out of his chair. Almost got into a press-up position here, mid-point, to scurry to his right fast there, pushes himself back well, retrieves the point, turns it round and wins it, gets it going his way. Miraculous turnaround. And as you said, Pete, you've seen him fall out of the chair before doing this. But leaving no stone unturned, really leaving it all out there, Stephane Houdet.
Well, what he's done is he's got more used to this chair from the summer. And he's also got, I think, front suspension and rear suspension on his forks and things. It's really innovative to try and give him this extra edge. But he does actually have to work so hard in the chair relative to everybody other, all the other players. And at some point, I'm sure he's going to have to come out. Is the edge? How much of an edge is it to the expenditure of energy? Can he last a 3-set match? And gosh, well, Brazil's going to be hot, but Australia coming up,
and then go on for doubles as well.
Yeah. We play singles and dubs, and you'll play singles and doubles in the same day. And if it's 30-40 degrees of heat, it's damn hard work.
But presumably he, like everything, kind of, like you said about, a change of racket, he will kind of get used to, and presumably his muscles will respond and get stronger to this as well.
Yeah, and that's the point, isn't it? As the season goes on, well, this is when I come to the off season, but as the season starts again next year, January kicks off, over in Australia again. He's building up all that core strength everywhere. His leg, his thighs. That's a lovely shot by Gerard behind. If you hit it back behind the guy, your opponent in the chair, it's so hard to spin back round and get that shot. And even if you do, generally, it's just a defensive mechanism. There you go. See, that's great play.
Wonderful return off from the backhand, inside out. Struck it really well here.
Giving some of Joachim Gerard's medicine back from the first 3 or 4 games. And when Houdet's stretching and is that far low down, it's really hard to control the ball and he was trying to lob him, and it went long by quite a way.
Wonderful serve. It's this kind of precision that got this man the win against Kunieda in the group stages. 7-5 in the third set earlier in the week. Delightful. 5-3. He's in the ascendancy. A game away from the first set now.
5 games to 3.
Bit of space for him, breathing space. Now, are we going to go back to, is it easier to break a serve now or not?
Love 15.
Another brilliant early return. It's become a real standout feature of this man's game, and Houdet attempting to mirror it as well, but the marginal quality coming from Gerard in that regard.
Love 30.
2 perfect returns. He's put the pressure on Houdet. Houdet's got to do something. I mean, he can't defend. He's got to attack.
15-30.
Well, as much as Houdet is trying to get as much topspin and kick on that serve to get it out of the slot of Gerard, it's just jumping up right into his hitting zone. Look at that, because he took it so early, he could get it in the slot, so to speak. So, 2 set points to the young Belgian.
Net reserve. Game of first set.
Pressure telling. Houdet with a limp point at the back end of that set, but Gerard, it was all him. 6-3 opening set then. It's a phenomenal set from the Belgian player. Really acquitting himself well out here on this showcase stage.
Yeah, he's going to feel very comfortable with that. Nice finish to that set on that last game. Nice returns. Hit straight out in the middle of the racket.
And he looks, Pete, like he's taken it all within his own stride. He's comfortable out here. You know, he's done it before against the top seed in the group stages. So why can't he do it against Houdet? That's what he's obviously thinking.
Well, he's played a lot of tennis. He actually, you know, some of these guys are quite young, but actually they've played a lot of tennis. And they were tennis players before they had their accidents or whatever. And Gerard, he went back to university and he finished.
And look at the quality of his return, Pete. It was something that we were talking about. Look at this, taken so early, and he just leans through that ball so well.
Well, Houdet's only pushed once, and the ball's gone past him. Yeah. How do you defend that? Well, actually, you defend. How to defend from that is don't serve in that place. Actually, very easy sitting here.
He's difficult, isn't he, when he's in the slot, like you're implying him. It's either like you've got to go very, very wide or just jam him up into the body or the chair. It's just,
yeah, but
kind of
that
leaves the serve with so few
part
options.
of the new chair and the new setups of chair is where you used to be able to jam people up. It's actually a lot harder because you've taken your knees away from in front of you. You now can hit those balls that come in front of you, so your knees aren't in the way. So, you know, the game is always moving on. So what we're trying to strive for is able-bodied tennis, Andy Murray, at a lower level, basically.
Brilliant.
Unlucky. He went for it, going for that really short angle, but didn't quite come off. But that actually was where you can see what I was saying about taking his legs away. He could now hit those shots right in front of him that some of the players, or I wasn't able to do. Oh, what a wonderful shot down the line. Just stroked it down the line, no effort, beautifully placed. 30-15.
40-15.
Well, they played here last year in the group stages, these two, and in the round robin stage. This is the only time they played on indoor hard before. And it was Gerard that won 6-2, 6-2 on that occasion, so he does love this venue.
That was an easy win. 2-2.
That said, he lost 5 out of the next 6 matches to Houdet. I think his game is very effective in here on this fast court arena.
Great shot by Houdet, hit it back behind Gerard, but Gerard also missed a push. That's why it didn't help his cause. Just missed that first little push off, so he couldn't quite reach the ball. Juice, important game for Gerard if he can hold this and keep the pressure on. Nice first serve, good placement, good power. So, advantage to Gerard. Hold this to go 1 game.
Gerard holds on and extends the lead, creates a bit more daylight between him and his opponent. He goes a set and 2-love up now. Pressure very much on the second seed Houdet. Beg your pardon, 1-love up.
Getting excited, Paul. Actually, do you know, that game was slower than the previous games, but it feels like there is daylight, even though there isn't. It's Houdet to come out to hold. But, yeah. We do like quiet babies.
Well, Houdet opting to give Gerard plenty of time there with some high loops from the backhand side. Might have to change his tactics.
15-all.
I do love that backhand, Houdet. He puts a lot of topspin on it, gives it loop over the high part of the neck, gives him time to recover, to do what he wants to do.
You spoke about Kunieda liking a higher bouncing court because of the sort of heat in Japan where he grew up and just being conditioned to it. Same with Houdet because he's been perhaps brought up a little bit more on clay courts.
Yeah, I think so. And also how he's set up in the chair. It's, yeah.
Again,
lost his balance there, I think. Or Gerard hit that way too fast for him.
and that's been the really so standout for me, that return. He just takes it so early and steers it down the line.
He's got strong wrists.
Yeah, good contact point in front of his body as well.
Well, you're a coach, Paul. That's precisely it. Yeah. You know, standing up tennis, wheelchair tennis, the technique, the outcome on it, it's the same.
So a breakpoint opportunity for Gerard here. Oh, multiple backhand return winners taken so early.
Well, you said two, love. We've got it. You were right, really.
I'm ahead of my time. There we are. So Gerard set and two love.
In wheelchair, it's actually a reverse backhand. We do what you don't do in the able-bodied. It's we turn over. It gives you trying to simulate two forehands, really. But it's not like I call the old days, the old backhand drive. Very few of us do that. It's all about getting more spin. Doesn't do the shoulders any good.
I was going to say, so you hit it with the same side of the racket as the forehand then, right?
Yes.
Wow.
So here we go, I'm showing you.
I'll tell you who does that on able-bodied tennis is Richard Gasquet, because he has such a big forehand grip. Yeah.
Oh, we're going to have to get you in a chair, Paul, and try.
Right in prospect.
So all of you new players who want to try it, you can go to most centres, or you can get hold of the Tennis Foundation or anyone, and you know there are centres that have tennis chairs, and just get down. It's a lot harder to play in your everyday chair. If you play in a tennis chair, you've got straps, you won't fall out, the chairs are stable. Much more enjoyable.
And Houdet suggesting whatever you can do, I can do better. That's a beautiful backhand return from the red-shirted Frenchman. And at the moment, Pete, early indications suggest that Houdet's got to change up something here, because Gerard is very, very good at this early return business, and he's got to change the patterns of serve or the look or something, because you feel if he carries on the way he is, he's going to be out of here and in the shower very quickly. So good at deflecting on this fast surface.
Well, I think Houdet there was trying to look. He's trying to take it earlier now. He's just not got the width on the ball, and actually he's just given Gerard a nicely placed palmed forehand down the line.
A comfortable backhand cross-court win, a testament to the strength of the big Belgian. 3-love to the good, second set and a set now. Looking very comfortable, the fourth seed.
It's looking easy, isn't it? You know, I was just sitting there, I was watching that point and thinking, okay, and then first bounce back across behind him, and he didn't, he waited, took his time, and actually the second bounce, of course we allowed the second bounce in the wheelchair tennis, don't have to take it on the first bounce, and he just took his time and placed it, lovely. And he's looking very comfortable.
This is the game point, Pete. You're absolutely right. Look at this. He just has a way of you say, creating time on the court and looking very, very easy. And he's quite disguised as well. You don't know where he's going, do you? Very strong in the shoulders and arms.
A bit more of a traditional player, whereas you know a lot of the other players are a bit more, or we're being coached a new way, let's say. There's nothing wrong with you play. You know, if it works, you use it. You don't change a winning game. You don't change if someone's natural. You don't change their natural shot or their natural feeling. And he's been playing a long time, and he's just got that touch. You can tell.
So Houdet, the second seed, with it all to do here, trailing a set and love 3.
That was a great drive volley in the middle of that by Houdet. That's not easy to do. Put it back in pace, timing. He's pressing, you can see. There's more urgency here now.
Brilliant play, using all of his doubles prowess, just getting foraying to the forecourt, taking the ball a lot earlier now. He knows he's got to do something quite radical to turn this around.
Do you know, Gerard keeps getting that. He keeps getting that return of serve back wide behind him.
It's a bit like Houdet's game, is fitting hand in glove for Gerard. Very good second serve from Houdet there. Keep in the ascendancy in this must-win game, you feel. To go a double break of serve down would be terminal, you'd imagine, against Gerard on this form.
Game Houdet.
Houdet holds to a ripple of applause.
Gerard leads 3 games.
Stays in the running in this set. Still, you feel a lot of tennis to be played.
And just as well as indoors, I guess, because Hurricane Harry or whatever is outside or something, or is it? Or we're on D, aren't we? Alphabet D or something. Desmond. So certainly with some of the new faces coming in, was a good old chat, and it's howling a gale. So hopefully it's not upsetting anything.
Well, 40 miles an hour. We've had a picture, sort of trembling a little bit, I must admit.
Nothing like trying to play tennis in a howling gale. Chase the ball across the court.
Now that is horrible. Yeah.
All.
Well, there's been glimmers of brilliance from Stephane Houdet, and this is one of them. Taken really early, the off backhand.
And right in front of him. Right in front of his body. It's lovely. Yeah, he was just motioning, saying go forwards. He hit that, he was still low, hit it too low. But it's much easier if you're moving forwards when you hit the ball.
Gerard attempted to neutralise the point nicely, but Houdet having none of it. There he is with two break-back opportunities then to stay in touch with Gerard in this set.
Out.
Well, why not go for it? You got 2 points buffer. You might as well waste one of them trying to go for it. And if you get it, great. If you don't, got one more chance. And now you got a second serve, so you can attack this too.
Didn't do quite enough with the second serve return and paid the price.
Yes.
Gerard quick to pounce on the response from Houdet's return.
You know, I don't think he thought that was going to... Houdet didn't know what to do. He was in two minds there.
Advantage, Gerard.
What did he do there? Watch. Oh, OK. I think the ball whizzed through, didn't it? And then he wasn't quite expecting it. Just as well there wasn't an umpire sat in that chair.
Yes, quite. Gerard holds on and extends the lead to 4-1.
Gerard leads 4 games
It's a good game from the Belgian. The Frenchman being very threatening throughout there. I thought we were going to be looking at 2-3. Far from it. Belgium in the ascendancy.
Well, it hasn't been going on very long, this, I don't think. They're whizzing through some of these games. So,
they're very quick between points, these two.
They've shortened the time, haven't they? It's 25 seconds, is it, they've got between points?
So, yeah. So, yeah, rather than 30.
It's only at the end of sets you get 2 minutes. They're also allowed a technical timeout if they've got a problem with the chair. They're allowed to get the wheelchair technician on to sort it out for them.
Sishuka trailing 3-5, 2 points away from losing the opening set. It's Montagne, the South African.
Mashuka, she's another one. She's trying out some new things to try and get herself an edge. You know, you got to push the boundaries in the sport, or any sport. You've got to go and try and find something that, even if it's a confidence edge. And so all our players, especially our GB players, they're all storming up the rankings. We've had a great year.
Well, testament to Gerard is so good when he has the momentum in the point, and despite this really chivalrous kind of turnaround from Houdet. It's still to no avail. Belgium very strong when he's in the ascendancy in the point.
15 all.
And just say, even though Murray and that, well, they won the Davis Cup, of course our men's GB wheelchair team won the World Team Cup back in May this year for the first time in history, which was Gordon Reid and McCarroll and Dave Phillipson, and well, and all the team behind them. I mean, it's not just, it's a big team, so that's a fantastic result. First time we've ever won the World Team Cup for the men.
Brilliant. Yeah. Brits pushing new boundaries then, breaking through glass ceilings. Wonderful to see.
Well, it's just showing that actually all the commitment and the funding and everything's all working, you know. It's, you know, there's not always good press.
30-40.
But actually there's been good stuff.
Wonderful backhand return again from Gerard, taking so early. Point for 5-1 now. And a second serve too. Trouble for the red-shirted Houdet.
Juice.
You know, if Gerard had got that, I was going to use one of yours quips, which it would have been terminal, I think, then.
Strong backhand down the line, so agile in defence and so powerful with these ground shots as well.
Well, deep. It's deep, that's why. It's catching out, because, you know, it's a foot from the baseline. So now it's potentially terminal. Houdet's in big trouble. Second serve. Add out. Big trouble.
Went for the back behind on the return, a pump of the fist, and he really is in the driving seat now.
Gerard leads 5 games.
Gerard set up 6-3, 5-1 he leads, a game away from this year's final of the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. An opportunity to pit his skills for the second time this week against Shingo Kunieda in the final. He's beaten him already, remember?
Oh, he went for it, didn't he? He went for his first. Why not?
Flames of glory.
Nice second serve. Very good.
15 love.
He's had all the answers, you have to say. His return quality has been just brilliant, and his serve accuracy and weight has been very effective too.
And he's got
30
it.
love.
Missed his return. You know, 30 love. And you've got to say that Gerard is extremely comfortable. And why wouldn't you? 30 love, 5-1, 1 set up. He's got to be feeling good about himself.
Missed by a smidgen. It was a positively struck serve though. Houdet still right up against it here. Back against the wall. What can he muster?
You never know. Maybe the nerves are coming in.
Yeah, indications of tension. You know, it's a player that you've not had a great head-to-head against. Remember, he's only won 6 to Houdet's 20.
And this is a semi for one of the potentially the biggest matches of his season against Kunieda tomorrow. Fabulous off backhand by Gerard. Back behind Houdet, didn't give him a chance. The ball skids off, and you know, really, you see it go past you, and it's like you can see the almost the resignation in Houdet going, what can I do?
Brilliance from Houdet. What a turnaround there, showing real character. All of those years of experience.
Saved his first match point. Fantastic grit and determination there, because Gerard didn't make that easy for him.
Brilliant serve, sets up the routine forehand. Gerard kept his calm, and now he has a second match point opportunity.
Got it.
Absolute delight on the body language of Joachim Gerard. Last year he came in 5th at this event. He was runner-up in 2013 on his debut. And tomorrow he'll be in the final playing against a player that he's already beaten this week in the group stages, 7-5 in the deciding set. A man who earlier in the year in Paris in June this year, he took his first ever set off of Shingo Kunieda. But this man here is looking very, very good for the upset tomorrow. So it's going to be the 4th seed, Joachim Gerard, against Shingo Kunieda in tomorrow's final. He's delighted with that result. 6-3, 6-1, he's through. And he totally orchestrated affairs out here on a comfortable afternoon's work against Stephane Houdet. So our next match is going to be Sabine Ellerbrock of Germany, the 5th seed. She's up against the 6th seed, Marjolein Buis. That will be coming up next after approximately a 5-minute break. Don't go anywhere.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please show your appreciation for both of our players here on court number 3, Joachim Gerard and Stephane Houdet. Our final semi-final is on the way for you next here on court number 3. I do hope you're enjoying your day here at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters. Don't forget, if you want to visit our activity zone, it's in the white marquee just outside. Chance for you to get involved, pick up a racket. Great to see so many of you collecting autographs as well. If you haven't yet got your hands on your event programme, available in reception, they are free, and also you can get your hands on your autograph cards as well to get players to sign here at the competition. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on to court your ball crew for this game from Norlington. And also, please show your appreciation for your on-court officials and your chair umpire, who is Darren Michaels.
Okay, welcome back to our third match then, our fourth match I should say. Sabine Ellerbrock of Germany, she's up against Marjolein Buis. And that's next up, and let's hear from our MC, Michael Kern, introducing the players.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on to court for our second women's semi-final here at the NEC Wheelchair Tennis Masters from Germany, Sabine Ellerbrock.
Sabine played tennis for 25 years as an able-bodied tennis player. Suffered from a foot infection in 2007. Started playing wheelchair tennis in 2009. From Germany. Her opponent
and her
today.
opponent for this match from the Netherlands, Marjolein Buis.
Marjolein Buis. She's 27, currently ranked 6th as opposed to Ellerbrock's 5th ranking. She's been as high as 3rd in the world, and she's won 32 matches, only lost 16. This time last year at this event she came in 6th. She's been as high as the French Open runner-up in 2011, has Marjolein, and also a quarter-finalist in the same venue, Roland Garros, in 2015, earlier this year, and also quarter-finalist again of the Australian Open at the top of the year. This is the been a 5-time finalist at either ITF 1 or 2 events this season. Buis has won an ITF 1 at the Daegu Open in Korea and the Gutang Open in South Africa this year, as well as an ITF 2 level event in Israel. So here's her opponent today, Sabine Ellerbrock, delightful player. She was sharing the same restaurant as myself and Peter last night. She's from Germany. And, it's going to be interesting to see what she brings, so should be a fascinating encounter. She's 40 years old, so she's 13 years senior, and she's been as high as 1 in the world, and came in 5th last year here. In 2013 she was the French Open champion, and 2014 the Australian Open champion, hence the career high of 1 in the world at the beginning of 2014. There she's just getting strapped into a chair. I'm alongside Louise Hunt from Wiltshire again, so we're delighted to have your company again, Lou. We really enjoyed our first match. This is our second one. Should be an interesting match.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. I mean, this week we've seen some really, I guess you could say, unexpected results, but it's going to be sure to be another exciting one. Both already have finished higher than they did last year, so be interesting as well to see how the rankings change after this week too.
And this is the 30th encounter between these two over the years, and I can tell you that the German in the left of your picture there in black, Sabine Ellerbrock, well, she leads the head-to-head, quite a stranglehold in that regard, 25 wins to 4 against today's opponent, Marjolein Buis. Both right-handed, one German, one Dutch. Buis was an active sporty child. At the age of 14 she started to experience difficulty walking due to a connective tissue disorder. She made a senior debut for the Netherlands in the women's tennis event at the World Team Cup in 2010. She She entered the world's top 10 for the first time, November 2010, and secured her place at the 2011 Australian Open, where she made her Grand Slam debut. But she's up against it today. She partnered Sabine, her opponent today, to the women's doubles final at the US Open in September of this year, after earning her first match win of 2015 in either singles or doubles at one of the 4 majors. So, and alongside me, of course, former top 10er now, aren't you? That's good. Good result from yourself.
Yeah, it was certainly a nice way to end the year. Anyway, I found out on Monday. So Sunday I was 11, Monday I was 10. So yeah, nice way to finish the year. I feel like I can. I had a nice week off, and I feel like I actually earned it a bit. I don't think my team would let me hand it off if I didn't break into that top 10.
Very well done. So the umpire for this one is Darren Michaels of Great Britain. And, he's yet to climb the steps. There's obviously been some sort of snag, but the players are just about to begin their warm-up, just shadowing a few shots to get nice and warm. Sabine looking very keen. Incidentally, I was talking to her coach, who he did tell me his name, but it escapes me right now.
Yop. His name, yeah.
Lovely man in the restaurant last night, and he was saying that he's really into, very attentive of the detail, and on his mobile phone he had some app that he could actually record a lot of footage, and he was seeing like contact points on serve or where they're making return in terms of court position. And I think you know, that was quite absolutely very apt in the last match with Joachim Gerard, that we saw taking that return of Stephane Houdet's serve so early, and we see that now, don't we, a lot more, the very aggressive court position on return.
Yeah, I think with these performance apps, they're really amazing for looking at those fine details for the coach, but I think in particular for the players. I know that I certainly find it very beneficial when I can really look at the fine things, because the amount of times you're training and you think something's going a certain way and your coach says, actually, you didn't follow through on that, or your ball toss was too far forward, and you sort of say, but it feels right. Then you see it back, and it just really helps you to understand, and I really believe in that fine tuning can just make all of the difference.
So the Uniqlo Wheelchair Tennis Tour consists of more than 160 tournaments in over 40 countries, covering all parts of the world. In 2015, total prize money for the tour is over $2 million now. Really has grown, so don't be scared to get involved. Anybody who wants to take up wheelchair tennis, it's fantastic, and I can honestly tell you these people will embrace you. They've got a terrific support around the Tennis Federation, the ITF and the LTA, so people just very encouraging.
Yeah, we love to have new people. Please come down and watch, come try out some of the Tennis Foundation camps. You know, there's so many opportunities to get involved at such a variety of levels too, which is one of the amazing things about this country and how the Tennis Foundation runs. So, but yeah, the more players the better. We'd love to see some more girls playing too. Love to have some more British ladies on the tour. So
what is it with that? Because I remember about 4 or 5 years ago, the LTA had this scheme called Think Pink, just trying to get more girls and hold more girls in sport. It's a strange thing, isn't it? I don't quite understand it.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, for me on a personal level, sport's always been a part of my life, you know, from sort of passing down from my family. And I've always really embraced that competitive environment, you might say. I'm not really sure what it is. I think maybe sometimes just maybe the lack of knowledge of knowing what opportunities are out there in terms of sort of the disability sports world. But maybe sometimes it's a confidence thing too. But, you know, we'd absolutely love to see some more girls on the tour from this country. It'd be amazing.
Well, we've got some sort of like little hitch here, obviously, but we're still going to just not quite sure what it's about. But the umpire seems to, you know, it'll probably be something like a patch out of place on advertising. You know what it's like, Lou. It's something sometimes like that.
I was wondering if it was a branding thing. That happens an awful lot. Oh, we've got Javier,
the
referee.
Javier in the background there.
Javier, honestly, he's one of the best referees I think we've ever had on the tour. A really amazing guy, very professional, very committed, and all the players love him. It's nice to have him at the big events. I was at the Doubles Masters with him a couple of weeks ago in California, and he ran that event too, and he really is brilliant.
He's been around for years, hasn't he? I remember seeing him when I was playing.
Yeah, he really has, but I think that just shows how good and how loved he is really on the tour, because we try and keep him around. So nice to have him doing these big events. Always good when the players like the referee, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we understand that it's the shorts that Marjolein was wearing that was the issue. Does it comply with normal regulations? I'm not entirely sure, but there we are. That's what the hold-up was, but now we're underway in the warm-up, and these two are rattling around the court and getting warmed up. And here he is then, the Darren Michaels is the umpire overseeing this match. We're about to get us underway. Just to put a little picture there behind him of one of the quad players warming up for their final tomorrow. I believe that was Lucas
Sitoli.
Sitoli, that's right,
Yeah.
from South Africa. He's had a terrific year. He's a lefty, isn't he, this man? That's it.
Yeah, he
Good
really
player
has
to
had an
watch.
amazing year, and certainly a bit of an inspiration, I hope, to many young people, other players too. He's a phenomenal tennis player with massive skill. And so quick.
That's
Certainly
very
one of his
explosive.
strengths is his speed, and in the quad division, you know, if you can be quick, that really does put you to another level.
So what do we anticipate here then, Lou? I'm thinking out loud, and I'm thinking that Sabine will probably take these returns very, very early, because it's something that her coach was kind of trying to work on.
I think this is set to be a really interesting one, actually, because although Sabine leads the head-to-heads, Marjolein has been playing incredibly well throughout the end of the year, but in particular this week, she certainly seems to have peaked at just the right time. So I just think there's all to play for here, and I'm just quite excited to see how it goes, really. I think it'll be another exciting one.
And Jiske Griffioen awaits. She had a win earlier against Aniek van Hout in that all-Dutch encounter, number 1 against number 2 seed, respectively. 6-4, 7-5 that was, but it took Griffioen 6 match points to convert that win in the end, although it was done in straight sets.
Oh, there's Lucy Shukla in her match there. She's playing Kotato Monjane from South Africa.
Playing off for 7th and 8th position. She lost the opening set, 7 games to 5. So they're just having the break in between sets. Looks like the other players just left the court for a toilet break.
I was watching that match earlier. It was really, really good. Both players were playing great. It's going to be another close one. It's been so tough this week here. You know, both those two players have won matches in their groups, and just unfortunately on the count back, they ended up playing up for 7th and 8th.
Well, I can tell you that both of these two players on court have had 1 win and 2 losses within their group. They were in the group of Jiske Griffioen and Jordan Wiley as well. So 1 win, 2 losses for 3 of the players in that 4-player group. Actually, I've made a mistake, because this player was in Pool 2 in Group 2, and she was undefeated throughout. She had 3 wins from 3 matches. So riding a wave of confidence, Marjolein Buis. Is that confidence going to serve her well and springboard her in on a really good platform into this year's final? Well, she's going to have to overcome quite a substantial head-to-head difference when she's been up against Sabine in the past. There are the kids. They've come in throughout the week, enjoying this celebration of the ultimate in wheelchair tennis we've had on this week. Main draw matches have been taking place since Wednesday. A real bonanza of wheelchair activity. Yeah, get the best seats, why don't you? Right at the top. A little bit of mountaineering. Lovely day out for all the family here. Got a family-friendly sort of activity zone as well. Plenty to do, serving, faster serving competitions. You see that now a lot around all of the big tennis events, but it really does engage the whole family.
Yeah, that's always a favourite, especially amongst the young people. They love the competition of the serve. I love doing that as well, I've got to be honest. It is good fun. It's the only time I get to serve without thinking about where it's going, so.
There's one of our organisers in the picture on the right of that, there with the long dark hair, Holly. The coordinators behind the scenes. Lives in Wimbledon. do a sterling job, all of the back of house staff, the referee, the umpires, the lines judges, and of course can't leave out the sponsors, NEC and Uniqlo.
Ladies and gentlemen, Marjolein Buis to the left of the chair won the toss and chose to receive.
Is that unusual to elect to receive, Louise, when you win the toss, or quite a commonality?
No, I think there's a kind of a fair mixture actually of what people choose to do. I think it largely depends on your opponent, because we might, like you say, when you get to know players quite well, you know they perhaps feel extreme pressure on the first game, so it would make sense to give them the serve because it's a good opportunity for you to break straight away. And equally, it could be on reflection on you. Maybe you've had a practice in the morning and you thought, you know what, my serve took a while to warm up, I'll choose to receive for that reason. So I think it's quite often dependent on the day and who you're playing. So I think we see more of a mixture with that decision than in the able-bodied game.
So there's that palpable sense of anticipation as the players just towel down and take on the last-minute hydration. It is fairly warm out here on court, which is a blessing. And of course that reduces the risk of any of the players pulling muscles and things like that. So it's always nice to be playing in a warm environment, but not too hot that you're sweating profusely. So it's going to be Sabine Ellerbrock from Germany to get us underway in this second women's semi-final.
Don't want that going off halfway through, do we?
First set, Sabine Ellerbrock to serve. Ready, play. Love 15.
Well, not the sort of start she'd be dreaming about last night. Tepid start from both at the moment. Nervous. Early doors, of course. Lou, are there any sort of standout features of play that we need to watch out for these two? Any particular facets of the game that they like to expose? Or
I think for Marjolein, she reads the game incredibly well, and she is happy to rally for as long as it takes. So for her, and she likes to rally, she likes to get deep into those points. So quite often with Marjolein, she's winning the points based on pure resilience and hustling. And Sabine is almost the opposite, actually, and I think that might reflect in their head-to-heads, because Sabine tends to like to finish the point a lot earlier. As you can see from that, she immediately was going for the lines from the very start. So there is a big contrast in their playing styles, which must make it pretty difficult for them to play each other, really, because neither of them want to allow the other to do what they like to do.
Game, Ms. Ellerbrock.
well, the game secured with a nice high, deep forehand looping ball right into the corner. Wonderfully executed. Nice bit of rotation on that as well. So Sabine Ellerbrock wins the opening game and just shakes out any tension, ready to return.
Marjolein Buis to serve.
Nice pressure for
15
Marjolein coming into the net.
Third sealer.
So do remember, you can join us tomorrow at 1 p.m. local time for our finals. It'll be men's singles first, followed by women's, and then quads final after that.
T15.
Backhand winner down the line there from Buis.
40-15.
It's one thing I quite often find with Marjolein when I watch her play is she's really good at hitting those shots in the most uncomfortable positions. I think a lot of players struggle when they're caught. Like, she was almost facing the back of the court when she hit that, but she still manages to just get it on a sweet spot and really hit the lines. Definitely one of her fortes.
Game. Ms. Buis. 1 game on.
Buis holds on then, and it seems she's in 2010 it was that she made her senior debut for the Netherlands in the women's event of the World Team Cup. So she's not been playing at an international level for this long. So being far more experienced.
Yeah, and Sabine had a lot of experience before she came into the wheelchair game from her able-bodied playing years as well. So I think that also, although it's a different sport, I guess you could say altogether, it's still a bit of mental experience.
Sabine has sort of continually balanced her wheelchair tennis career with a career as a maths and science teacher. Amazing. Yeah, she gets time to do it all, frankly.
Yeah, Sabine,
15.
wherever we are, she's always, bless her, the last one to fly in, usually due to the fact that she's had to teach a class and then get a flight after the end of the school day. But she does seem to balance both, and she loves both. So that's the thing alongside, you know, if you're smart and you're dedicated, you really can balance things alongside.
T15.
Beautiful angle just coming around the side of that forehand wonderfully.
30 all.
You spoke earlier, Louise, about
14.
getting your opponent off through the side tram lines, and that's just what Buis did on that occasion off the backhand. Terrific play.
It just gives you a much bigger gap to aim to once you've got them off the court, because of the rotation you need to get back on. Like I say, we can't sidestep, so it takes a little while to get back. Very committed forehand there.
Buis.
Yeah, saves the first break point against her own serve. Does Ellerbrock.
Both looking quite steady and relaxed, I think, from the start of the match. Both seem quite committed to their shots, not holding back too much.
Yeah, the men's semi-final prior was just such a thunderously fast tempo between points and during.
Out.
This is quite refreshing.
Advantage, Miss Ellerbrock. Buis.
You also spoke about precision and accuracy and execution, and that's just what Marjolein did there. The forehand down the line from the top draw.
Let replay the point.
Not sure what happened there for the let. Oh, I think a ball rolled on from the practice court. I can see Lucas that, yeah, it looks like a ball rolled on. Can be a little bit frustrating for players, especially when they're in a good rally like that.
Advantage,
You can
Miss
see
Buis.
Sabine really loves the lines. She's going for them every single time.
Second break point opportunity then for Marjolein Buis now.
Game, Miss Buis.
Just playing a little bit greedy for the line there, Sabine Ellerbrock, and she concedes on her own service game. Marjolein
Miss
gets
Buis
the break.
leads 2 games.
You can see on that point there just how Marjoleин's game works in that just getting that one extra ball back, forcing your opponent to hit an error, it really does work for her.
It must be unusual for this player to have an opponent who has a Dutch coach, because Sabine is German, isn't she? And obviously that must be kind of quite strange, don't you think?
I think it's one of those things in sport. You quite often get a lot of overlap from country to country. Players sort of sometimes go to other countries to get some advice and things. So it happens from time to time. I think it would become strange if perhaps Marjolein had worked with him before, but I'm pretty sure that there wasn't a crossover with that. So, but it's always good to get advice from all around the globe, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's interesting here as well that both seats are opting to face towards each other on the sit-down. Sometimes you saw in the earlier women's semi where they had their backs to each other, almost out of business. Really, they didn't want to look at each other. I can understand that.
Yeah, it's a good point actually. Certainly a bit of a contrast there.
Particularly in the first semi-final where they were really good friends and doubles partners as well. So
perhaps that was a lot of the reason why, to try and forget about who your opponent is.
Yeah.
Love 15. Love 30.
2 double faults from Marjolein. That's quite unusual because she is known for her consistency. Certainly looking a little bit frustrated.
Love 40.
Well, starting to unravel here. Her own serve. 3 breakpoint opportunities then for Ellerbrock to break back immediately.
15-40. Game. Miss Ellerbrock.
Not out of the way quite
Two
quick
games.
enough there. That's one of the... so it happens not too often in wheelchair tennis, but when it hits your chair and it's going quite far out, it can be extremely frustrating, especially on a game point like that. You just think, oh, if I was like that extra inch away.
So immediate break back on serve. 2-all now, first set.
Love 15.
Well, desperate to redeem herself after the succumbing on the last service game. Buis hits the winning forehand return up the line.
15-all.
But at the moment is wrestling with her performance. It's sort of all been a little bit too intermittent for her liking, I'm sure. It's all about consistency, doing the right things consistently well. Especially with her game style. Without massive weaponry to hurt, it is about number crunching.
15-30.
It's been a tepid start from both. Perhaps nerves playing their part. Big moment this. Opportunity for the Wheelchair Tennis Masters final beckons for the winner of this.
$30-all.
Fellow in the middle is a man called Mike Hayes, who used to be a really key man at Queen's Club. Sort of head groundsman.
Amazing guy.
30-14.
You'll like Mike a lot. He was he ran quite a few of our tournaments and he was absolutely brilliant.
He's a lovely, warm man.
Yeah, we miss him being around, but he pops in now and again, as you can see, which is nice.
Game. Miss
Big
Buis.
opportunity missed by Sabine there.
Marjolein Buis,
Miss Buis leads 3 games to 2.
3-2 to the good. Opening set, looking good now. So we've had 2 consecutive breaks of serve and then a hold from Marjolein. So let's hope that's nothing too serious with the strapping on her shoulder, her left shoulder. She's a right-hander, isn't she? So
Marjolein, so because of her disability, because it's like a connective tissue problem, it causes her some issues around her joints. So the taping she is actually using to help support that. So it's not an injury, it's to support her actual, sort of, I guess, her disability is probably the best way to say it. So it's a regular part of her. She gets some great tan lines from it.
Time.
always looking for the, every cloud has the silver lining.
Of course.
I love that. So Marjolein Buis serving 3-2 opening set.
$15-love.
Well, Ellerbrock's backhand has just been missing the lines more often than she's been making, to her frustration, I'm sure, inside.
$30-love.
Telling length from Buis there, just buckling Ellerbrock on her backhand.
30-50.
It's often the way, isn't it, when you take a look at Sabine, that you want this so badly that you kind of block your own performance, and there's almost like string tying you up, and you've just got to cut that string and relax and release that performance.
Yeah, you see it. She's almost similar to Aniek in many ways. Quite an emotional player. You can really see it, which in one way is amazing because you should only be doing this if you want it that much. But I guess the emotion can get in the way sometimes.
Wonderful. Wonderful backhand return. Found the angle there and claws the game back to Buis, desperate to get another toe hold into this return situation.
Advantage, Ms. Buis.
There was no call to it. Must have clipped the back of the line.
That would have been a Hawkeye moment, I think, if we had the opportunity.
Yeah, challenge would have been beckoning, wouldn't it?
Certainly extremely close. I'm just not sure. So close. But she answered it quite well, so it all evens out, I guess.
So back-to-back winners then. This match bubbling up nicely now. Longest rally of the match. Really good rally, and it shows as well that if you have slow swing speeds, you have to use height as an asset to get that length of shot. Break point here for Ellerbrock.
Yeah, every long rally that you can tell that Marjolein loves her long rally, so she's just trying to get Sabine into that. And each time she's done it, she's forced an error from Ellerbrock. So it's certainly working for her today, but it feels a bit like battle of the backhand in this match at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, well said. Interesting on court position as well. Sabine right back in the backboards almost as she's playing against the height of Buis. The high shots, I should say.
She seems to be taking more on two bounces as well, which
Advantage, Ms. Buis.
can be a real
Seems to be
disadvantage to you if you have to take it on two bounces. So if you get a choice, obviously you want to take time away from your opponent. So I think it's a combination of her height and depth from Buis, but equally taking too many on two bounces, I think, at the moment.
game, Ms. Buis.
Well, there was only one winner of that game in terms of court position.
Ms.
Sabine
Buis
Ellerbrock
leads 4 games
right
to
back
2.
against the backboards almost. And Buis, as you said, just encouraging her to play double bounce tennis. And a big, big sigh of relief for Buis.
She looks so relieved after that one, doesn't she? Seems to be looking a little bit tired today, Marjolein. I think she's found the week quite tough. But there's no doubt that she'll battle through every point.
Yeah, 2 of her 3 group matches went 3 sets.
Love 15.
And again, I think just towards the end of the year, everyone starts to feel... You get that feeling of just 1 match left, just 2 matches left. And I think it can start to feel quite draining.
15.
Yeah, Marjolein beat Kamiji in 3 sets, 6-3 in the third. And Aniek van Hout as well, 7-5 in the third, as well as Montagne, 6-4, 6-2.
Out. 30-15. $40-50.
Wonderful angle on the forehand return.
40-30.
Fortunately, Ellerbrock with a little bit more room to manoeuvre here on her own service game.
Deuce.
It's been a little patchy though, hasn't it? Because from Sabine, because Marjolein has just managed to sort of contain her with that sort of awkward game style that she brings.
Yeah, I feel like neither of them at the moment actually are getting much of a rhythm. Actually, it seems to be quite patchy. That's what I was saying. They're just so different in their game styles. I think it's hard for them both to find that rhythm. Both trying to do very different things.
That's a precision backhand cross court from Sabine Ellerbrock there.
Advantage, Miss Ellerbrock.
And it seems evident on what we've seen so far that it's very, very difficult to attack Buis because of the height and length that she's just pinning Ellerbrock back. And as you said, opting to play double bounce tennis all the time, that's tough.
Deuce.
But I was going to say that's an amazing return, and just the sheer consistency of Marjolein, she, like I say, she will battle for everything. She'll get to what feels like every ball. She reads the game so well, so it's so hard to find the spaces. Another solid return. She seems to be loving her forehand today. But the one thing they do seem to have in common tactically today is they do both seem to be targeting each other's backhands a lot.
Game, Miss Buis.
Buis breaks again.
Miss Buis leads 5 games to 2.
She's 5-2 up, a game away from the opening set now. She'll come out and serve for it after the sit down.
Again, I think Marjolein looked relieved after that game. It seems like she's, yeah, she looks a bit tired from this week, and not surprisingly, but she seems to be playing great.
So I can tell you that Sabine Ellerbrock's won the last 7 times that they met, these two. Last time that Marjolein won was back in 2014, and the French Open of France, I should say. Hard court in the quarterfinals. Seems a long time ago now.
Time.
So Sabine Ellerbrock looking a little bit frustrating with the gestures towards her camp.
She certainly had a lot of opportunities in those last couple of games. I think she's probably a bit frustrated that she missed them with a few unforced errors, especially that last point.
Continue that Montagna has beaten Lucy Schucker in the playoff for 7th and 8th place. That was out on court 1. That was what all the clapping was about just now. That was in straight sets. Score on that one was 7-5, 6-3 to Montagna. South African coming through against the Brit Lucy Schucker out on 1.
Another great match. It's been so close between all the women here this week, and such a shame for Lucy. But you know, good win for KG.
So the solidity so far of this player just slightly overwhelming for Ellerbrock at the moment. She's got it all to do, the player at the far end. And incidentally, last year this time they played for the 5th-6th playoff, and it was Ellerbrock that won on that occasion. 7-5, 6-love. Really quite a one-sided affair, particularly in that second set.
40-30.
Just testament to the fact that this player in picture, Marjolein, has really improved over the last year. Here she is with set point.
Deuce.
Unusual serve court position there, way behind the baseline.
Far behind the baseline and very close to the tee, which again is a little bit risky. It seems to work for her, so.
Cheeky little drop shot that really put her in the upper hand in the point there, Ellerbrock.
Something that Sabine certainly brings to the wheelchair game is from playing able-bodied tennis. Obviously, there's an awful lot of playing at the net. Have to have really good hands, and she's brought it into the wheelchair game, which is nice to see, really.
Beautiful backhand angle.
Deuce.
From the Dutch player there. Interesting. I can't get my head around the fact that able-bodied players play forehand here and backhand with the other side of the racket. You guys come around with the inside for the backhand a lot, don't you? I can't get my head around that. Obviously, there's a technical advantage, I imagine. Otherwise, everybody would do like able-bodied players, but it's something new to me.
It's you have a few players, like Sabine plays the conventional topspin backhand. Those players that use the conventional topspin quite often have come from the able-bodied game, so of course they're just going to bring it into this. But we call it the inside-out backhand or the reverse, because you use the same side as the racket as the forehand. So the theory is you don't have to change grip, so it's the same grip for your forehand, and you can generate an awful lot of spin that way. So in terms of gaining more height and spin, because obviously we're a bit lower, it has its benefits, and because of the grip change too, because we're dealing with the wheel and the grip and lots of stuff going on with our hands, lots of coordination.
And of course, presumably, you don't want to have the other hand on
Bouse
to
leads
change the
5
grip,
games
do you,
to
obviously?
3.
So that makes now a lot of sense. Thanks for explaining that to me.
And
Very
in terms
good.
of switching to the slice backhand grip, it's quite easy. It's not too far to go. So that's the theory behind it. I mean, I've got a reverse backhand, and it's my favourite shot. It's so comfortable, yeah. Give it a go one time. I feel like we'll get you out on court,
yeah,
you know.
Pete was saying that. I'm worried now. I'm going to have to give it a go.
It's perfect. Me and Pete versus you. I think that's fair. We'll give you a wheelchair. You can give it a go.
Love 15.
Yeah, there's not many players with the conventional backhand. I know Joachim, Gerard has it, but he sits incredibly high in his chair. He's very tall, so he can really still use that shot. Similar to Sabine, she's sitting high as well.
Didn't miss by much. It's been a pattern of play that she's very, very good at, that high
15.
looping backhand in particular. And of course, it's just pinning Ellerbrock back, who needs at some stage to take a lot more risks and play from the first bounce, you'd imagine, to be more effective.
(30-50).
Didn't manage to get the chair to turn quite quick enough then.
Well, the buckling first serve seals the game for Sabine Ellerbrock. She's still
Bouse leads 5 games to 4.
Trails 4-5 out here with it all to do, but Marjolein Buis will come out and serve for the opening set after the sit down. Now this is the real sort of moment of truth, isn't it, for the Dutch player, because of course with that head-to-head trailing against her, that will surely, you'd imagine, over the years sort of send the alarm bells ringing. What was it? She's lost the last 7 consecutive matches to Sabine, and now of course she really has to believe, and it's going to be interesting to see. She has had a good year, we're fully aware of that, but you know, how much now is this mental fortitude going to kick in, and we're going to get a real snapshot into her personality. Sabine, well, she's out, she's around the chair, around the net, ready to go, almost as if to make a statement, desperate to get on with it and reduce the deficit and level up at 5-all. But Marjolein Buis, can she convert this big opportunity here and serve out the set? And what, in wheelchair tennis for women, is it more favourable to return or serve? I know it's personal, but any preference there particularly, though, or not?
I think obviously every player is individual, but when we look at the stats and how things have been going, you tend to win more receiving games than you do serving games. At the moment, that's just how the stats are. So the returning game is the stronger, but we're certainly trying to even it out a little bit more. I'm not entirely sure why that's happened, but it's a bit more in the women's game than the men's at the moment.
So serve not an advantage in this situation, really.
No, and again, you see it from when people choose to receive from the start of the match. You know, it shows that it's not always the biggest benefit.
Marjolein Buis serving for the opening set, then armed with new balls, 5-4.
Similar score to the first semi-final that we saw, really. We saw a 5-2 up and a little bit of a comeback, and the same things happened here.
(15). 30-15.
Brilliant angle, really coming around the side of that ball on the forehand, brushing right around the side of it. Wonderfully struck, very positive at that stage.
One very close call halfway through that rally.
40-15.
Again, must have caught the back of the line, but neither of these players are scared to go for the lines, are they?
No, it's been, and you have to really credit particularly Marjolein Buis, who's played so positively, and now she's generated a couple of set points.
(40-30).
I was just about to say how improved the 27-year-old is. And it's going to be interesting to see if she can seal this right here. Well, when you watch Sabine Ellerbrock, you see some really clever tactical thinking. She's changing up her return position just prior to watching Buis serve, and it's quite not off-putting, but unnerving for the server, I'd imagine.
Well, it makes them have to think about what they're doing, and it can almost make you think, should I be changing what I'm doing? When actually, what Marjoleин's been doing is working, so there shouldn't be any change, but it can't help but make you rethink things. It's quite a ruthless tactic in a way, but you know, it's allowed, and if it works.
Changing the look on return.
Advantage, Miss Ellerbrock.
Feeling the pressure then, Buis at this stage. Ellerbrock with a break back point.
Yeah, 3 cheap points there for Ellerbrock, which I'm sure Marjolein will be very frustrated about. The 2 double faults and then 1 in the bottom of the net. Obviously feeling the pressure.
Ellerbrock just spills wide after a long, spirited rally. Those dependable ground shots from Buis, holding firm and just buoying her in what's been a little bit of a shaky service game from her of late. Brilliant, redeeming herself nicely.
Advantage, Miss Buis.
A lot more control there from Marjolein. It's been a really up and down service game for her. She seems to have gone from really putting Sabine out of her comfort zone and getting that short ball off the first, straight off her serve, to having, what, I think 3 double faults in this game.
3 cheap points followed by 2 really well contested. Second set point opportunity for Buis.
Game and first set.
The return spills wide, and she does indeed get that one. A massive blowout of the cheeks, a big sigh of relief for the Dutch player. She's a set to the good, 6-4. So, question, Louise, is it that Sabine Ellerbrock is underperforming a little bit on the back of Marjoleин's sort of improvement as well, or is it very subtle and just a little bit of both, or what do you think?
I mean, I really feel like there's hardly anything between them. You can tell that by the scoreline and how close the games have been. But to be honest, I think Sabine's actually playing really well. I think Marjolein has improved a lot. I know she's been a little bit up and down, but she's been pretty solid through this. And so this week, Marjolein has just really pulled it out of the bag and had some incredible results. So I expected this to be a close battle. You can
Undefeated all week. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, you can see that on Marjolein. She wears those wrist straps as well, you might have noticed, and she wears those as well for a similar reason for the taping, so just to support her joints. Like I say, every player's got their own little tricks of the trade to help them perform.
Let's take a look at how Marjolein Buis has been returning serve. Look at that, very early. Wonderful off the forehand side. And again, very effective there. And the solidity from the back of the court, really quite something. She's been using that high looping shots, mixed in with some early shots as well, and it's all been coming good for her. She is much improved this year, you have to say. And Louise, you were talking about her results so far. Well, doing so well in the group stages, just beating everybody in the group. So fabulous work from her. It's been a gripping tournament so far. So both players have just left the court for a bathroom break, and we're just awaiting their return. But as I say, it's been a terrific day's play so far. If you are just joining us, you're joining us at the second women's semi-final stage in the Wheelchair Tennis Masters, NEC, from Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre. My name's Paul Hand, alongside me Louise Hunt. Sabine Ellerbrock is back. The German's ready to resume. She's trailing a set 6-4 to a player that hasn't lost a match so far in this tournament. We've seen Kunieda come through. He will meet Joachim Gerard in the final of the men's event. That'll be tomorrow. And that's 1 o'clock start. Then we're going to have the women's singles final, of which one of these players will be in. They will pit their skills against Jiske Griffioen of the Netherlands. So is it going to be an all-Dutch final? That'll be second after 1 o'clock. And then the third match will be our quads, which will be third on from 1 o'clock. So plenty more action here. And do stay with us tomorrow as well, 1 o'clock local time. Looking forward to have your company. Myself, Paul Hand, in the company of Louise Hunt and Peter Norfolk, taking you through all the action. It's been a cracking tournament so far. We've had lots of celebs in the house. We've had Judy Murray's been here earlier in the week.
Had Lorraine Kelly as well, didn't we?
Kelly,
I think?
that's right, from host of Daybreak and This Morning, and Lorraine and John Burko, of course,
Piers
Speaker
Morgan,
in the House of
another
Commons.
one.
Piers Morgan was here, was he
another
really?
one, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, the
wow,
first
you
day.
know more. Did you get any autographs?
I'm just on Twitter. That's
is that
I've
what it
got
is?
to
Is
be
that what it
honest.
is?
That's how I find out.
Davis Cup team, the winning Davis Cup team, coming down with their trophy, Andy Murray and all the players with him. Wonderful moment that was.
I just think it's really exciting to see all this interest, and to have some, some famous and popular personalities come down and support us is just really awesome, and just hopefully will help raise the profile of our sport more and more.
We were saying as well with Mark Bullock that you got the Chilean former player, top 20 player, what's his name, the Fernando Gonzalez, who's playing over at the old Vets event. I'm trying to think where they're playing now. Somewhere in London. Albert Hall. That's right, it's coming to me now, the Veterans event. But amongst a pedigree field over there, he's a big advocate of wheelchair tennis. So Mark was going to try and text him or email him, get in contact and say, look, you're welcome over here after your matches. If you've time, we'd love to have you along. But certainly Jonas Bjorkman, amongst several others that are very supportive of wheelchair tennis, along with Novak Djokovic, of course. I don't know whether that's the Uniqlo sort of link between the two. But he's a real big fan of it as well. And Andy Murray watching Gordon Reed at the US Open. Again, they're all into it.
Yeah, and Djokovic has been amazing. He's actually tried wheelchair tennis. There's a link online on YouTube if anyone wants to have a look. But of him playing with Andy Lapthorne, our #1 quad player, quite entertaining. He didn't manage to move very much, but yeah, we've got a lot of able-bodied players who are really supporting our game, which is really good. And Gustavo Curtin from Brazil. He runs a tournament which I went to a few weeks ago, actually, for the wheelchair tour, and it's a brilliant tournament, absolutely amazing. So got a lot of able-bodied players who are interested in our game.
Second set, Miss Ellerbrock to serve.
So Ellerbrock with it all to do then, trailing a set 4-6 to Marjolein Buis of the Netherlands. German to serve, start of the second set.
15 love. Out. 30 love. $40 love. Miss Ellerbrock. First game, second set.
Ellerbrock holds on then, onto her own serve. And it's the onus on now Marjolein Buis to take up the serving duties. So can she continue against a player that's had quite a stranglehold over their past encounters?
Love 15.
Certainly starting the second set nice and strong. I think the break's done Sabine some good.
Makes you wonder whether she might have had a sort of cheeky word with her coach on passing, with respect. You know, I know you're not allowed to coach, of course, but it might just
15.
be a glance or a gesture. You just don't know, do you? But certainly a break can really pierce the momentum bubble that the leading player had. We've seen that so much in able-bodied tennis, let alone wheelchair, where the momentum does tend to slip around quite a little bit more, I'd suggest.
Out.
Just gives you that little bit of extra time, though.
30,
It's time that you don't always have to find, because you can just leave the court, regroup, go through your routines, and just think about what it is you need to change. So it really can make a huge difference.
Well, pressing the reset button has done Sabine Ellerbrock the world of good. Opting to take that one considerably earlier.
Let first set. $40-30.
It's always a little embarrassing when that happens, isn't it? I used to do that and land on my shoe, and yeah.
You know what? We've all been there.
Yeah.
I mean, there are rumours sometimes that it's deliberate to gain a bit of time. I'm not sure if in that situation it was, if I'm honest. But yeah, I've heard quite often, you bounce and you accidentally hit your wheel or something. People, there are rumours.
Yeah, loss of dignity doesn't matter.
Depends how clumsy you are. If it's me, it's never on purpose, trust me.
Exactly. Again, the cross-court backhand slice.
New
Great effect
advantage,
there on the
Miss
angle.
Ellerbrock.
Taking it a lot earlier than before when she was electing to leave to the second bounce well behind the baseline and just neutralise.
Deuce.
They have almost switched in a way, though. Marjolein seems to be pushed a lot further back up the court, and Sabine sort of hanging around more around the baseline. Much more aggressive court position. There's Mark Bullock, head of the ITF.
On the right there with the colourful trousers on.
No, looking very swagger today, Mark.
Dapper.
I've known Mark since I was about 5 years old,
Have
so
you?
I have. I don't really remember my life without him in it, to be honest.
New advantage, Miss Ellerbrock.
Yeah, Mark started, he was like a national coach, and he's sort of gradually moved his way up, but he was a coach when I was at junior camps. So he was literally running the camps, and then now he's a big boss man,
Tennis manager of the ITF. Break point here for Ellerbrock for a 2-love advantage. Oh, just a little too greedy with the forehand. Went too close to the line. It's been her undoing throughout that opening set, just spilling wide on the biggest points.
She really could be going for bigger margins, actually, because even that shot, another foot inside, Marjolein wouldn't have been close. She just served, she was caught still, so she could really bring those margins in a little bit.
New advantage, Miss Ellerbrock.
And as at the business end of that first set when she was serving for it, just going a little bit walkies with the concentration, Marjolein, at the moment. And that's said respectfully, because it happens to all tennis players from time to time. Wonderful off forehand there. Managed to get the racket head manoeuvred around the chair wonderfully there. Looked like she didn't have space to execute, but beautifully struck.
This is what I mean with Marjolein, those unconventional shots, she always manages to dig out and still manages to execute an amazing shot. So definitely one of her strengths. Just, I wish I could do it, to be honest.
Advantage, Miss Ellerbrock.
Ellerbrock opening up her opponent's court very effectively there. Far from a spent force, Ellerbrock really is fighting back well here.
Game, Miss Ellerbrock.
The German breaks again, and she's 2-love to the good.
Miss
Second
Ellerbrock
set now.
leads 2 games to love.
Having conceded the opening set, though. Still got a lot of work to do. But things looking up for the German.
Love 15.
For me, Louise, it's been
15
a
all.
real turnaround in this lady's court position entirely. She's now inside the baseline, bullying the point, taking it a lot earlier and with much, much more effect. And I'm sure she's drawing on memories in the past of how she crushed her opponent in that regard, doing exactly that.
And the difference in play is evident. I mean, you can just see already Marjoleine's starting to break
13-15.
down. Sabine's taking those ball early, and she's making those ones that are close to the line now because she's in a better position to make them, whereas earlier she was a bit more uncomfortable with where she was. So, yeah, huge turnaround.
So to counter it, does Marjolein just go higher and try and knock her back from that early court position? I'm wondering.
I mean, it seems to me that Marjolein is taking, that one, for example, she seems to be taking balls a little bit later now than she was before. They've almost done a role reversal. Marjolein's sitting too far back, taking too many on 2 bounces. And through that, she's lost a bit of depth, height and spin.
And a massive amount of effect as well. Suddenly then, 2 points for 3 love here for the German player Ellerbrock.
Game, Miss Ellerbrock.
Well, I like the idea of Buis taking it early,
Miss
but
Ellerbrock
it's to no
leads 3 games
avail
to
in the
love.
end. She trails 3 love in the second set. Ellerbrock in a commanding position now in set 2. It's going to be interesting, Louise, to see how they both continue, whether Marjolein can wrestle back the momentum that Sabine has sort of created in terms of court position and how she goes about it. Does she go high to try and bully the German back behind the baseline, or will Sabine take it early even if she does do that not as the ball's rising? I'm really curious.
Yeah, it's an interesting part of the game, really, because if Sabine keeps going like she is, even if Marjolein does step up and play like she did in the first set, I mean, is Sabine's game now stronger than Marjoleine's strongest game? So it'll be interesting. It'd be nice to see Marjolein come back and play like she did in the start, a bit more aggressive, a bit more court presence. So it'll be interesting to see, because hopefully Marjolein, she needs to make some kind of change in this second set. Otherwise, I think it's just going to run away with her. But, we've seen things like this before. It's not all over until that last ball's hit. So anything can happen from this point on.
And also, of course, everybody around here and on telly, we want to see their A games pitted against each other simultaneously. That's what this is about, isn't it? Bringing their best. Really showcasing the sport. It'd be nice to be treated to our first 3-setter of the day.
Love 50. Love 30.
Well, there's been the odd
30.
glimmer of brilliance from Marjolein Buis, but not an awful lot more early in this second set. Sabine Ellerbrock really has contained her and stifled her, managed her very, very well. That said, though, all it takes is a little bit of complacency, lapse in concentration, and this player will be back in.
We saw it in the first semi-final, didn't we? Players start to relax a little bit too much, feel a bit too complacent. It's all going too well, and then the other person just comes back and attacks. Which we might be seeing a little bit of this now, actually, in this game. Sometimes it feels harder when you're up in the set or even in the game. It almost feels I think sometimes when you come from behind, you've got a more fighting kind of attitude and almost like a nothing to lose almost attitude as well.
Yeah, we said in the last men's match, it's far tougher to hit winners when you're ahead.
That's for sure.
Left, second serve.
It's a kind of weird reverse psychological dynamic, isn't it? Of the player that's down is very, very dangerous.
I mean, half of this, like most sports, but half of tennis is mental. I think it's incredible how much the mental side can affect the score, can affect the situation on a court. Why we all need psychologists, you see.
Advantage, Ms. Buis.
Certainly worth the wait to get the right ball toss. That's something I do admire with Marjolein. She is incredibly patient.
Yeah, it's written all over her game style as well, isn't it? It's how she lives and breathes. That's what she is. Very patient by nature, you can tell.
Game, Ms. Buis.
Ellerbrock keen to really impress her return game,
Ms.
but
Ellerbrock
overpressing
leads
there.
3 games to 1.
Buis holds on, reduces the deficit, and a big stretch for that man.
It's finding a bit stressful, I think, maybe.
So, can Sabine Ellerbrock, the German, extend her lead further?
Left, serve.
Let's hope that etched into her mind is that she's got to retain that aggressive court position and not move back too far behind the baseline.
Love 15.
Well, that'll go down in her book as a soft backhand error. Deja vu.
Love 30.
Two backhand errors in the same place.
She certainly looks very tight in this game. I'm not sure whether that was the loss of the last one. You can see she's shaking off there as well. But like the serve doesn't look as fluid as before. Bit of nerve setting in, or something seemed to bother her on the first point, but I'm not entirely sure what that was.
Couple that with a telling forehand
Love
return.
40.
And suddenly the German back in danger.
And that's the difference. You put in a serve that's 80% rather than 90%, 100%. That's the return you're going to get in response. You just can't afford to hold back at this level of the game. Great body serve there.
15.
And that's the serve she's
14.
after, I think.
Out.
30, 14.
Well, two good serves from the German to sort of retrieve the deficit. Still work to do, though.
Game, Miss Buis.
Rally of the match so far. Buis holds on and indeed does
Miss
break that
Ellerbrock
back.
leads 3 games to 2.
Stays in touch with her opponent nicely.
An incredibly defensive point from Sabine, though. I mean, I was wondering if we were going to lose her. I don't know how far back she could go, really. But taking, again, those points on, you can really see the difference. As soon as she starts taking balls on one bounce, the game completely changes. But Marjolein managing to push her further and further back, and Sabine almost being too timid to move up the court and really take control. Little rehydration from Marjolein there.
Yeah, it seems quite evident to me that when Sabine is very effective, I remember that she was knifing across that slice backhand after the first bounce, very short on an angle, and it was just very, very effective. And, you know, since being 3-love up, she's kind of lost the way in that regard, and now Marjolein is back in, and Sabine in picture, just trying to almost outplay Marjolein in her own game style, which of course is just favouring the Dutch player.
Yeah, and with Sabine, like you're saying, with that backhand, I mean, she was taking the ball earlier, they were a bit lower, so it was just a lot more comfortable for her to knife it. And because she's taking them at a different height now, they're a bit high on the contact point, so they're just floating in a little bit too much, which again, that return is what Marjolein wants. You know, she's happy to rally and keep rallying, and that's what she's good at.
Love 15.
That's Sabine's other coach in the crowd there, national coach.
Love 30. Love 40.
Wonderful telling return that finds the line. Puts her in a commanding position again. Beautifully struck. 3 break points for a 4-2 lead in the fight back.
Out. 15-14.
Wonderful backhand winner
30-40.
from Marjolein to keep the game alive, but still work to do. Sabine looking very focused, eyeing the break. back-to-back winners then. Save the game. Back to Juice we go.
Amazing comeback in that game. Anything can happen in this sport.
But of course, the world's very best are very good at front running, aren't they? And playing good when they're ahead. That's what Kunieda does really very well. Just under too much pressure on the stretch from another
Miss Buis.
excellent cross-court backhand from Buis.
A couple of shorter angles as well from Marjolein just then. You know, she was playing the deeper ones before, but they seem to be working well now. And that reverse can be lethal if she gets it right.
Juice.
Well, apologies for any break-up in the pictures. We have had strong 40-mile-an-hour winds around here at Stratford, so my apologies in that regard. Hopefully it's all resumed and we've got a decent, clear picture.
Advantage, Miss Ellerbrock.
Sabine seems to be playing with a little bit less risk now. A bit more height and spin on the shots, but she's brought her margins in, which seems to be working at the moment. Spoke too soon. Again, I always get jinxed when I say these things.
I think we all do, don't worry.
I think they can hear me, really.
Advantage, Miss Ellerbrock.
Just gesturing to commit to that slice backhand, just like I did there, she's suggesting. Point to extend her lead.
Buis.
Again, one of these pivotal games in the overall context of this set and the match. Both wrestling for supremacy here. Ellerbrock was 3-love up to remind those of you just joining us, but trailing a set.
Out. Advantage, Miss Buis.
Can be such a turning point here if it goes back to 3-all. And mentally, it's a real tough thing for both of them to manage after this.
Game, Miss Buis.
So 3 backhand errors from Ellerbrock, and Miss Buis goes
3 games all.
to 3-all. Nothing between them now. Suddenly that cushion of the 3-love lead.
That's Team Germany there. We've got physio, national coach and individual coach. Writing a lot of notes, I see. Sure there'll be a good team debrief later.
Post-mortem, that's right. After the match. Leave no stone unturned, the Dutch coach particularly. Very meticulous with all of the detail that he goes into. It's a well-documented fact. What's his name? Joop?
Yep, Joop.
Yep, it's Joop.
And the national coach is called Christoph.
Out.
Yeah, Christoph, the national coach, he was their coach for the World Team Cup this year. And we,
Germans.
yeah, for the Germans, we played them for the bronze medal. Lots of unforced errors coming through now. They both seem to be a lot more tentative, knowing that this is another big game.
(40-15).
Under a lot of pressure there with the court position being so wide. Buis had to do a lot with that backhand and she knew it, so sort of over-pressed in that regard. Ellerbrock then with 2 points to stop the rot and get ahead again in the second set. She did leave through. She led 3-love here. Been pegged back to 3-all. Opportunity now to accelerate her away again.
Game, Miss Ellerbrock.
Secures the game. Leads 4-3.
Miss Ellerbrock leads 4-3.
Just asking the umpire for some ice, I believe. Oh, that's what I heard. Did you hear that, Louise?
I wasn't sure if it was, yeah, either ice or maybe the physio. I'm not entirely sure.
But she certainly isn't favourite when they go into these long, drawn-out points, as you suggested from the off. It seems to be definitely the Dutch player, Marjolein Buis, that comes up trumps in that regard. But it's all about managing the expectation, isn't it, in an event of this stature? The Wheelchair Tennis Masters, sponsored by the title sponsor NEC, and it's upping the work rate and reducing the expectation almost.
Time.
All players want to do well out here, but they've got to just put the performance together. That's what it's all about, getting the best out of their own game and putting your strengths against your opponent's weaknesses. So Sabine will be fully aware that she needs to take the ball earlier and impose her game on Marjolein. Buis trailing 3-4 second set, but a set to the good.
Much more aggressive from Buis there.
15
Nice
love.
volley to the gap straight away. Completely confident on that one.
Yeah, very imaginative play, foraying to the net with great effect.
Out.
15 all.
Nice backhand angle. For a second, I thought a string had gone from the Dutch player there, but it was a bit of a miss hit, I think. Wonderful response to that short ball from the German.
I was wondering who was going to take the angle first then. It just seemed like they were going to trade down the middle.
15-40.
Yeah, there was a lot of intent on that forehand, loaded with topspin from Sabine Ellerbrock.
Really see her confidence rising now, can't we? I think there's a huge difference in body language.
30-40.
Well,
that was incredibly close.
It was.
Call.
And almost a late call in that he shouted but didn't gesture with his arm, to the frustration of Ellerbrock, who feels slightly aggrieved, just confirming with his chair umpire that that was a correct decision. These guys do a great job here. They have to be given credit.
Great job, and it's a tough job, I think, too.
Thankless.
Game, Miss Ellerbrock.
Wonderful backhand winner from Sabine Ellerbrock, and the German in the ascendancy again. She's extended her lead to 5-3.
5 games to 3.
Really in the flow now. Tactically, she seems a bit more assured, and has the look of a lady who has that head-to-head stranglehold favouring her. 25-4 against this opponent.
Love 15.
Marjolein still fighting for every single point. Nice solid return.
Love 30.
Well dispatched, quick up to it, poised and balanced when she got there.
15-30.
Opportunity to close out the set and treat us to a decider. It's all about tempered aggression, isn't it, against Marjolein? Because she's so resilient in her defence and so effective when you're coming at her, and if you don't get it right, then she comes back and bites you.
Thanks, boy. Please get the ball.
Yeah, and in those long rallies, especially down the middle, you just don't know which ball it's going to be that she's going to go for that angle on. It almost just comes out of nowhere sometimes, it feels like. Because she loves to rally, so you almost expect you're just going to rally with her all day, and then suddenly, big weapon comes out.
Wonderful. Again, it's the backhand slice that comes to the rescue. Ellerbrock pegs back to deuce. Very important game this, if nothing else, psychologically, to get to the end of this set and then start the third set on level footing.
Advantage, Miss Ellerbrock.
Just gesturing almost not to float the backhand slice, but really go after it and commit to the shot. Here she is then with a second set point here.
Again, just sitting so far back, taking more balls on 2 bounces. Almost doing the opposite, I think, to what she just told herself, actually. That was brilliant pressure from Marjolein there.
She did that from the return of serve onwards, didn't she? It really got on, sort of like laid down her authority early in the point from the return and sustained it as well. Very good.
And same again.
Game is Buis.
Buis breaks back and will now serve to
Miss
stay
Ellerbrock leads 5 games to 4.
in the second set. Really swung that momentum round very, very effectively. It's a very brave game from this player. She was up against it and had one set point against her.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, one set point against her, but she held really well. It was a really strong returning game for her, actually. That last one, probably one of her best, I think. Just pushing Sabine back further and further again.
You're absolutely right. It's really interesting watching this match unfold because, as you said, she's more secure, is Marjolein, from the back of the court with the sort of high looping stuff, just working on backing her opponent away. But as you say, she's very effective and very imaginative at opening up that unexpected angle, but also then suddenly clouting one and getting on the upper hand in the rally and holding on well as well. So effective in many ways.
Time.
It's a real reflection just on her patience, though. You can just see in the rallies, like, she's willing to wait. She'll just wait and wait and wait until she gets that ball. And that's why I think it comes almost unexpected. Because you think, oh, she's happy to rally, and then suddenly go, oh, OK, that was a bit too perfect for her.
So second set still very much alive here. Serving 4-5. There's Marjolein Buis from the Netherlands.
Love 15.
That's second serve a little too rich in contact and needing more spin.
Love 30.
I think Ellerbrock got a little bit
Ladies
lucky on
and
that
gentlemen,
one.
as a courtesy to the players, please keep your seats during play. Thank you.
Just trying really hard to, I think, lob her, but they kept sitting a bit too short, didn't they? A little bit of missed timing from Buis.
Love 40.
So can Ellerbrock do something that she couldn't do at 5-3 on that set point and serve it out? And she has 3 more set points to level up.
15-40.
A wry shake of the head of frustration. Still 2 more opportunities though.
Game
Snatches the
second
set
set.
on her third
Miss
set point
Ellerbrock,
opportunity.
6 games to 4. 1 set all new balls, please. Ball chain.
Levels up. She was always leading in that set. She went 3-love. Then her opponent pegged back to 3-all. Then she accelerated away 5-3, served for it, but eventually got there 6-4. So we have a match on our hands, and we are going to be treated to a deciding set here in this, the second of the women's semi-final matches. Sabine, well, she's off for a bathroom break, and no doubt we will resume when she comes back onto court and take a look at the last point A beautifully struck forehand return down the line off of what were some shaky second serves, landing in just a little too short.
Yeah,
So-
Marjolein didn't even attempt to move on that, did she? I think she knew as soon as she hit that serve that she'd not quite got it in the most ideal spot, and it was just perfect contact point for Ellerbrock.
So tape being applied to the fingers because, of course, they're having to push on the wheels. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, for Marjolein, she wears a lot of tape again. It's like a support thing for her, but it's equally, I'm sure, blister issues. We all suffer from an awful lot of blisters, as you can probably imagine. There's just the friction against the wheel, especially bad in hotter countries too as well. So, and they can really hurt. You'd be surprised.
No, because regular able-bodied players get callus build-up from the racket grip. But
Yeah.
do you guys have a lot of that as well on your even non-racket hands as well?
Yeah, I mean, even if I could
Yeah.
show people the state of my hands, I mean, there's calluses all
Yeah.
over the place, but they actually, in a way, do you favours because they do protect you a little
Yeah,
bit.
of course, yeah,
so
absolutely.
they advise us to obviously we take care of our hands really, really well, but equally, you want to wear them down, but not too much that you're going to get blisters, and it's a bit of an injury prevention. Oh, what have we got from Christoph?
Who does he love?
Who
now
does he
then?
love? Oh, show us again, Christoph.
Well, they know the camera's
Show
on.
us
Let's
again,
have a look. What does it say?
Christoph.
I love
Mama? Is it Mama?
Mama. It is Mum. Mama?
Oh.
What a lovely man.
Hello, Mum. Oh, bless him. Have we got another one coming, or are we more note taking, or another note maybe?
He loves his mum. He's a big brute as well, isn't he? Gentle giant.
Oh, bless him. We've got some really, really lovely coaches on the tour, and it's really nice the rapport you build up with some of the coaches from other countries too. You spend so much time together, and I've personally spent a lot of time with Marjolein and her coach Ard Swan. Again, I've known him since I was about 11 years old. He ran the first ever international junior camp I ever went to. But yeah, Marjoleин's good friends, spent a lot of time with them. So we've got
So this
Michael
man-
Shevers
Sorry
there.
to intrude. Michael Shevers, he's 6-2, 4-1 up against Sanada of Japan. They're playing off for 7th and 8th place out on court 1. Last match of the day over there, as it is here on this court 3 here in the Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre. This is the last of our semi-final matches. We've brought you 4 matches consecutively from 11 o'clock local time here in London. Tomorrow we'll be bringing you live finals action, starting with the men's final at 1 o'clock local time, followed by the women's final, and then the quads singles final as well. So plenty more to come. Do join us tomorrow, 1 o'clock local time. And we've still yet to bring you a deciding set here. Sabine's back. She's a change of clothing.
Time.
And ready to crack on with the deciding set then. Both players vying for a place in this year's final. Such a big, momentous event, this one.
Final set, Miss Ellerbrock to serve.
2 incredibly close sets just gone, so it'll be interesting to see how this one pans out. But I think a strong start is really, really important now, because just 1 set left. You can't afford to take your foot off the gas.
Love 15.
Both players working tirelessly, manoeuvring the chairs all over the court to get the best position around the ball.
30-15.
Slow ball there from Sabine, I think just messed Marjoleine's rhythm up a little bit there. That's the thing, sometimes if you chuck in a ball that's changed the pace of the rally, it can really, really distract your opponent. They try and do too much and almost end up doing too little.
Out. 40-15.
Telling length from Marjolein Buis.
40-30.
Both players desperate to reach the final of this season-ending spectacular. Chance to win the most coveted trophy outside of the 4 Grand Slam pillars of world tennis.
Almost a repeat of the previous point, going back behind on that forehand side. But it certainly seems to be quite effective, so it'll be interesting to see if she keeps pushing that.
Brilliant serve and sting. Opened up the angle to the Jiske court.
Advantage, Miss Ellerbrock.
With a wide serve, really found its mark. Got her opponent right outside the trams, and that was it. Easy pickings with the backhand volley.
Jiske.
Both seem a lot more committed, I think, in this third and final set.
Brilliant rally, that one.
Advantage, Miss Buis.
A lung buster that was for sure.
They used all corners of the courts there, I think. Really good rally.
So Ellerbrock, having had 40-15 up in this game, will be disappointed if she loses it. Now it's breakpoint opportunity here for Buis.
Jiske. No advantage, Miss Buis.
Second breakpoint opportunity for Marjolein. Super defense, and did very, very well just to manipulate her body out of the way of that ball coming right into the chair earlier in the rally.
Yeah, I thought that net call was going to actually benefit Marjolein, but she didn't quite put enough on the one after, did she? And then Sabine could regain the control.
Advantage, Miss Ellerbrock.
So second game point opportunity for the German here.
Game, Miss Ellerbrock.
Well, some really spirited fight there from the German Sabine Ellerbrock.
First game, final set.
Earn herself the lead in this deciding set. Early Buis was playing really high, loopy shots, particularly off that backhand reverse there. But to no avail in the end. Sabine managing to keep her at arm's length. Just being buoyed on by her support camp there.
No notes from Christoph this time. No, I love you, mums.
Yes, that's right. No, it's back to business for all.
Team Ellerbrock.
Love 15.
Well, there was no call.
15 all.
And presumably, yes, it was. That ball was on the line, on the off forehand.
Thirty 15.
Another close line call there that I think Sabine's not too agreeable on. It was certainly close.
40 50.
Brilliant from Ellerbrock.
40 30. Deuce.
Timely aggression from the German player. Getting the early strike in the rally. Straining every sinew, Ellerbrock, to no avail in the end, though.
Miss Buis.
Buis with a wonderful angle on that reverse backhand.
Deuce.
Let serve.
No advantage, Miss Buis.
Well, in this contest of exuberance of youth in the 27-year-old Buis against the experience of the German player, the 5th seed, Ellerbrock, at 40 years old, 13 years her senior. Who's going to come out on top? It really is in the balance, this one.
Just see Sabine was just trying so hard to get more and more up the court there.
Deuce.
Marjolein was keeping her back well.
Spirited and timely return
Miss Ellerbrock.
from Ellerbrock. Another breakpoint opportunity for a 2-love lead here in this deciding set.
Deuce.
Line call confirmed by the player as well, gesturing with her racket arm out. I think she'd shatter a frame after the follow-through on that serve, clattering against the chair, wouldn't she? She does that a lot, actually.
Yeah, she really does, actually. She does it on her ground strokes too sometimes, where she almost jolts forward. These rackets are quite robust.
No advantage, Miss Ellerbrock.
Sabine Ellerbrock just compounding pressure on her younger Dutch opponent, not letting her come up for air. Another breakpoint opportunity here.
Thank you.
Game, Miss Ellerbrock.
A gutsy forehand return then to seal the game. Gets the early break
Miss
and the
Ellerbrock
decider.
leads 2 games to love.
Good mental hold there too, because obviously that point before was quite frustrating when she thought it was in and then they called it out. So she'd almost celebrated too soon. So that was a really good mental battle with herself there.
Fifteen love.
Out.
30 love.
Determined to consolidate all of that good work just done to break the Buis serve. 2 points from 3 love now then for Sabine Ellerbrock. Not with that court position, and Buis just punishing Sabine for retreating far too far behind the baseline there. Just unable to turn that one around. Oh, a wonderful court opening angle there from Marjolein. Oh, brilliance again off the forehand return. Determined, etched all over her game and her body language that she's not going to let Ellerbrock accelerate away here anymore. Stops the rot here. Opportunity for 2-1. Brilliant.
Game, Miss Buis.
Back-to-back forehand return winners for Marjolein.
Ellerbrock leads 2 games to 1 final set.
She stays in touch here in this deciding set. That really has livened things up. Just when we thought Sabine Ellerbrock was going to accelerate away to 3 love, she was only 2 points away from that scoreline. She's been pegged back immediately by Marjolein Buis. So still plenty of tennis to be played here as Sabine reaches for the ice pack. Seems like a little bit of a niggling hip injury, or who knows. Takes the banana on board.
I just don't know what we do without bananas on tour. Wherever we go, first stop, where do we get bananas?
Absolutely, that's the first question. And take a look at this, Louise. Look at this forehand from the top drawer. Wonderful angles and just really, really dominating the play. And then she hits 2 forehand winners back-to-back on return. Brilliance from Buis to seal the game.
Time. Log 50.
Fabulous. Really in a rich vein of form now. Buis just hitting winners with abandon. It's testament to a high level of focus.
30-50.
Out.
40-50. (40-30).
Brilliant backhand winner down the line from Buis. Seal the game and level us up.
I thought it was all looking a little bit too tentative then, but suddenly again it was like that classic Buis surprise where it all looked a little bit slow, looked like she's holding back a bit, but then suddenly just brings the weapon out. All to play for in this third set.
She suddenly just pulls the trigger on the point from nowhere seemingly. Great to have that at your disposal.
And in particular today, I think on the forehand she's pulling that out.
15 love.
And one of the big sort of factors here for me that are standing out is that when one player wins, say, 2 points, they're immediately pegged back by the other. They're not allowed to run with the lead for very long at all, and that's what's made this such an intriguing match throughout.
(30 love). (40 love). Game, Miss Ellerbrock. Miss Ellerbrock leads 3 games to 2.
So Ellerbrock holds on then and leads 3-2. so little between them, but so much to play for out here. Opportunity to pit their skills against Jiske Griffioen in the final, an opponent that they're both very, very familiar with. The world #1 awaits, as he does in the men's final tomorrow. You'll catch that at 1 o'clock local time. Shingo Kunieda, the world #1, he'll be pitting his skills against Joachim Gerard, the Belgian, who beat him, incidentally, this week earlier on the Wednesday in the world group.
Yeah, and that was an amazing match because Joachim ended Shingo's 77 singles matches wins in a row. So that will be, I think, an incredible match, and really interesting too to see how that levels out. I'm looking forward to seeing that one, actually.
Me too, because Joachim Gerard, what a player he is. He just absolutely thunderous tempo and pace that he's got, and the returns were outstanding today.
I think he, in fact, he's another player that came through juniors with myself, so he's been playing most of his life. I've known him since we were like 10, 11 years old, so it's quite funny seeing, like, being in this sort of stage together. But he, I think he brings an element of the able-bodied game to wheelchair tennis just because of his height, the way he sits, and like I say, with the conventional backhand, he sort of brings a whole different sort of skill set, I find, to the game. So between the two of them, I think it's going to be an incredible match. A brilliant, brilliant one for spectators.
Left for serve.
Attention back to this one. So Marjolein Buis just trailing 2-3 in the deciding set. When she first came onto the match court, I kind of thought, actually, do you know what? She looks a little bit lightweight. She's going to be overpowered, and I don't mean that in any belittling sort of way. That's how it just looked to me, you know. But actually, subsequently, you've seen that she can really, really bite back and strike the ball very, very hard when she chooses, and she's got a timely ability when to pick that moment as well and pull the trigger in the point. Clever, tickled the pace off, carved around the side of the ball and pulled the angle.
And those hands coming out again. See, she loves it being close up to the net. She's really got the skill to get those angles. Stays very calm on those points too. Quite similar to Jiske, actually. I have to say, all credit to Buis there. She managed to get that return and get it back to a neutral ground, which was tough because she was really on the stretch there. So that was an impressive point there.
Ellerbrock really intimidating on the return court position, just moving around, trying to paint a different picture to Buis there. Again, brilliance
40-30
from nowhere. It looked like a ball that she didn't have enough pace on to do much with, but look at the angle that she creates.
You can see the angle of her chair as well. She's almost facing the back, but somehow she managed to create those shots. It really is quite a skill.
Game. Miss Buis.
Ellerbrock spills wide into the tram marginally. Buis holds
3
on.
games all.
Deadlock again. Scoreboard parity. Nothing between them. Just electing for a little bit of relaxation. Turns her back on proceedings and switches off. And now re-engages. 3-all.
It really is now a fight of the fittest and the most composed, I think, at this stage. 3-all in the third set. Been on court for a long time.
Love 15.
Out.
15 all. Thirty 15. All.
Brilliant. Comes around the outside of this ball beautifully. Great execution. Actually, that sounds a bit mercenary, doesn't it? Good shot. Been so hard to read on that forehand side.
40.
That said, it was a particularly short second serve and got what it deserved. Breakpoint opportunity for Buis here.
Ellerbrock set up the point perfectly then with a huge serve. Good to come back from the point before. I think she realised there just wasn't enough on that point beforehand. You see though, Marjolein, she pushes for everything, so you've got to be ready for that ball to come back at any time.
Brilliant acceleration down the short side of the court.
Such a surprising change of direction too. You wouldn't see it on that one, and then she just rips it. I think she enjoyed that shot.
Second break point opportunity for Buis here to take the lead for the first time in this set.
Game, Miss Buis.
Ellerbrock spills wide. She does get the break. She'll come out serving after the sit down at 4-3 in the decider.
Miss Buis leads 4-3, final set.
So we have a change in the ball team, the ball kids. Fresh legs on court.
They really are doing a great job this week.
I had to laugh. I was reading on one of the news pages that I just don't think it was Jordan Wiley was saying that, you know, she was training some of the ball kids, and in one of the previous tournaments she was getting on so well with one of the girls that she started to sort of ask a question and answer sort of during the middle of the match. And,
brilliant.
So you don't quite do that. You know, you can't distract me like that. There is a time and a place, but
it's sweet. You know,
nice,
sometimes when you're at tournaments, you can get a real range in much tennis of the experience of the ball kids, and yeah, it's funny the rapport you sometimes build up with them, and they sometimes don't realise that it's not maybe the time or the place, but all the same, it's really sweet, and you've just got to take it as knowing that they're just how nice that they're interested and they're comfortable with you, and it's actually a really positive reflection, I think. Yeah. But you can see the professionalism of these guys here. I think they're doing an absolutely tremendous job.
Time.
The setup is just brilliant this week. I just think all credit to Lee Valley and the Tennis Foundation and the ITF and all the sponsors. They've just done an amazing job of putting this on and just created a wonderful atmosphere. And I know all the players really look forward to coming to this event. So I feel quite proud to be British and knowing that we host this.
Marjolein Buis then serving with the advantage of 4-3.
Love 15.
Not the Sabine Ellerbrock slice we're used to there. Maybe a bit late on the contact.
Brilliant timing. Found the spot on the backhand down the line wonderfully.
30-15.
That was so effective earlier on, wasn't it? In the first set, the slice backhand cross court from Ellerbrock, but Buis wise to it on that occasion.
They're just sitting up slightly a bit too much, I think, and it's just a better contact point for Marjoleин's topspin. When they sit that little bit lower, it sort of forces her to hit a slice or put a bit more height on it.
Now that, as you said, Louise, a much more committed slice backhand that just rifled off of the court. It's quite a significant difference, isn't it, the two slices?
40-30.
Bites back well with the ace, timely. Point for 5-3 then for Buis here. Opportunity to really extend the lead against a player that she's been really struggling with over the years. 4 wins, 25 losses against this opponent, Ellerbrock.
Deuce.
Well, it's sort of swinging all over the place still, isn't it? You see the ace at deuce there, you think she's got the upper hand, and then suddenly, from nowhere, a double fault. Come on, you've got to believe now.
Yeah, advantage, Miss Ellerbrock.
Set the serve up perfectly, got the short ball she wanted, but I think she sort of almost charged at it a bit too straight, and it was just too close to her body to get that full swing.
So from game point to break point. Oh,
Game.
she's gone the
Miss
wrong way.
Ellerbrock.
So a lapse in concentration from Buis. Ellerbrock is
4
back.
games all.
4 games all with some splendid backhand slices. Now you'd imagine, and that's why they're happy, because at this stage they would favour their player. With the record head-to-head that she has, very much in the ascendancy mentally in that regard.
$15 low.
Sabine retaining her composure.
Out. 15 all. $15-30.
Sabine Ellerbrock, to remind those of you just joining us, is a former world #1. In 2014 she won the Australian Open and was runner-up in the year prior at the US Open as well. Put her at the top of the pecking order for a while.
30 all.
She's used to these big occasions, that's for sure. Marjolein Buis, well, she's been twice a quarter-finalist at Grand Slam level, both times this year, French Open and the Aussie Open as well. Brilliant angle.
30-40.
Neither player seems to be having much of a rhythm at the moment, though, do they? It's very much odd points here and there. It'd be interesting to see if somebody can just get a grip on this third set and clinch a couple of games in a row.
Deuce.
Maybe the tiredness starting to kick in, making things a bit more frustrating.
She's had opportunity, Buis, but can't quite accelerate away. And I think as she hit the boarding earlier, she might have just hurt her hand. Oh dear, that thumbnail is bleeding. That looks very sore, and that's on her tennis hand as well. So it looks like it's just a plaster issue. Let's take a look at how she collided with the boarding here. Look, bang, puts her thumb out, but okay.
That does look sore, and the thing is, any little glitch on your hand like that when you're playing, well, I mean any sport, but in wheelchair tennis, because your hands do everything from moving the chair to hitting the ball, I mean, she'd be feeling that, I'm sure.
So her nail is gone, she's suggesting. Oh, that's nice.
That is nice to see, to be honest, you know. It's either that or wait for the physio to come out, so I guess doesn't matter which way.
Okay, so we've got the manicure set out. We're going to cut some cut some plaster to tailor-made. Perfect.
We like to come prepared, you know. You just never know in these eventualities.
Absolutely. These happen, don't they? I mean, looks pretty sore. I reckon when she settles down, that'll be throbbing a bit later on, you'd imagine, if the thumbnail has come away a bit. Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah, it's funny with those. It's always the little things, isn't it, that hurt the most. But those things are funny. You sort of continue to play and you're like, oh, it's not too bad. And suddenly you stop or you get to the evening and you go, oh, my goodness, that hurts.
It's adrenaline-based, isn't it? So still nothing between them on the scoreboard. Set all 4 all Deuce.
Sabine playing a dangerous game there with
No
Marjolein. We know
advantage,
she
Miss
loves the
Buis.
rallies, and a little bit risky, I think, at this stage in the game to almost give her the game that she likes. This is only going to help us build confidence when she wins those long ones.
Break point here for Buis.
Deuce.
You can really hear the effort coming out now, can't you, from both players?
Yes, they suddenly got a lot more vocal, haven't they? Just synonymous with the effort there they're inputting. That's the early return that sealed the second set.
Advantage, Miss Buis. Deuce.
Second breakpoint opportunity for Buis here.
Advantage, Miss Buis.
As we head towards the sharp end of this match now. Can she retain her composure, or does the experience of the former world number one come into play about now? Pinpoint accuracy from Buis. She gets the break of serve, and after the sit down, she'll come out and try and serve out the match.
Miss Buis leads 5 games to 4.
Seen a lot more of the Marjolein that we saw in the first set here, I think. The confidence seems to have come back, and a lot more commitment to each shot, making Ellerbrock really play those rallies.
Let's bring you the last point again here, the break point in which Buis converted. That was where she got into trouble going down the line. But this one here, look at the response.
It's an incredible get, that one. And then pushing Ellerbrock right back to the back of the court just gave her the time to hit that line. Ellerbrock hitting all back parts of the court, I think, the sideboards and everything. You can't knock the commitment from both these players and motivation on trying every single point. It's brilliant to watch.
Well said. Well, we've seen how tough it is to hold serve in wheelchair tennis. But it's something that this lady here in picture would dearly love to do right now in this game upcoming, as she attempts to serve out the match. 5-4 in the deciding set. Opportunity to play against Jiske Griffioen in the final tomorrow. We'll be bringing you live action from 1 o'clock.
So you have to really commit now on her serve. We can't afford to have any of those more tentative serves that were landing a bit short, because we know that Ellerbrook's happy to take those early and just go for the lines.
That's really gutsy forehand down the line.
Love 15. Thank you. Please keep the doors closed. Telling length with the first serve there. And
Ellerbrock desperate to get on to a quality return, but unable there. Testament to the quality off the first serve.
No! 15-30.
A tense serve. Brilliant play. All that experience from Sabine Ellerbrock there, coming to the fore. Very
15-14.
canny use of the court space to come forward and opt to take the volley. To break back points for 5-all.
Game.
Oh, she's missed it.
Ellerbrock.
And in frustration, just slams the ball down to
5
Ellerbrock's
games
end.
all.
We're level again in this third and deciding set. Looks like, Louise, we might come down to a tie break here between them.
That'd be pretty exciting, wouldn't it?
The lottery of the tie break.
Might be out for another 16-14, do you reckon?
Possibly.
Second one of the week, you just never know, do you?
Golly, it's been so close, so little between them.
Love 15.
Well, one thing's for sure, someone will be delighted. Jiske Griffioen will be, you'd imagine, feet up in the hotel room, just chilling out, watching this and watching them expend all of their energy. And hoping she can get the better of the winner of whoever comes through this one tomorrow.
15 all.
Well, it's become a familiar sound, hasn't it? That sort of shriek of disapproval from Buis of late. Well, she's just not played the big points very well at the back end of this set. Having said that, look at that for a quality return.
15-30.
First time we've seen that, I think. Yeah.
Brilliant hand control, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that's the first time we've really seen that from
15,
Buis. She hasn't
14.
really brought Ellerbrock in that much. And it's quite effective, really, because Ellerbrock isn't known, her movement isn't one of necessarily her strengths. Like I say, the accuracy of her game almost means she doesn't have to be overly quick. So that is actually quite a good tactic. Quite nice to see her mixing it up a little bit in these tense stages as well.
And I think good awareness of where your opponent was in the court. Very aware from Buis there. 2 break points. Another telling forehand down the line.
Miss Buis, knee balls please, ball change.
Break of serve. So Marjolein Buis will come out again.
Miss
Serve.
Buis leads 6 games to 5.
6-5. Second opportunity to serve it out. It's proved very difficult on these players' serves. Much more effective in return, both of them.
Coach is looking a little bit nervous now. I haven't seen much of the Dutch coaches. I guess they're maybe keeping a low profile, maybe, in the corner.
Quite possibly. Maybe watching from the balcony.
Yeah, perhaps. you know, every player is different. You know, some like to have a really strong presence of a team there. They like to hear them, see them, be able to look at them. Others, you know, they almost don't want to have any distraction or thought that somebody's there watching them that they care about. Or so everyone's different like that. You know, people have preferences of where their team might sit. Another retape. I wonder how much tape we've gone through in this match.
Time.
So, second opportunity then to serve it out, this time armed with new balls. They'll go faster through the air. Can she land a few timely first serves, or is Ellerbrock yet to launch an ambush?
Great pushing from both players there.
Love 15.
Knew as soon as she hit it, it spilled long.
Love 30.
Just over for an hour for this set alone. In this gripping match. Compliments paid from Ellerbrock there to Buis.
15-30.
It's a wonderful back behind.
Yep. 15-40.
Well, it seems like the inevitability of a tie-break looming here. 2 more break points for Ellerbrock to level up and take us the distance.
Game, Miss Ellerbrock.
She breaks back and levels up, and we are going to go to a deciding tie-break in this race to 7 points.
6 games all, final set, tie-break.
Seems only fitting, so little between them.
I almost feel nervous for both of them at the moment, to be honest. What an amazing way to finish this match is third set tie-break. I mean, just shows how close these two are and how much Marjoleine's come on, you know, compared to those head-to-heads in the recent matches. No matter what happens, I hope that she can be pleased about this.
1-0, Miss Ellerbrock.
Nice confident strike on the slice there from Ellerbrock. Perfect height for her, not too floaty. Just crossing the tram line.
So a 1-1 in this deciding tiebreak.
Oh! 2-1, Miss Buis.
Now, can Buis do something that she's been unable to do consistently well, and that's sort of just control the undulations in her performance. She's been sort of yo-yoing up and down throughout, and Sabine's just been that little bit more solid, but still anybody's match here. Brilliance from Buis there.
3-1, Miss Buis.
Moving around a lot better now, like she was in the first again. Making Ellerbrock actually push for the balls now rather than keep trading down the middle.
Oh, well, where in the past she'd really gone after that forehand return. She kind of steered that one and paid the price for it. Didn't really commit like she normally does, and Ellerbrock quick to pounce. So, on serve, so to speak, trailing. Well, she's 3-2 up now. Marjolein Buis with a mini serve advantage. So game all, 6 games all, sorry, settled, 6 games all, 3-2 in the deciding tiebreak. Got the yips on the ball toss at the moment.
It's a real sign of
That's
nerves,
the thing,
isn't
yeah,
it?
it just gets more and more jagged. The toss, doesn't she? Needs to just smooth it out. Has she got what it takes to cross the finish line? Brilliance from Buis. Both players working the chair so hard to win the point, but in the end the Dutch player just had that little bit extra there, spiking that one down the line beautifully and extending her lead as they change ends to 4-2 in this deciding set tiebreak.
Yeah, Buis seemed to be a little bit more committed now. The first couple of points tiebreak she was holding back, wasn't she? But now she's really starting to accelerate through that forehand.
So Buis serving here 4-2 up in this deciding tiebreak. Just composes herself rightly.
Shaky ball toss again.
Brilliance off the backhand. We've seen several of them this afternoon.
4-3, Miss Buis.
That was from the top draw and timely as well. So she's trailing now 3-4 on her own serve. 2 serves to come, of course, in this race to 7 points. teetered on the net for a while, didn't it? Nobody in the arena knew which way that one was going to bobble and fall.
It's one each now, though, isn't it? I think they both had one that maybe Ellerbrock's is timed a little bit more in her favour than Buis's was earlier.
Tends to level out, doesn't it? Luck,
it does.
really.
This is frustrating for Buis at this point, but...
Deadlock on the scoreboard again. Race to 7 points. Nothing between them.
Five, 4, Ms. Ellerbrock.
Well, it's all about bringing your best in these big moments. And Sabine Ellerbrock, well, she's got that still-eyed gaze of a very focused woman. So little between them. We've said it several times, and it's worth repeating because it's just so poignant. There's just incredibly close match.
Five all.
Every point here, every ball that they hit, 100% to every single one. You can just hear how much they both want it.
Found it.
6-5,
A roar of
Miss
delight
Ellerbrock.
from Sabine Ellerbrock. And that brings up a match point.
Game, set, match, Miss Ellerbrock.
Ellerbrock
2
comes
sets
through
to
then.
1, 4-6, 6-4, 7-6.
What an amazing fight that was.
Incredible. Stumbles through despite a stutter. What a magnificent, extraordinarily close match between these two battlers. What an even contest it was throughout. Last year, they finished 5th and 6th, respectively, in this event. This time, it's this player, Sabine Ellerbrock, who's earned her way through to the final. So the 5th seed will play the 1st seed, Jiske Griffioen, in tomorrow's final. That'll be second after 1 o'clock local time here in London. Delight from the coach, Joachim. They're over the moon. That's a wonderful performance. And as we said all along, just managing to just tap into that experience that she's had over the years and controlling those undulations. You see her hand just shaking there, but sheer delight on the face of Sabine Ellerbrock from Germany. Such a close contest, and you have to credit her opponent today, Marjolein Buis, who played her part so well. It was a magnificent match. Hug to the coach, Christoph.
What an exciting way to get to the final, hey. She'll certainly be on a high tonight, and I hope Marjolein can take the positives from the match too. And I think both the final and the 3rd and 4th playoff will be incredible matches tomorrow.
What a part she played. So what a wonderful day's play today then. We've seen 2 men's semi-finals and both the women's semi-finals as well. That's it then for our coverage on Saturday. Back at 1 o'clock tomorrow on Sunday for our finals action, starting with the men's. Following that is the women's final, then the quads after. So don't go anywhere. See you for that. From myself, Paul Hand, and thank you to Louise Hunt and Peter Norfolk as well. But for now, it's goodbye.